Meralis Alvarez-Morales is a rising senior originally from Ponce, Puerto Rico, who currently lives in Chicago. She's pursuing majors in global studies and Spanish and a minor in Latin American studies. Meralis' main academic interests at Lawrence include the study of Caribbean visual, performance art, art history, and the global art market. She is also passionate about social justice and creating as an artist and scholar. This summer, thanks to the Experiential Learning Fund and the Harrison Award, she will be completing 2 research projects in Puerto Rico, focusing on the arts, exhibition spaces, and the representation of the feminine body. Meralis hoy va a estar presentando su trabajo titulado Resistiendo a la colonización en las artes visuales en el Caribe, Puerto Rico. Si ustedes tienen preguntas, pueden esperar al final de las 3 presentaciones o pueden escribir preguntas usando el botón del chat que aparece abajo y al final, después de que nuestros 3 estudiantes presenten, entonces leeremos sus preguntas. Ahora le cedo la palabra a Meralis para que presente su trabajo.
Buenos días y muchas gracias por estar aquí conmigo. Este proyecto es uno que como puertorriqueña es un honor en presentarles y compartir con ustedes. Y mi presentación se titula Resistiendo la colonización en las artes visuales en el Caribe y me enfocaré en obras visuales puertorriqueñas. Empezaré con explicar cómo llegué a este proyecto y seguiré con presentarles mi tesis. Luego daré unas definiciones breves y básicas de la colonización, imperialismo y neocolonización. Esto nos ayudará en situarnos en la era colonial americana en cual Puerto Rico todavía se encuentra. Para elaborar mi tesis y proveer mi análisis, usaré obras de arte que se crearon durante el siglo americano, es decir, el siglo XX. Al acabar mi presentación, daré mi conclusión y luego terminaremos con preguntas. Este proyecto empezó en mi segundo año en Lawrence y es un proyecto investigativo que verdaderamente ha tomado su propia vida y forma, ya que he continuado explorando las contribuciones de artistas puertorriqueños en diferentes contextos, espacios y con diferentes perspectivas académicas. Empezó en la clase del profesor Fares, Español 425, en donde nos enfocamos en las artes visuales de Latinoamérica y el Caribe. El profesor Fares me ofreció la oportunidad de crear una presentación que introdujo a mis compañeros artistas puertorriqueños. Esta presentación es una versión adaptada de la que presenté hace 2 años atrás. Lo que era una investigación simple para compilar una lista de puertorriqueños se ha convertido en una serie de investigaciones que empecé a completar el verano pasado y voy a seguir completando este verano. Y si quieren saber más sobre los temas que exploraré, por favor, pregúntenme al final. Al seguir, usaré obras que ayudarán a elaborar mi tesis. Perdón, la orden es un poquito, está un poquito incorrecta, pero aquí vamos a empezar con el tesis. En esta presentación desarrollaré cómo las artes visuales en Puerto Rico se han usado para visualizar y cuestionar la identidad nacional, la narrativa histórica, las complejidades raciales y la memoria de la colonización americana. Estas obras se pueden usar como recursos y fuentes primarias para analizar la manera en que la historia y la identidad puertorriqueña se han construido y desconstruido durante la era colonial americana. Y obvio que tengo que estar en y ir a la diapositiva que sigue a esta, pero para dar un contexto histórico y las definiciones de estos términos, Puerto Rico se caracteriza como una colonia moderna que se encuentra en la era colonial americana. La era colonial americana empieza en la invasión del 1898 y para el propósito de esta presentación, América y americanos se refiere a los Estados Unidos. La colonia moderna no solamente es afectado por el proceso continuo de la colonización, pero sino por la imperialización y la neocolonización. He usado definiciones básicas de estos términos que se pueden encontrar por la internet, pero propongo que la colonización no solamente es un evento, pero sino con un proceso continuo. El método de colonización que usa el gobierno americano se basa en tratar de americanizar a la nación puertorriqueña, mantener su control y hegemonía política y económica. Y solamente para traer dos ejemplos, siguieron con legislar dos actas orgánicas. El acta Foraker, cual categoriza a Puerto Rico como un territorio y posesión americana. Solidifica su posición como colonia perpetua e impone un gobierno central manejado por los Estados Unidos. Y la Acta Jones impone la ciudadanía americana en el 1917, pero hay ciertas limitaciones con esta ciudadanía. La Junta Fiscal y el Acta 60 proveen oportunidades políticas y económicas para que el gobierno americano siga manteniendo su poder colonial y realice su agenda imperialista y neocolonial. Y si les interesa saber más sobre esta relación tensa entre América y Puerto Rico, por favor también pregúntenme al final. En julio 25 del 1898, las Fuerzas Armadas Americanas invadieron a Puerto Rico durante la Guerra Hispana-Cubana Americana. Esta obra retrata la llegada de los americanos a Ponce, Puerto Rico, y los americanos llegaron para construir asentamientos en la isla. En el trasfondo de esta obra podemos ver barcos de la Armada Militar Americana y los americanos que llegaron con sus familias para establecerse en la isla. Esta visualización de la llegada del imperio colonial americano no es un retrato violento, pero sí alude a la violencia de la guerra hispano-cubana americana que llevó a la colonización de Puerto Rico, Guam, las Filipinas y brevemente la ocupación militar americana en Cuba. Y solo para referencia, esta es una foto de uno de los barcos de esa armada militar que se usó en el 1898. Mucho antes y durante la era colonial americana, la mayor parte de las representaciones visuales de la identidad puertorriqueña que se producen capturan la identidad jíbara y o identidad mestiza, específicamente blanca y en algunos retratos burguesa puertorriqueña. Este sujeto, el jíbaro, se usa para representar el espíritu de la nación puertorriqueña. Y se representa al jíbaro como un hombre trabajador, con machete y con el producto que se encarga en obtener. Es un hombre perseverante, dedicado y residente en las montañas de Puerto Rico. La representación racial típica de este sujeto es uno que claramente desciende de padres españoles o mestizos pobres. La representación de la mujer es una sonriente y similar al hombre sin zapatos, y en una área montañosa en la isla, en donde se la retrata atendiendo a sus responsabilidades domésticas. Aquí tenemos la obra La planchadora por Ramón Frade y El pan nuestro por el mismo artista. Estas representaciones de la puertorriqueñidad excluyen al puertorriqueño afrodescendiente y descendencia afrotaína. La construcción de la identidad se blanquea y trata de olvidar y excluir la identidad negra. El cuerpo del jíbaro mestizo de descendencia española es un cuerpo que, aunque es pobre, es agradable y socialmente aceptado. Sin embargo, el cuerpo negro se excluye completamente o solamente se usa cuando la conciencia colectiva recuerda las memorias de la esclavitud. Antes de continuar, es importante notar que durante la segunda mitad del siglo XX, artistas puertorriqueñas como Mari de Mateo O'Neill y Mirna Báez representan a la mujer moderna puertorriqueña como un cuerpo femenino desnudo, cuya representación racial se centra en la mujer puertorriqueña blanca y en este caso burguesa. Se ve al cuerpo desnudo en un estado de reflexión y exploración en espacios privados y aislados. Representaciones de la mujer moderna en la primera mitad del siglo XX se basan en la habilidad del cuerpo femenino ser útil en mantener la colonia y también participar en una mascarada racial. Ya hemos visto uno de estos ejemplos en la obra La planchadora de Ramón Frade. La mascarada racial es un término que Alice Eve Weinbaum propone para describir las representaciones de la mujer moderna americana en la revista Vogue durante los años 1920 y 30. Y se refiere a la habilidad que este cuerpo tiene para quitarse esta máscara racial que la categoriza como parte de grupos raciales ajenos o de grupos desagradables. Y si quieren saber más de esto, por favor también pregúntenme al final. Aquí vemos la mujer puertorriqueña todavía representada por un cuerpo blanco y solamente puede explorarse en espacios privados y aislados. La mujer moderna puertorriqueña ya no solamente es la planchadora, sino un cuerpo privado blanco que usa la nación para reflexión. Aquí tenemos La Plena, un mural por Rafael Tufiño y una de mis obras favoritas en esta presentación. Y es uno de los ejemplos visuales de cómo esta conversación se ha desarrollado en las artes visuales. En esta obra se ve la historia de Puerto Rico durante el siglo XX, la cultura y la nueva identidad puertorriqueña que incluye al cuerpo negro y negra. En el centro del mural se ilustra la relación tensa y militarista entre Puerto Rico y América. Los soldados en sus uniformes marrones y también en la derecha se representan pleneros. También se incluye varios ejemplos que caracterizan la identidad política puertorriqueña y sirven como una representación visual de los eventos, figuras y cuerpos que componen la identidad moderna puertorriqueña. Esta obra cronológica visualiza la identidad boricua y usa elementos iconográficos que aluden a la era de la plantación, la relación tensa entre Puerto Rico y América, y figuras e objetos culturales que conectan las raíces de la identidad puertorriqueña con su identidad racial. El cuerpo negro ya no es visto como un cuerpo desagradable o excluido del retrato nacional, sino como una parte integral de ella. Para seguir, aquí tenemos una obra por el artista Francisco Oller titulada Castigo de un esclavo negro en una plantación en las Antillas, cual ilustra en gran detalle la manera en cual se trata el cuerpo negro en Puerto Rico. Aunque el título en francés se refiere al castigo de un negro en las Antillas, sé que la carrera de Oller se desarrolla en Puerto Rico. Y después de sus estudios en Europa, él regresa a Puerto Rico y es una asunción personal que esta es una de las escenas cual lo confrontan a su llegada. Como hombre blanco burgués, él tiene el privilegio de observar esta escena y reproducir un retrato de ella. Oller contribuyó al movimiento impresionista en Europa y muchas de sus obras se clasifican como obras realistas o impresionistas. Esta obra retrata la jerarquía racial en Puerto Rico y vemos el cuerpo negro mutilado, torturado y explotado. Y también se usa para reflejar sobre la memoria de la esclavitud en Puerto Rico. Rafael Cordero, reconocido en Puerto Rico como el padre de la educación pública, era el hijo de afropuertorriqueños y católico. Nacido en San Juan, en una familia pobre, se educó y luego fundó una escuela en cual educó a niños de toda clase y raza gratuitamente. Su hermana Celestina, también una católica piadosa y dedicada a la fe, fundó la primera escuela para niñas en Puerto Rico. Este retrato de niños blancos, negros, mestizos y mezclados representa la identidad racial híbrida en Puerto Rico. Los cuerpos y las comunidades que representan estos cuerpos y la manera en cual se encuentran en un mismo espacio, un espacio educacional que el maestro ha convertido en un espacio neutral, alude a la manera en cual las divisiones visibles entre raza y clase poco a poco están disminuyendo. Considerando la manera en cual la colonización americana en este tiempo segrega a puertorriqueños por clase y raza, ver a un educador afrodescendiente como maestro principal a niños de toda clase, pintado por un hombre blanco burgués, retrata a las nociones de puertorriqueñidad, o sea, resiste a las nociones de puertorriqueñidad que todavía se basan en la hispanofilia. Rafael Tufiño, conocido como el pintor de la gente, es un pintor y artista gráfico que se enfoca en representar la identidad puertorriqueña y narrativa histórica nacional. En su obra Goyita, aquí, hecha en 1953, la figura típica campesina puertorriqueña en un turbante rojo es una mujer que representa la clase laboral en Puerto Rico. Y el modelo que usa Rafael Tufiño era su madre. La figura que se espera ver tradicionalmente cuando estamos hablando de esta representación de Puerto Rico es una representación de una mujer burguesa o mestiza. Pero en este caso, la decisión de enfocarse específicamente en la experiencia de la mujer trabajadora confronta a la audiencia puertorriqueña con las experiencias de los compatriotas que se suelen olvidar en la narrativa nacional aceptada. Similarmente, en la obra gráfica La Plena, Tufiño escoge enfocarse en el plenero en camisa roja, posicionado y listo para cantar como el enfoque central. En ambas obras, Tufiño traza la genealogía puertorriqueña con usar el color rojo para conectar a ambos sujetos. En el año 1948, el Congreso americano desafortunadamente legisló la Ley 53, de la cual resulta que la bandera puertorriqueña fue prohibida de exhibirse y comprarse y tenerse en Puerto Rico, o sea, en espacios públicos o privados no se podía tener esta bandera puertorriqueña. Esta ley fue parte de una serie de campañas políticas y legislativas que formaron parte del método de colonización que intentó americanizar a Puerto Rico en los primeros años de la invasión americana. Se usa el Departamento de Educación en Puerto Rico para imponer el aprendizaje del lenguaje inglés e institucionalizar ideas, normas, ideologías y comportamientos americanos, los cuales se consideran por el gobierno americano superiores a los comportamientos que atentan a institucionalizarse durante la era colonial española. El cuerpo negro, el español puertorriqueño, un español únicamente afrotaíno y la bandera puertorriqueña se racializan y politizan, convirtiéndose en símbolos que retratan la colonización americana y su resistencia. Héctor PR, conocido como el de las banderas, es un artista puertorriqueño vivo que está completando un proyecto ambicioso referido en hashtags como hashtag 78 banderas y un pueblo. Un proyecto ambicioso en cual el artista viaja a cada municipalidad en Puerto Rico para pintar uno de los símbolos más popularizados y politizados que representa la nación puertorriqueña, nuestra bandera. Esta es la bandera que Héctor pintó en la placita en Miami, Florida, y causó mucho debate y polémica en las comunidades en Miami. Discusiones de cómo representar el boricua moderno y la puertorriqueñidad han producido en esculturas como las que Hilda Llorens retrata aquí y cuya creación captura y representa la negritud en la isla. Ya que estas conversaciones de representaciones han evolucionado, los puertorriqueños en la isla y en la diáspora se han proclamado como boricuas, una referencia directa a los taínos que nombraron a la isla Borinquén antes de la llegada de Colón. En demostraciones políticas en la isla, los boricuas han participado en cantar canciones o participar en el perreo combativo. Si alguna vez visitas a la isla, encontrarás murales que capturan la esencia del espíritu puertorriqueño, comentan en la posición de Puerto Rico como colonia moderna y representan las identidades raciales del boricua moderno. Este mural aquí en la derecha es uno de los murales que se puede encontrar en la isla de Puerto Rico. Las artes visuales capturan la discusión que ha transformado la identidad puertorriqueña a una identidad boricua, cuya existencia reta al imperio colonial americano y los remanentes del imperio colonial española. La resistencia a la colonización se basa en las representaciones del cuerpo nativo boricua, cual se define por su descendencia y raíces africanas y taínas, y su iluminación intelectual. En esta nueva identidad se incluye el cuerpo negro como sujeto y se reconocen sus contribuciones al desarrollo político, económico y cultural de la nación puertorriqueña. La identidad puertorriqueña que se forjó durante los últimos años de la era colonial española se ha transformado. El puertorriqueño típico ya no es jíbaro de solamente descendencia española que vive en las montañas, sino que se ha expandido para incluir al jíbaro negro, la mujer trabajadora, entre otros sujetos. Muchas gracias y le doy las bienvenidas a sus preguntas y comentarios al final.
Muchísimas gracias, Meralis. Pasamos a nuestro segundo presentador de hoy, Jesús Marcelo Maldonado Treviño. Jesús is a senior from Monterrey, Mexico, who is pursuing majors in English and Global Studies with minors in Anthropology and Spanish. Jesus's main academic interests at Lawrence include the study of migration, national identity, and the creation and use of narratives in literature and film. He also enjoys reading, museums, singing and writing, especially poetry. At Lawrence, he has pursued his interests in music through the a cappella group, Appletones, and was able to complete his first poetry manuscript called La Casa Grande. Much of his inspiration comes from his global background, which he instills in his studies every day. Y hoy Jesús va a estar presentando su trabajo titulado Afflicciones nacionales, la expresión fílmica del deseo femenino en la Regenta y los ecos del pasado en el presente. Démosle la bienvenida a Jesús.
Buenos días a todos. Me llamo Jesús Maldonado Treviño y hoy les voy a presentar mi investigación sobre la adaptación fílmica de la novela La Regenta. Les aviso que esta investigación lidia con temas del control institucional y social, o la biopolítica, del cuerpo femenino. Como no soy mujer, este ensayo me presentó una oportunidad para poder desatarme de mis propias experiencias para poder entender y analizar otras. En gran parte, la clase para la cual escribí este ensayo y el apoyo de mi profesora Rosa Tapia me permitió hacer esto. En inglés, esta clase se llama The Engendering of Modern Spain, From Romanticism to the Avant-Garde. Y N está entre comillas para enfocarle al gendering. Además de mi propia investigación, esta clase me dio las herramientas para poder entender el rol de la mujer en este contexto y cómo se engendra en el género femenino. Sin esto, no podría haber hecho esta investigación y doy gracias por esta experiencia formativa. Afflicciones nacionales. La expresión fílmica del deseo femenino en la Regenta y los ecos del pasado en el presente. Aunque los romanticismos y realismos del siglo XVIII-XIX sean distantes y lejanos en términos del tiempo, el pasado se acerca más y más con los medios digitales y las recreaciones de diferentes pasados nacionales, ya sean ficticios o reales. En 1995, la Radio-Televisión Española rodó una adaptación de la novela La Regenta escrita por Leopoldo Alas Clarín. La obra principal explora la subjetividad del deseo femenino en un contexto tradicional burgués español que toma a cabo en el pueblo imaginado de Vetusta. En la adaptación, España como nación regresa a estas preguntas del deseo femenino en una sociedad post-franquista, democrática y europea. Así, una nación regresa a las preguntas de Clarín y a sus respuestas al control masculino y religioso sobre la feminidad subversiva y deseante. Usando una lente crítica de la presentación del género en el cine, la recreación de una comunidad imaginada nacional, la nostalgia y el naturalismo del siglo XIX, la Regenta vuelve a encontrarse con una mímesis social en la Nueva España. Este ensayo explora cómo a finales del siglo XX España se recrea con las preguntas que Alas hace al final del siglo en los 1800. España se reafirma la presencia de una frustración en la obra relacionada con la represión del deseo sexual femenino, representado por el cuerpo de Ana Ozores, y con la biopolítica tradicional del pasado, la cual se utiliza para criticar el presente. El problema social del cuerpo, la subjetividad de Ana Ozores. Este proyecto fílmico de recrear la regenta se enfoca en el problema del deseo de Ana y cómo le pertenece el problema a la sociedad. Así, manejando el deseo nacional de la mujer, la cámara presenta a la mirada masculina como moduladora e interpretadora de las situaciones ajenas que se representan como el centro del discurso del deseo de Ana. Al ver que Ana y su confesador, don Fermín, habían pasado la comida juntos y se pasearon por el parque, un ciudadano le comenta a dos clérigos: su colega de usted está alejado de la mano de Dios, criticando que estaban muy juntitos. Esta escena ocurre dentro de un callejón de la ciudad, en medio del pueblo, donde pasaban los tres hombres vestidos de negro, tomando el espacio y con un enfoque de la cámara en plano medio, siguiendo su caminata. La crítica de los hombres proviene de un problema de influencia de Ana. Se preocupan por el problema del colega y su alejamiento de Dios. Así, desde su posición fuera de la relación, como observadores masculinos de la situación, los hombres juzgan cómo don Fermín se ha perdido, como si fuera Ana, por medio de su deseo y sexualidad, quien controlara el deseo de Fermín. Además, la posición de la cámara a medio plano encuadra la centralidad de los argumentos de estos hombres. Su paseo ininterrumpido entre los edificios de Vetusta se alinea con la vista crítica al cuerpo de Ana. Así, Vetusta en sí se alinea con un pensamiento tradicional y católico que ejerce un poder biopolítico hacia la protagonista. La cámara en la Regenta se enfoca en el problema de Ana y su deseo como problema externo. El control de su deseo le pertenece a la sociedad y a la iglesia y se tiene que mantener de alguna manera. En Placer Visual y Cine Narrativo, Mulvey enfatiza que la función de la mujer simboliza la amenaza de castración por medio de su ausencia real de pene. Ana simboliza esta amenaza que estos hombres, dos clérigos y un ciudadano, perciben la caída de don Fermín como una pérdida, alejándose de Dios. El que Ana pueda influir en las acciones e intereses de don Fermín refleja un problema de poder y un imbalance social en sus ojos que se debe corregir. Don Fermín cae entonces en el deseo problemático de Ana, amenazando el poder de la influencia de los hombres sobre las mujeres y el control dentro de la sociedad en sí. Este deseo se problematiza al relacionar a Ana con su madre, una mujer deseante que la dejó huérfana, pero al igual con la habilidad de Ana propia al poder ejercer su deseo. Aunque Quintanar, su esposo, no tenga mucho poder sobre Ana, el que sí infantiliza los pensamientos de Ana y los ve como una enfermedad de histeria en vez de un deseo. Durante la escena del primer ataque de ansiedad, Quintanar le dice: ¿qué tienes, hija? Los dos aparecen bajo poca luz, salvo alrededor de la cama de Ana. Quintanar se sienta al lado de Ana y la cámara cambia entre ángulos con plano medio y primer plano. Al tranquilizarse, Ana le replica: ay, Quintanar, me siento tan sola, te quiero mucho, te necesito, tú eres la madre que no he tenido. Al pedirle también que la apoye, ame y que le dé una familia. Y esta escena se puede ver en las imágenes de la presentación. Trata de besarle, pero Quintanar se incomoda y le da un beso en la frente. Aquí, Ana le pide a Quintanar que la acompañe en sus deseos y con sus malestares. El problema central de Ana es que se siente sola, ni tiene el apoyo de su marido. Su incomodidad frente a Ana refleja la distancia emocional que tiene entre ella y él. Quintanar le habla como si fuera niña, le dice hija en vez de decirle querida o cielo o por su nombre. Al no ver los deseos de Ana como reales, sino como afectos de una aflicción histérica, Quintanar le quita subjetividad y control sobre cómo se conecta ella con su mundo social. Así, Ana misma piensa que está en una situación en donde sus nervios no se pueden controlar y sus emociones no pueden satisfacerse. Ana entonces deambula entre diferentes hombres para poder entenderse y para poder adaptarse a lo que se le requiere. En un artículo sobre los nervios de Ana, el profesor literario Jean Ramón Resina explica que la niñez de Ana como huérfana causó que idealice a su padre y eventualmente que busque emociones sustitutas para una naturaleza refinada similares. Así, el magistral estaba listo para trabajarla. Su estatus como huérfana e hija de una madre controversial le indica al pueblo de Vetusta que requiere de control. El pueblo mismo, los tres colegas, Quintanar, Don Fermín y demás, se impone sobre Ana para trabajarla, controlarla, entenderla, corregirla. Esto deja a Ana en una posición pasiva en donde a ella misma se le requiere que se controle, dejando su subjetividad fuera de su realidad. De tal manera, su subjetividad depende de lo que piensan y lo que le dicen los demás. Regresando a su situación de su matrimonio, si Quintanar no le quiere ni la escucha como adulta, entonces Ana no puede romper con el conflicto interno que su mundo le impuso. El problema de Ana no es tanto la falta de un modelo materno, sino que su modelo biológico fue prohibido socialmente. La prohibición social, entonces, regula el deseo de Ana. Su subjetividad y la manera en la que ve al mundo depende de lo que se le dice, de lo que se habla sobre ella, dejándola menos como adulta y más como una niña. Deseos modulados. El personaje modulado, aniñado de Ana, funciona en contra de sus alrededores, ya que su vida burguesa está en conflicto con sus deseos modernos. De alguna manera, encuentra la forma de adaptarse y de cuestionar sus deseos por medio de una externalización, en vez de una subjetividad propia, hacia la iglesia con Don Fermín y su criada Petra. Esta subvierte y controla el deseo de Ana, y la mirada masculina de la cámara expone al cuerpo de Ana. La cámara, al igual que Petra, está haciendo el trabajo de la iglesia y del hombre al maniobrar el deseo femenino. Al bañarla por la mañana, Petra convence a Ana que había soñado con Quintanar y no con don Álvaro, su interés amoroso. La cámara está a medio plano picado, Petra está hincada viendo hacia abajo, Ana está desnuda en una bañera con la luz abrillantando su cuerpo. Al final de la escena, Ana mira hacia arriba, confundida, y Pedro encoge los hombros. Ana sabe lo que soñó, pero ella misma piensa que no puede modular su propio deseo. Al presentarse con una oportunidad de entender lo que había sentido la noche anterior, Petra le presenta una mentira, maniobrando su deseo por don Álvaro. Petra así desmonta la subjetividad de Ana, lo cual es lo que la iglesia requiere de una mujer burguesa, una mujer sin deseo. En el espacio literario de la regenta, el poder se mide bajo el lente del que tenga la habilidad de vigilar la cantidad más grande de cuerpos y sus acciones. Para don Fermín es importantísimo poder tener el control sobre Ana y que destaca su condición social y biológica. En la escritura de la novela, el narrador en tercera persona es el encargado de velar que nada altere la homogeneidad del mundo representado, de tal manera que es una fuerza difusa que pasa por las otras perspectivas del relato, que observa e ilumina, vigila y controla las vidas oscuras de los personajes. Así, el autor y el narrador y Fermín ejercen un profundo control sobre la individualidad del otro. La novela realista funciona pues realmente como un espacio discursivo de la confesión. De esta manera, la película, al igual que la obra, manejan el concepto de la confesión como un espacio que se usa para controlar a un pueblo. Fermín y los otros clérigos no se encargan de modular el deseo de Ana, sino también los deseos de Vetusta a gran escala. El que contiene los secretos y las verdades de una persona contiene también el poder y control sobre el cuerpo del otro. En la biopolítica específica de Ana, Fermín se enfoca en saber y dirigir. A lo largo de la escena en su primera confesión, Ana y Fermín se dicen lo siguiente. Fermín: hija mía, de la cuestión personal de sus pecados no estamos en condiciones de hablar todavía. Me faltan datos. Ana: acepté ciegamente la conducta que me impusieron mis tías sin discutirla nunca, que tal vez yo seguía los pasos de mi madre. Fermín: su alma es noble, pero usted está enferma. En esta escena, marcada por su uso de primer plano y lo silencioso de la conversación, Ana admite que nunca ha podido luchar contra su reputación social. Él mismo escucha, con los ojos grandes y el cuerpo tenso, cómo Ana había dormido con un niño en una barca cuando era chica. Con esta confesión, Fermín ya ha conseguido la información más íntima y personal de Ana. Además, él mismo le hace un diagnóstico. Admite su lealtad, su sinceridad y carácter de buena persona, pero desaparece todo con el peso de su enfermedad. Así empieza la vigilancia de Fermín sobre Ana y sus deseos. La recreación y el cuerpo femenino nacional. Al final de esta escena, Fermín dice: la salvación es un negocio, el gran negocio de la vida. Aquí Fermín expresa cómo hay ciertas reglas que se tienen que seguir para poder salvarse. Una de ellas es lidiar con la aflicción de su deseo, controlarlo y mantenerlo. Este uso de sus ejemplos de cómo la mujer española a lo largo de la historia del país ha sido sujeta al control de varias instituciones masculinas y en especial al de la Iglesia Católica. La película de la Regenta se hizo durante un tiempo de regeneración cultural española. El país llevaba pocos años fuera de la dictadura franquista y apenas iba formando e informando a una ciudadanía de una España moderna y europea. La recreación de la Regenta como película recuerda a la condición de la mujer en el siglo XIX, pero la condición igual no había sido muy diferente durante la dictadura. El profesor Manrique Arribas concisa cómo el franquismo generó una moralidad de preceptos referidos casi exclusivamente a las relaciones con la iglesia y con el sexo. Y, además, ante este especial cuidado que se tenía para controlar el comportamiento de la mujer, el régimen franquista tuvo claro que había que devolverla a su ámbito doméstico, el del que se había sacado al concederla una serie de derechos y privilegios durante la época de la República, a través de la ley de matrimonio civil y la ley del divorcio, además del derecho al voto y la posibilidad de ocupar puestos relevantes en la vida pública y profesional. El control que se le imponía a Ana Ozores no era muy diferente al que se le imponía a la mujer durante el franquismo. Ana no trabajaba, pero tampoco tenía hijos, y de ahí venía uno de sus defectos, además de su problema con el deseo. Las generaciones de las mujeres del franquismo entonces pudieron haberse visto en Ana. Pudieron haber visto entonces que no había mucha diferencia entre un tiempo distante y el tiempo más presente, lo cual indica un punto de partida para el recuerdo y el avance para España. Como otros países que recrearon un pasado nacional a fines del siglo XX, España destaca un problema cultural de la historia por medio del estilo de esta película pastiche decimonónico. Andrew Hickson, crítico del cine, explora cómo en Inglaterra la fuerza del pastiche aprisiona las características del pasado, manteniéndose como algo que mirar desde una distancia reverencial y refutando la posibilidad de un diálogo o confrontándose con el presente. Así, el problema católico del deseo femenino se queda aprisionado dentro de la idea de la película. La cámara convence a la audiencia que el pasado ya pasó y que se tiene que admirar lo que fue y cuánto se ha cambiado. A pesar de todo, la película destaca al deseo femenino, lo cual le sigue importando a una audiencia más allá de su interés en el recuerdo de una España pre-siglo XX, ya que la película atrae atención de una audiencia por interés en el pasado y un gran producto literario español. Estas películas, como dice Hickson, pueden producir críticas de los límites de la formación social y moral del presente, especialmente porque la perspectiva nostálgica siempre involucra un diálogo entre el pasado imaginado y una visión del presente. El problema del deseo femenino regresa por el problema de la biopolítica que se representa ahora bajo del lente de la cámara. Las obras literarias funcionan igual. La novela realista del siglo XIX dialoga polémicamente con las formas literarias preexistentes. Es heredera fiel e infiel a la tradición literaria. Esa es la manera de reafirmar la herencia del pasado, es decir, no solo aceptar dicha herencia, sino reactivarla de otro modo y mantenerla con vida. De esta manera se recuerda a Benedict y sus comunidades imaginarias. El trabajo de la recreación fílmica crea un espacio nuevo para poder compartir historias nacionales que maniobran la construcción de una nación. Para Benedict, si los estados nacionales son al igual nuevos e históricos, las naciones a las que se les da expresión política siempre surgen de un pasado inmemorial. y, aún más importante, se deslizan hacia el futuro. La regenta es parte de este pasado literario inmemorial, modernizado por la película. El género de la película ata al pasado antiguo y antiquísimo hacia el presente y hacia el futuro del siglo XX. No la literatura o el concepto de un capitalismo imprento de Anderson, sino el cine y la televisión como herramienta educativa para el pueblo. En el siglo XVI, el capitalismo de la imprenta revolucionó cómo un gran número de personas rápidamente incrementando habían podido pensar sobre sí mismos y relacionarse con otros de una manera profundamente nueva. Y asimismo, por medio de la televisión y una productora del Estado, España reproduce su pasado cultural literario, lo ata con el presente y ve hacia el futuro. De tal modo, la regenta explora y representa al deseo femenino corpóreo en su forma literaria y en su forma fílmica. La presentación de Ana Ozores implica una crítica, pero al igual es un control sobre la imagen del cuerpo, desnudando al igual un cuerpo nacional que lidia con el problema de la mirada masculina en el cine. La subjetividad de una mujer queda bajo una biopolítica masculina, regulada y oprimida por sistemas culturales en el presente equivalentes a los poderes masculinos del pasado español. Y con eso concluyo esta presentación. Muchísimas gracias por su atención y me encantaría contestar cualquier pregunta que tengan al final.
Vamos a pasar a nuestra última presentadora de hoy, Valeria Núñez Cerdoiza, who is a junior from Quito, Ecuador, and is majoring in gender studies and film studies. Valeria's main academic interests include the study of transnational and diasporic cinema and the portrayal of queerness in visual culture. She's also interested in environmental justice and is involved in the Sustainable Farming Project at Lawrence. La presentación de Valeria se titula Aniquilación y ceguera, la representación de la subalteridad femenina en la película Roma de Alfonso Cuarón. Bienvenida, Valeria.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Valeria. Muchas gracias por quedarse en mi ponencia. Yo voy a hablar hoy de cómo se representa la subalternidad, específicamente cómo se representa a la mujer subalterna en la película Roma de Alfonso Cuarón. Este ensayo fue escrito para la clase Introduction to Latin American and Spanish Film. Una de las razones por las que elegí este tema es porque el cine latinoamericano hay una manera muy particular de representar la subalternidad, al punto que se ha convertido en la estética del cine latino. A mí me parece interesante explorar por qué hemos decidido adoptar y reproducir estas narrativas. Primero, voy a dar un poco de contexto sobre la película para las personas que no la hayan visto todavía, y luego voy a proceder a leer el ensayo. La película está ambientada en México en medio de la agitación política y social de los años 70. La trama muestra la vida de la protagonista Cleo, una mujer indígena que trabaja como empleada doméstica y niñera para una familia pudiente mexicana. A través de la historia de la vida de Cleo, la audiencia presencia el clasismo, racismo, machismo y la explotación a la que ella tiene que sobrevivir a diario. Roma es una oda a una mujer que se llama Livo Rodríguez, quien fue la niñera de Alfonso Cuarón en su infancia, y la película está basada en gran parte en las memorias que Cuarón tiene de esa niñez. Bueno, comencemos. El cine es un modo de legitimación simbólica y producción cultural. Si bien es cierto que los productos visuales en el cine están profundamente influenciados por los discursos sociales, el cine mismo también tiene el poder de influenciar en dichos discursos. Por tanto, es fundamental analizar de manera crítica la ilusión que el cine presenta como registro fiel, es decir, como realidad o neutralidad. Estas son ilusiones de verosimilitud que tienen repercusiones en los modos de representación en narrativas cinematográficas. Este análisis es aún más urgente cuando la figuración de neutralidad en la representación de la subalternidad la plantea una élite. Con esto no quiero decir que solo la persona subalterna puede representar o hablar sobre la subalternidad, ni tampoco me refiero a que no sea necesario ser crítico con las representaciones sobre subalternidad creadas por subalternos. La manipulación del espectador es una parte inherente del cine, e históricamente podemos comprobar cómo ha servido para adoctrinar a la audiencia. Por ello, mi argumento es que los espectadores tenemos que estar alertas a los discursos sociales que existen detrás de las narrativas cinematográficas para no terminar participando y perpetuando matrices de dominación y explotación. Este ensayo es un análisis crítico de las representaciones impuestas sobre los cuerpos de las mujeres subalternas en la película Roma. La razón por la cual elegí específicamente la representación de subalternidad femenina va más allá de que la protagonista sea una mujer subalterna. Mi interés nace de reflexionar sobre la importancia de quién está detrás de la conceptualización de estas representaciones de subalternidad. En el caso de esta película, el guionista y director es Alfonso Cuarón, un hombre mestizo de clase media alta mexicana que por su posicionalidad tiene un triple distanciamiento del cuerpo subalterno que quiere representar. La primera parte del análisis explorará las implicaciones de los términos realismo y neutralidad en el cine. Esta discusión nos obliga a pensar sobre quién está planteando los términos que se utilizan para crear la ilusión de neutralidad y nos incita a preguntar quién habla, sobre quién se habla, por quién se habla. La segunda parte ahonda en el tema de la representación femenina subalterna, específicamente de la protagonista Cleo, por medio del análisis de 3 puntos claves. Estos son, en primer lugar, la aniquilación simbólica, en segundo lugar, la creación de imágenes controladoras y finalmente la perpetuación de la ceguera ideológica del subalterno. Por medio del análisis de estos 3 puntos, el ensayo explora cómo la representación del subalterno en Roma respalda producciones culturales que reproducen patrones de conductas opresivas y de esta forma validan estructuras de dominación dentro del ámbito cinematográfico y por consiguiente en el ámbito social. Roma es un híbrido entre lo que Martínez, Ibarz y Rosello llaman cine memoria, un género de ficción y género documental. La película se clasifica parcialmente en el género documental por la manera en la que retrata el contexto histórico de México durante los años 70. Los ejemplos más visibles de esta documentación social e histórica en Roma se encuentran en las referencias a la candidatura presidencial de Luis Echeverría, el halconazo del 10 de junio de 1971 y la Copa Mundial de Fútbol de 1970. En una entrevista para el diario estadounidense New York Times, Cuarón afirmó que detrás de estas referencias hubo un trabajo de investigación. Y cito: el equipo no solo revisó el material audiovisual de archivo sobre los sucesos, sino que también localizó y entrevistó a sobrevivientes. Fin de cita. Esta investigación, durante la preproducción, conecta Roma con los fundamentos narrativos del género documental. Incluso estéticamente puede considerarse como una película con características documentales. La cinematografía que utiliza sitúa al espectador como un testigo de la narrativa y esto provoca un distanciamiento que invita a la reflexión crítica del material. Por otra parte, Roma también se considera cine memoria, por su reconstrucción de los recuerdos de la infancia de Cuarón. Es importante prestar atención a cómo se reconstruye la memoria colectiva en Roma, ya que es un espacio de lucha donde se hacen y deshacen identidades. Y en palabras de la autora feminista Teresa de Laurentiis, y cito, las mujeres se construyen a partir de efectos de lenguaje y representación. Fin de cita. Además, la memoria forma las bases de un sentimiento de identidad colectiva cultural, marcado por aquellas contingencias de diferencia como la clase, el género, el lenguaje y la etnicidad. Por lo tanto, es necesario explorar esta hibridación de géneros cinematográficos en Roma, ya que la ambigüedad tiene unas implicaciones sociales. Presentar una película conceptualizada alrededor de memorias y producirla en términos formales y estéticos como género documental, un género cinematográfico que la gente asocia comúnmente como neutralidad, causa que asuman ciertas partes de la narrativa como verdades sociales. Esto es problemático, ya que Roma está conceptualizada alrededor de una recopilación de memorias sobre una subalternidad ajena. Esto quiere decir que la representación de la subalternidad en Roma está inherentemente guiada por un discurso social, y sea o no intencional, por una postura ideológica. Adicionalmente, la transgresión de barreras entre el género documental y el cine memoria nos obliga como espectadores a pensar los conceptos de realidad y verosimilitud como creaciones deliberadas. De manera que, al concebir la representación de realidad como una creación de ficción, nos damos cuenta que lo que llamamos realidad en el cine siempre está ligado a un discurso. Este es un argumento clave que nos permite entender el alcance que el cine tiene para fomentar estructuras de desigualdad. A pesar de todo, Roma es una oda al matriarcado. La película se enfoca en la vida de las mujeres y su participación en el aspecto económico, social y político. Asimismo, Roma logró dar visibilidad mundial a cuerpos que han sido completamente marginalizados y rechazados en el cine. Dar visibilidad en una sociedad, como es la sociedad mexicana, donde la exclusión y opresión son elementos estructurales completamente normalizados y aceptados. Que se haya viralizado una película que exhibe claramente las desigualdades en las estructuras sociales es un logro y un paso gigante hacia un cambio estructural en sociedades clasistas, racistas y patriarcales. Sin embargo, hay 3 consecuencias de cómo se representa a la mujer subalterna en Roma que le impide a la película dar el aporte revolucionario para el cual tenía potencial. En esta sección discutiré cómo la representación de Cleo, mujer indígena de clase baja, que trabaja como empleada doméstica para una familia adinerada mexicana, causa la aniquilación simbólica del subalterno, produce imágenes controladoras sobre el subalterno, y en palabras del filósofo Zizek, asigna al subalterno una posición de ceguera ideológica. La representación de la triple marginalidad de Cleo, mujer indígena de clase baja, a pesar de parecer una representación completamente opuesta a la de Sofía, mujer adinerada de clase alta, son representaciones que tienen mucho en común. Desgraciadamente, lo que las conecta es la aniquilación simbólica causada por su representación en la narrativa de la película. El término aniquilación simbólica se ha utilizado en el discurso cultural feminista para describir la falta de roles para la mujer en la televisión y también para enfatizar que la participación de la mujer en la televisión ha estado limitada a roles que reproducen el patriarcado. Sobre todo, este concepto intenta mostrar cómo esta falta de acceso a la producción visual ha influido en la exclusión de la mujer en la esfera pública. En Roma, por ejemplo, la licenciatura en bioquímica de Sofía no se menciona hasta el momento en el que este personaje tiene que buscarse la vida porque su marido dejó a la familia. Igualmente, la representación de Sofía en la película está limitada a madre abnegada o esposa. Estas son representaciones patriarcales de la mujer, son roles limitados en su conceptualización que históricamente han servido para excluir a la mujer de la vida más allá del hogar. Y como ya mencionado anteriormente, Roma, por su hibridación de géneros, es una herramienta de producción cultural enormemente efectiva. Es importante tener en mente que parte de lo que está tratando de hacer esta representación es mostrar la cultura machista. Aún así, Roma no llega a alcanzar el aspecto reivindicativo que es tan necesario para que no contribuya a la reproducción de patrones de opresión. Esto se debe a los factores que explicaré a continuación. El concepto aniquilación simbólica en los cuerpos subalternos se utiliza en la ponencia para describir las representaciones estereotipadas de subalternos, la cual los obliga a participar en su propia opresión por medio de la ceguera ideológica impuesta sobre ellos. En la película, Cleo se representa como una mujer indígena que es explotada por su familia, por una familia de clase alta, y sin embargo, Cleo les da su completa dedicación. El filósofo Zizek explica que esta dedicación se debe a que Cleo no es consciente de su opresión, lo que él llama ceguera ideológica. La mujer subalterna en Roma nunca tiene un momento en la narrativa de conciencia sobre su posición como persona explotada por un sistema racista, patriarcal y capitalista. Esta posición de ingenuidad y falta de oposición hasta estas estructuras opresivas de parte de personas subalternas son patrones en el cine. Esto significa que del mismo modo que la falta de representaciones de la mujer fuera de las estructuras opresivas contribuyó a su marginalización, asimismo, la falta de representaciones subversivas desde el punto de vista de los subalternos contribuye a su discriminación. Igual de problemático es que estas representaciones creadas alrededor de la ceguera ideológica hacen que la identidad del subalterno se construya a partir de la otredad. En el libro Black Feminist Thought, Patricia Hill Collins explora cómo la creación de estereotipos de mujeres negras en Estados Unidos, a los cuales ella llama imágenes controladoras, contribuye con la perpetuación de matrices de dominación. Utilizaré la teoría de Collins sobre las imágenes como medios necesarios para la preservación del sistema de opresión en el análisis de Roma, no para equiparar luchas entre comunidades negras y comunidades indígenas, sino para utilizar el concepto de la imagen como medio de control. Collins explica que las intersecciones de opresión entre clase, género, raza y sexualidad no podrían existir sin una justificación ideológica establecida y aceptada por la sociedad. La creación de imágenes controladoras cumple el rol de justificar los estereotipos que estructuran y normalizan los sistemas y conductas dominantes. Uno de los ejemplos que ella da es el de las mamis. Estas son mujeres que se encargan de criar a los niños de familias pudientes y de las cuales se espera una entrega completa y desinteresada hacia las familias para las que trabajan. Las mamis se caracterizan por su actitud maternal, cariñosa y sobre todo asexual. Esta imagen ha servido históricamente para controlar la sexualidad y la independencia económica de la mujer negra en los Estados Unidos. Las niñeras en Latinoamérica tienen una imagen muy parecida a las de las mamis. Las niñeras son, por lo general, mujeres pobres que vienen de pueblos pequeños o comunidades indígenas que son contratadas para criar a los hijos de familias acomodadas. Cleo cumple casi toda la descripción de cómo debe ser una mami. Ella es fiel a la familia, su función es criar a los niños de la casa y su personalidad en la narrativa de la película es maternal, cariñosa y dócil. La imagen controladora de la niñera latina es una manera de justificar la explotación económica de la mujer subalterna en una sociedad capitalista. Para concluir mi argumento, es evidente el aporte que Roma ha hecho al cine mundial. Es una película que ha logrado crear un espacio de reflexión crítica sobre estructuras de poder. Es más, hizo que las élites en sociedades clasistas y patriarcales, que históricamente han ignorado las inequidades sociales por conveniencia propia, se sienten 2 horas a ver las matrices de dominación y explotación de las que son parte. En otras palabras, Roma dio visibilidad mundial a las redes de explotación en Latinoamérica. Ahora, la representación de la mujer subalterna en la narrativa reproduce patrones de opresión y por lo tanto justifica estructuras de dominación en la sociedad. Ya que Roma no cuenta con un planteamiento reivindicativo inequívoco, no puede leerse como una herramienta subversiva para el desmantelamiento de matrices de opresión. En conclusión, esta ponencia subraya, en primer lugar, el impacto social de las maneras en que representamos a las comunidades marginadas en la cultura audiovisual. Incluso aún más importante es el aporte que este ensayo hace al integrar temas centrales en los estudios sobre el cine latinoamericano de últimas décadas, con las conversaciones académicas sobre la representación contemporánea de la mujer subalterna en el contexto de Estados Unidos. Eso es todo. Muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Valeria, a Meralis y a Jesús también. Vamos a abrir el espacio para hacerle preguntas a nuestros ponentes. Así es que si usted tiene alguna pregunta, por favor, se puede quitar el mudo, le hace una pregunta a la persona a la que usted quiera dirigirle, ¿no?, su cuestionamiento, o lo puede hacer por el chat escribiendo su pregunta y lo podemos leer por acá.
Hola, buenos días.
Hola.
Soy mamá de Jesús Maldonado. Me da mucho gusto estar aquí con ustedes y escuchar todos estos análisis que están haciendo. Se me hacen súper interesantes. Disculpen el chongo, pero bueno, estoy acá desde México, en Monterrey. No sé si todos me puedan saber el español, si no cambio a inglés, en dado caso. Pero bueno, primero que nada, felicidades por esto que hacen. Se me hace fabuloso el hecho que hagan este ciclo de análisis como tipo conferencia, exposición, congreso, como tipo congresos chiquitos. Felicidades. Pude escuchar a Jesús porque me metí a las 11:15 y a Valeria, y me encanta aparte que se hayan hecho referencia a la película Roma, que es mexicana, a final de cuentas. Entonces, qué orgullo que puedan analizar una película con tal impacto y que lo tengan en cuenta. Y bueno, en el caso de lo que Jesús expuso, Mis comentarios básicamente pues no es una pregunta, sino nomás es como ahondar un poquito en el tema que se me hizo súper interesante. Tengo dos ejemplos, uno muy específico a la parte española, en donde ese control de la sociedad es evidente, y viene desde siglos, siempre lo hemos sabido de siglos atrás. Pero en específico me refiero al papel de Isabel, la reina católica, en donde ella fue la reina. Yo creo que más bien fue por estrategia, pero bajo el control del poder masculino. Entonces volvemos otra vez a esa parte de la parte masculina buscando el control por medio estratégicamente de una persona femenina, y que aparte le tocaba en teoría dentro de su línea sucesoria, de alguna forma, ¿no? Entonces, en donde Isabel comprueba que realmente el papel se puede hacer igual o mejor que, en dado caso, más bien igual, porque no podemos decir mejor, todas las personas es el hecho de esa, básicamente ese reconocimiento de que la persona humana, independientemente de su género, puede desempeñar cualquier papel en la sociedad sin que un género tenga que controlar al otro. Ese es uno de los ejemplos en donde también puedo ahondar. Y el segundo es aquí en México. Aquí en México, justo después de la conquista, iniciada por la reina Isabel, después de los intentos de otros países también de venir a las Indias, en donde le da a Cristóbal Colón el sí, para venir a México, para venir a conquistar las Indias, y que se topa con un continente en medio. Hernán Cortés, que es el que llega después de Cristóbal Colón a colonizar México, se enamora de la Malinche. No sé si alguien haya escuchado sobre la Malinche, que es ¿verdad? Nativa de México, ¿no? Y en donde existe un control de alguna forma especial sobre Hernán Cortés. Seguramente los españoles han de haber estado muy preocupados por ese control que ejercía la Malinche sobre Hernán Cortés, hasta que yo creo que tuvieron que apagar ese control, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, es un poquito relacionado al tema que Jesús exponía en su análisis, en donde hay muchos ejemplos en donde la mujer destaca por esos detalles, en donde busca esa igualdad desde hace muchísimos años, y en donde sigue siendo a lo mejor apagada por como lo que platicaba Jesús en ese análisis, tratando de buscar el control sobre la mujer, y que funja menos dentro de la sociedad, o aparezca menos. ¿Me explico? ¿Estoy en lo correcto, Jesús? No sé si estoy bien o verdad. Tengo que ver la Regenta entonces ahora, que no la he visto. Pero bueno, dime tú si estoy más o menos bien con mis comparaciones y comentarios sobre esto. ¿Alguien más? Perdón que no era pregunta, más bien era una adición. Es un complemento a otros ejemplos a nivel mundial.
No, pues la verdad sí siento que, o sea, el reconocimiento de la historia de este tipo de instituciones y las personas que invitan ese tipo de control es muy importante de reconocer, y creo que los trabajos que Meralis, Valeria y yo hicimos reconocen eso muy bien. La herencia de toda esta historia del colonialismo informa mucho a cómo los individuos nos formamos y cómo actuamos en el día con día. Entonces, siento que le da un poquito más de contexto a las presentaciones de todos.
No, profesor Fares.
Qué bueno es ver familias a la distancia. Este Zoom tiene sus ventajas a veces, ¿no? Bienvenidos, bienvenidas a todos y todas. Yo tengo una preguntita para Meralis. Si nos puedes contar un poco los planes para el verano en Puerto Rico, qué artistas o movimientos o ciudades piensas integrar en tu proyecto.
Sí, muchas gracias por la pregunta. Son dos proyectos actualmente, no solamente uno. Uno se enfoca específicamente en el espacio de exhibición, no solamente el museo, pero sino hay mucho performance de barrio, como hemos visto en Puerto Rico. No me puedo enfocar en solamente el espacio de exhibición del museo, específicamente cuando estamos hablando del arte performance que existe en Puerto Rico, que muchas veces se ve desarrollado en protestas. Si unos años atrás estaban viendo las protestas después del huracán María y también, no del huracán María, pero sino del gobernador Pierluisi, que lo votaron. No, Pierluisi, perdón. Rosselló, muchas gracias. Que lo votaron básicamente públicamente, ¿verdad? Fue una celebración grande. Esas son maneras o diferentes artes performance que yo considero como artes performance que voy a analizar. Y el segundo proyecto se enfoca más en la representación del cuerpo femenino en Puerto Rico. Claro que intento a viajar a Loíza, a Ponce, a diferentes centros culturales en Puerto Rico, en donde se ve mucho la bomba y la plena, artistas puertorriqueñas también. Y ya me he empezado a poner en contacto con activistas puertorriqueñas y puertorriqueños y puertorriqueñas que están en la isla y en la diáspora también haciendo su trabajo, también para recibir guianza de ellos para desarrollar todos estos temas. Ahora mismo ese es el intento, ya que COVID tiene su propia, tú sabes, manera de venir y interrumpir ciertos planes. Ese es el plan, pero sí creo que va a cambiar un poquito, ¿no? Los ejemplos que uso.
Ok, buenas tardes, buenos días, son las 11:54. Todavía Puerto Rico ya es, y en México me imagino que es hora de almuerzo. Tengo, por ejemplo, he quedado estupefacta con las grandes ponencias de cada uno de ustedes. Estoy impresionada a ser a nivel todavía undergrad, la calidad y la capacidad donde ustedes expusieron. Lo que puedo decir de cada uno de los trabajos, lo que lo hace fuerte es que ustedes utilizaron un método, no sé si saben que utilizaron un método teórico cada uno de ustedes para presentar su trabajo. Y eso es muy difícil poderlo hacer a nivel de la colonización, la resistencia, a nivel de cómo hizo Jesús, psicoanalítico, metahistógrafo, que es una cosa muy difícil también de poder hacer. Y Valeria pues hizo un trabajo increíble que tiene que ver mucho con las intersectionalities en cuanto a lo que es la opresión, pero algo que ella hizo fue que también trajo esa disyuntiva entre lo que es la resistencia al poder. Muchas personas usan a Foucault, pero tú utilizaste a Patricia, que fue un trabajo muy difícil, pero quiero decir que estoy totalmente sorprendida del gran resultado. Quiero decirles que sigan haciendo este trabajo, tienen, me imagino que grandes profesores, mentores para poder hacer todo esto, y que realmente pues me siento también muy contenta porque no siempre la facultad tiene la oportunidad de venir y ver las presentaciones. Así Zoom nos ha dado esta oportunidad, posiblemente esto es lo bueno del COVID, aunque no hay nada bueno en cuanto al COVID, y básicamente pues quiero también felicitar a otros padres que también pudieron aquí dar sus comentarios. Nuevamente este es su espacio, nosotros somos los que estamos aquí viéndoles crecer, y eso es bien importante para nosotros como padres. Así que bravo a todos.
Emmeline, ¿usted tenía alguna pregunta?
Sí, pues primero felicidades a todos, súper buenas presentaciones. Y mi pregunta es para Valeria. No sé si podrías hablar un poco de qué opinas o sea, ¿cómo crees que sería la diferencia si Roma no fuera esta mezcla de géneros como es? O sea, ¿cómo crees que sería diferente el impacto si no fuera así?
Hola. Gracias por la pregunta. Bueno, creo que una de las cosas interesantes de Roma es que pudo como crear, ¿verdad?, esta ambigüedad, y a mí me gusta bastante. Ahora, el problema, no, ni siquiera es un problema, pero uno tiene que ser muy consciente que con esta ambigüedad de ficción y documental, necesita una parte reivindicativa, en donde muestre en las maneras que se reproducen estructuras de opresión, pero que también diga, de esta manera, o sea, como por ejemplo, no perpetuando la ceguera ideológica en el subalterno, ya hubiera cambiado muchísimo como la película está hecha. Entonces no necesariamente cambiaría que sea como cine documental y cine memoria, sino que cambiaría más bien cómo se representa al subalterno.
Profesora Tapia.
Sí, yo tengo una primera pregunta para Jesús sobre el asunto del pastiche, ¿no? Y de esa comparación que tú has hecho de este tipo de adaptación cinematográfica de una obra literaria, que es algo que hacen mucho las televisiones públicas, ¿no? En muchos países, pero incluyendo España y, por supuesto, el Reino Unido. Y este es un género que se está cultivando muchísimo. Ahora en streaming, en Netflix, muchas de estas series que son hiper populares son de tipo histórico o pseudo-histórico, ¿no? Y de diferente nivel intelectual, ¿no? De cuestionar el pasado o no. No sé si entonces tú al observar y ver estas series, ¿no? De The Crown y tantas otras, ¿no? ¿Cuál está? Bueno, muchísimas, no podría. ¿Qué te parece a ti? ¿Cuál sería ese impacto o potencial de este género para crear un diálogo sobre estos temas sobre los que tú has estado hablando, ¿no? De control de cuerpo, de cuestiones de biopolítica, cuestiones políticas? Porque hay shows que tienen más potencial de crear ese diálogo político, cuestionador, y otros que no tanto, que son simplemente un caramelo cultural. ¿Cuál es tú, como espectador, ¿no? Como consumidor de este tipo de cultura, cuáles son tus impresiones?
Esto ya va a ser completamente tipo mi opinión y mi experiencia, pero creo que como espectador al ver alguna serie o película con tipo género histórico o pastiche, se crea como que una distancia entre mi vida personal y la vida de otros o la vida del pasado. Y como que se hace fantástica o se ficcionaliza, aunque sea una película realística y cosas así. Entonces siento que como que este tipo de géneros aclara ciertas problemáticas de género, de racismo, de sexualidad o cualquier tema política que se presente por ese distanciamiento o esa ficcionalidad de un pasado histórico. No sé si eso responde a tu pregunta, pero eso es lo que siento y además, o sea, amo de ver este tipo de películas porque como que me transportan al igual. Entonces como que saca al espectador de lo que se está viviendo y puede como que vivir y entender cosas de una manera completamente diferente. Y de tal manera, así la ficción y el cine, ya sea o ficción literaria o cinemática, puede como que brindar una oportunidad para, no sé, expandirse.
Bueno, yo tengo preguntas para los tres ponentes, pero quería hacer una pregunta primero a Meralis sobre su presentación, que me parece que tiene mucho potencial y que está en proceso de manera exitosa. Pero tenía unas preguntas, Meralis, en torno a ciertas ausencias que noté en su presentación. Por ejemplo, no vi el velorio de ayer allí, ¿no? Y quizás tiene que ver por el periodo en el que se publica el velorio de ayer. Pero también en ese, no, porque usted dice algo importante en su presentación, ¿no? Que la colonización es un proceso continuo. Es cierto eso, ¿no? Pero entonces, de momento, hay como una ausencia entre el Acta Jones, ¿verdad?, de 1917 y la Junta de Control Fiscal en el 2019, ¿verdad? Entonces, ahí como casi hay un siglo, ¿no? De ausencia. Y entre esas ausencias también me llamó la atención no ver el arte público, ¿no? Representado ahí, ¿no? Y el arte público, eso está en todas partes, en San Juan, en Ponce, en Guaynabo, en Bayamón, desde Viquismo hasta Sofía Maldonado, ¿no? Toda esta gente que está constantemente interviniendo el espacio público en Puerto Rico. Entonces quería como así cucarla un poquito con esas ausencias, para que usted me comente qué piensa y por qué todavía esas ausencias quizás.
Sí, y es una conversación que tuve mucho con mi mamá, porque mi mamá dijo, lo tienes que incluir, y yo no, y lo hice intencionalmente porque el velorio de Oyer es una obra súper importante que merece sus propios 20 minutos de discutir. Yo creo, ¿verdad? Hay muchas cosas. Yo he analizado esa obra, creo que casi todos los días, porque aprendo algo nuevo, siempre hay algo que no he notado. Y para el velorio no la incluí por el tiempo verdaderamente en cual se produce, porque hay diferentes cosas y diferentes elementos sociopolíticos que tendría que mencionar y hablar, y tomaría no solamente tiempo, pero no me daría la oportunidad de, por ejemplo, hablar de Rafael Tufiño en sus otras dos obras, ¿verdad? Fue un compromiso que tuve que hacer y sí lo incluí en mi ensayo que presenté en la clase de profesor Fares y en otras clases también, pero por esta presentación verdaderamente fue por el tiempo. Y traté de mencionar el velorio como pude, pero yo dije, bueno, solamente tengo 20 minutos y hasta hoy me fui un poquito sobre esos 20 minutos, pero tienes razón, es una obra sumamente importante que habla y retrata estas discusiones de la representación de la identidad puertorriqueña, ya que es un retrato del desarrollo nuevo que vemos en el 2019, en el siglo XXI, ¿verdad? Es el empezar, el génesis de esa conversación en la manera en cual yo estoy observando a cómo está dialogando el velorio con diferentes artistas y diferentes artistas dialogando con el velorio. En cuanto del arte público, ese arte lo voy a incluir en mi presentación en mayo 2022, porque creo que me va a ayudar más para las ideas que quiero desarrollar en esa presentación. En esta presentación me quise enfocar mucho en los diferentes elementos que se consideran al principio de estas conversaciones, o si no, a mitades de estas conversaciones, ¿verdad? Porque no sé verdaderamente cuál es el principio y cuál es el final de estas conversaciones, porque siempre están pasando. Son cosas que no incluí a propósito, porque son cosas que todavía estoy pensando y observando, ¿verdad? Fue intencional y muchas gracias por preguntarme, porque fue algo que hice a propósito, no para ser mala, pero para decir, hay estos gaps, ¿verdad? Estos espacios en mi propio análisis que todavía no me he sentado y no me, tú sabes, discutido en mi propia mente, ¿verdad? En el monólogo interno que tengo. Yeah.
Profesora Tapia, ¿tiene otra pregunta?
Sí, esta pregunta es para Valeria, ¿no? Sobre Roma, de Alfonso Cuarón, y esa tensión, ¿no? Que tú declaras, ¿no? Que tú muestras en tu ponencia, de que es una película con potencial, ¿no? Presenta esos sistemas de explotación y opresión, pero no hay un cuestionamiento efectivo. Y yo quería sacar a colación una entrevista de Alfonso Cuarón, en la cual él habla, ¿no? Del rol de estas nanas, niñeras mexicanas en su propia vida, de las familias como la suya, de cómo esta película es de su propia memoria, ¿no? Y que es el pago de una deuda, ¿no? Lo cual es un concepto bien complicado. Es el pago de una deuda hacia Libo en su caso, pero hacia a quien Libo representa también. Y no recuerdo si es en esa entrevista o en otra, también habla de que él se considera como descendiente de Luis Buñuel, en la manera en que él presenta a personajes marginales, marginalizados, poner algún tipo de distancia, ¿no? Y entonces yo veo una tensión en esa entrevista, porque cuando él habla de Cleo, el personaje de Cleo, dice que es un personaje heroico, que dice que estaría totalmente en desacuerdo, ¿no? Como tú has dicho en tu ponencia, personaje heroico. La heroicidad de ella es su servicio y su sacrificio por la familia, y eso sería heroico. Y sin embargo, en el cine de Buñuel, no hay personajes heroicos, ¿no? Entonces, cuando Cuarón dice que el ir y venir y ese movimiento constante de Cleo, cuando están todos los personajes sentados y ella de pie, ella es la que se mueve, ¿no?, de lado a lado de la ciudad, etcétera, que eso es un movimiento heroico, como una peripecia, ¿no?, heroica. Sin embargo, los personajes de Buñuel, como los de otras películas latinoamericanas, simplemente van y vienen por la ciudad en un ir y venir sin sentido hacia la nada, ¿no?, en esa distancia crítica que pone Buñuel. Entonces, ¿tú cómo lo ves? ¿Estás de acuerdo? Entonces, es como que él parece que hace una cosa con su película y dice otra cosa con sus palabras, ¿no? Hay una tensión ahí, en que parece él que a veces es muy consciente de la limitación de la película en cuanto a ese potencial de representación, y otras veces es como que se engaña a sí mismo. ¿Cuál sería tu opinión sobre esto?
Pues yo creo que como él explica, el ir y venir como un movimiento heroico, por ejemplo, para mí es una romantización de una estructura opresiva. Porque, ¿qué significa? Literalmente, ¿qué está haciendo la persona en el ir y venir? ¿Por qué está haciendo ese ir y venir? ¿Verdad? Entonces, pues sí, estoy de acuerdo en que es muy distinto en lo que él quiere hacer y es muy emotivo el, el, el enfoque que está tomando Cuarón, pero no puede pasar por lo que ya he explicado en el ensayo. Entonces sí, creo que no, hay una incongruencia ahí que no.
Gracias.
Bueno, yo tengo una pregunta para Jesús. Jesús, me llamaba la atención, ¿no?, ciertas cosas que usted menciona sobre la memoria del pasado, la mirada al presente y al futuro. Y de momento seguía yo pensando en la movida. No sé si usted conoce la movida. La movida fue un movimiento contracultural, ¿verdad?, que se da en la España, en la transición de la España posfranquista, y más o menos finaliza en la década del 1980. Y la movida, que a lo mejor a usted le interese mirar cómo se dio, porque es un movimiento de verdad fascinante y divertido, un poco como que va contracorriente de las manifestaciones del deseo y de la sexualidad que aparecen en la regenta, en las representaciones de la regenta. Claro, yo quería saber si usted tenía, no sé, si se le ocurre algo en torno a cómo es posible que coexista, ¿no?, este tipo de representación como el de la regenta, ya juntito, pegadito a movimientos así contraculturales y revolucionarios como el de la movida. ¿Usted qué cree? ¿Por qué será?
No conozco el movimiento, pero sí recuerdo que al estudiar el contexto histórico de España se hablaba mucho sobre las dos Españas, como había un poder ultra conservador y un poder ultra progresivo que siempre estaban en conflicto entre sí. Entonces no me sorprende que haya habido un movimiento cultural al mismo tiempo que se estaba rodando La Regenta, casi, porque si fue a finales de los 80s, la película salió en el 95 y es una nada, ¿sabes? Y en el proceso de que la nación se está como que recreando, como que tampoco o reestructurando y construyéndose, no me sorprende que haya tanto tumulto ideológico, ¿verdad? Porque como que los ciudadanos como que quieren poder participar en la formación del Estado, ¿verdad? Quieren poder verse reflejar de alguna manera y poder como que informar cómo va a ser su vida, ¿verdad? Y creo que eso es un tema pues, grande, pero al igual específico que todos nosotros también hacemos, ¿verdad? O sea, queremos poder participar y poder compartir nuestras ideas, ya sean contraculturales o culturales, pero el punto es que sucede, me imagino que suceden ese tipo de movimientos porque hay ideologías que están luchando entre sí durante esos procesos nacionales. Gracias por la pregunta y por la recomendación de ver la movida.
¿Alguna última pregunta que tenga nuestra audiencia? Bueno, Miriam. Ajá. Última pregunta, Miriam.
Sí, bueno, esta pregunta en general era un poco más curiosidad y esto, Meralis, el trabajo excelente. Bueno, yo vengo de lingüística, así que obviamente toda esta parte artística pues no la domino al detalle, ¿no? Pero me gustaría saber un poco tu opinión acerca de cómo se transforma o cómo viaja esta idea, esta imagen de la mujer puertorriqueña en espacios en donde no es la isla, por ejemplo en Estados Unidos, o cómo lo ves, cuál es tu opinión acerca de esto.
Wow, es una pregunta, muchas gracias por la pregunta. Y es una pregunta que me hace pensar mucho para simplificar, vemos a Jennifer López como la representación de la mujer puertorriqueña tú sabes, en el contexto americano, ¿verdad? Por sobresimplificar. Pero cuando estamos hablando de mujeres que anteceden a Jennifer López, como Celestina, la hermana del maestro, ¿verdad? Puertorriqueño, es una mujer puertorriqueña que yo no sabía que existió hasta que empecé este proyecto, ¿verdad? Es mencionada aquí y por aquí en diferentes momentos. Y creo que cuando estamos viendo esta imagen y este cuerpo de la mujer puertorriqueña viajar y existir en la isla y en Puerto Rico, vemos estas diferencias entre una Celestina y una Jennifer López, ¿verdad? La versión de la mujer puertorriqueña que vende, ¿verdad? J-Lo vende mucho, ¿verdad? Su carrera es extensa, pero Celestina es una parte es una representación del cuerpo femenino puertorriqueño y más su participación en esta conversación que yo creo que no se ve o se discute mucho específicamente en el contexto de los Estados Unidos. Y creo que eso viene mucho de mi experiencia en los Estados Unidos como mujer puertorriqueña y cómo he aprendido de mujeres puertorriqueñas o mujeres latinoamericanas en la historia. Es una pregunta que espero desarrollar y pensar y hasta compartir con esta respuesta que acabo de dar, ¿verdad? Este verano. Es una pregunta que si tienes recomendaciones, por favor, de literatura, es algo que estoy estudiando, me encantaría saber.
Bueno, ahí le dejo una recomendación, Meralis, para que las vaya consultando a esas artistas contemporáneas puertorriqueñas, las nietas de Nono, que las mire por ahí. Bueno, gracias a todos por estar con nosotros hoy. Espero que pasen un feliz sábado. Muchísimas gracias a nuestros ponentes por su trabajo y su dedicación y por su valentía. Un abrazo a todos y que estén muy bien. Felicidades, estudiantes.
Gracias por la invitación. Felicidades a todos.
Okay, so the Harrison Symposium is something that has been going on at Lawrence for quite some time. It was named after the late Richard Harrison in 1998. And the Harrison Symposium is something that showcases the wide-ranging research and creative activity undertaken by Lawrence students in the social sciences, the humanities, and in other programs, including film studies, ethnic studies, and gender studies.
Great. Well, thank you. I'd again like to reiterate all of the thank you that I know there's been a lot of hard work that has gone into that, and I'd like to acknowledge all of that and for this opportunity. My name is Jeremy Bruton. I'm a junior here at Lawrence. Last winter term, I took a class with Professor David Gerard in the economics department. It was titled The Political Economy of Regulation. And in that class, I had written a paper called Assessing the Economic Theory of Regulation in the context of deregulation in the United States in the 1970s. So just some quick background information. During the late 1970s in the United States, there was widespread deregulation in a whole host of industries. So the railroad industry, which had really been famously regulated in the late 19th century with the Interstate Commerce Act, was deregulated twice in 1976 and again in 1980. Likewise, the airline industry was deregulated in 1978. So deregulation that brought about, it reduced barriers to entry and made the airlines more competitive. The trucking industry was also deregulated in 1980 with the Motor Carrier Act, and again, did very similar things to the airline industry. It reduced restrictions on wages and removed other types of barriers to entry. So the common explanation as to why did all of this deregulation occur in such a relatively short period of time between around 1976 to 1981, the common explanation goes that at the time there was concerns regarding stagflation. So stagflation is this idea of simultaneous high inflation paired with stagnant economic growth. And there was also just somewhat of a shift in public opinion around the time in the United States that became a little more weary of government intervention in general. And that's really how the common explanation goes, but there's a couple issues with the common explanation. Primarily, the deregulatory movement of the late 1970s was selective. So industries like labor contracts and healthcare actually became more regulated in the 1970s, and other industries were left untouched by deregulation. So chalking up all of this to just solely macroeconomic factors doesn't really encompass all that was going on, because the deregulation was so selective and it picked some industries and not others. And that's where the economic theory of regulation comes in. So in the early 1970s, a couple economists at the University of Chicago had developed this economic theory of regulation, and it does exactly what it says. It analyzes and assesses and comes up with a framework for understanding when and why regulatory outcomes exist. And it's based on a few key assumptions. So the first one being that politicians or regulators attempt to maximize their political support. So politicians are primarily interested in getting reelected, and as a result, they set regulatory outcomes in a way that maximizes their political capital and their political support. The second assumption is that interest groups who have stake in regulatory outcomes compete for these politicians to induce or to create the regulatory outcomes that they desire. So you might have consumer interest groups who desire lower, more competitive prices, who would be in the interest of deregulation. And you also have producers who would be in the favor at the time of persisting barriers to entry that limited competition so that they could sell more at a monopoly price and make more excess profit. And that is the third assumption, is that this process then is redistributive. So I think it's a little more illustrative on the graph visually. So if we look at the y-axis, we have the excess industry profits in any given industry. This is just an example industry, and we have the price on the x-axis, so the equilibrium price in that industry. So P of M represents the monopoly price. This is what companies want to sell at in order to maximize their profit. They want to sell here at this monopoly price, and that usually comes from persisting regulation that keeps up barriers to entry and limits competition within the industry. Consumers, therefore, also benefit from more of a competitive price, lower prices, and more accessibility to goods, and thus favor deregulation most of the time that allows competition to lower prices and increase the accessibility to goods. So the idea is that politicians then set their price somewhere around this PR. So this curve is the politician's utility curve, and they will set that tangent to the regulation curve, and they'll set this price at a spot that maximizes their political support between consumers and producers. So the consumers, in the way of voting, that's how they can express their political support, and producers can express their political support through lobbying politicians in a sense and providing financial support or advertising support. And that is essentially how regulatory outcomes persist according to the economic theory. So when does deregulation then occur? So deregulation then occurs when the overall wealth in an industry decreases. So the idea is, in order for producers to influence politicians into providing regulatory outcomes, they need to have a requisite political wealth or financial wealth to do so. So when the total wealth within an industry declines, they no longer have this capacity to influence politicians to provide regulatory outcomes that are desirable for them, and that is when deregulation occurs according to the economic theory. So really the first part of my research was how did it do? I wanted to know how well did it explain it, and the results were somewhat mixed. So for example, it performed well in certain industries. The railroad industry is kind of a case in point study of the economic theory working. So the railroad industry, prior to it being deregulated in 1976, there was the introduction of the interstate highway system and this viable alternative in the shipping and processing of goods within the trucking industry. And as a result, the demand within the railroad industry and the demand for railroads, particularly to ship products, was greatly diminished. So those corporations and companies within the railroad industry who used to be enjoying excess profits from regulation no longer had the capability and the capacity to lobby politicians to sustain regulation, and deregulation followed. However, if the railroad industry is this resounding success for the economic theory, the trucking industry is a resounding defeat. Prior to the regulation deregulation, of the trucking industry, the companies within the trucking industry were still producing large political rents. They were still making large excess profits, and they still had the capacity to lobby politicians, and they still had the demand for regulation within that industry. There was opposition from the American Trucking Association and the Teamsters Labor Union, who vigorously opposed deregulation. So much so that actually the president of the Teamsters Labor Union at the time was found guilty on charges of attempting to bribe the chair of the Senate Oversight Committee, who was at the time overlooking regulation in the trucking industry. So this is an example of the economic theory not working all that great, because you had a high demand still for regulation to persist, and you had companies that had the capability to influence, in a sense, politicians to keep that regulation. So that leads me into kind of the crux of my paper, was why were these results mixed? what was the economic theory of regulation missing, and why was it not this all-encompassing theory of regulatory reform? And I have essentially two arguments that and two limitations of the economic theory that hinder its ability to explain regulatory outcomes. And the first is the economic theory, it asserts that the regulatory outcomes are, they occur because of this binary relationship between interest groups and regulators. So the interest groups would be those companies in the trucking industry that wanted regulation, and the regulators are the politicians that maximize political support within the model. The problem with lumping all of these different actors and groups together as one regulators is simply that these regulatory outcomes are more complex. They include many different actors. There's, at least within the United States, there's a president, a Congress, courts, regulatory agencies, and all of these actors have different capacities, they have different interests, they have different responsibilities, and essentially they all have different power. They all have different power structures, and they all have more influence over the decisions and the regulatory outcomes that persist. Which leads me into my second point, which is somewhat interrelated, but in terms of regulatory outcomes, institutional structures matter. How we structure our decisions, who makes those decisions, can impact the outcome. And when you have this interaction between different groups who each have different power, they each have different capabilities and capacities to influence the decision, by ignoring those, you ignore a large part of why these regulatory outcomes occur the way that they do. And this was essentially what the economic theory was missing. To make this a bit more concrete, I'll go through an example of some of the supply side institutional factors in explaining trucking deregulation that really did not fit under the economic theory. So as I had said earlier, trucking was an industry that had high support. There was high demand for continued regulation among different companies that were benefiting from increased barriers to entry. So what is a way that we could explain this with institutional factors and this idea of interrelated power and individual and individual group actors working in different interests? So prior to the Motor Carrier Act of 1980, which deregulated the trucking industry, the Carter administration was desperate to gain public support. So there was high inflation, there was a stagnant economy, and prior to the election of 1980, the Carter administration wanted to do something to exemplify to the public that they were taking care of the economic blunders at the time. So what they did was they removed ICC commissioners who were opposed to deregulation. So the ICC was the Interstate Commerce Commission, who was in charge at that time of overseeing regulatory reforms for the trucking industry. And what the Carter administration did was it removed ICC commissioners who were opposed to deregulation, and it also implemented a chair of the ICC who was very pro-deregulation. More importantly, and is probably a better example of how these institutional structures can matter, the Carter administration cut the agency's commissioner count down from 11 to 7. So what they did by cutting the count down from 11 to 7 is they fundamentally changed the regulatory playing field. The decision was not made in the same way under 7 commissioners as it would have been made under 11. And this is really what the economic theory is limited by, is it doesn't consider how we make regulatory decisions. Who makes them and how we make them is important. And although the interests of those within the trucking industry remained, those had held constant. And although the capabilities of these interest groups had held constant, by understanding the institutions and the supply side factors that underlie a lot of these regulatory outcomes, we're better able to see how these outcomes emerge, because the playing field can change and because different actors have different power. If the Carter administration did not have the capabilities to cut the agency's commissioner count from 11 to 7, the outcome of regulatory reform within trucking might have been vastly different. And that was essentially the major finding of my paper, was just this idea that institutional factors matter, and the capabilities that are afforded to different individuals and different groups under institutions can influence regulatory outcomes. So why should we care? Why does this matter? Why should we understand regulation and understand why institutional structures matter relative to regulatory reform? Well, over the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, companies such as Google, Facebook, Amazon, Apple will really be in the public eye. They'll be in public policy discourse and economics discourse as to how we should handle large tech corporations that influence and hold high amounts of cultural and political influence. And understanding how these regulatory outcomes will be very important to evaluating the efficacy of these outcomes, how evaluating the equability and the justice within these regulatory outcomes. It will be important to understand who's making the decisions and how those decisions are made. Because if we just focus on the demand of interest groups and we just focus on the demands that conflict with one another, and we just lump all regulators in as one broad group of politicians, we fail to see that different individuals and different groups hold different power under the current US institutional structure. And understanding how certain individuals become those decision makers will be important to understanding how good of a job we're doing in terms of equity and in terms of justice within these outcomes. Understanding how the representation and how representative these outcomes are is fundamentally altered by who the decision makers are and how much power each decision maker has. And if we just look at demands of interest groups and we just look at this one broad sense of politicians, we fail to see this regulatory playing field and the institutional structures that really determine a lot of these regulatory outcomes. And in order to make better regulatory decisions and in order to better understand these regulatory decisions, it will be vital for us to understand all of the institutional consequences and all the institutional structures that underlie these decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeremy. We have a few minutes for questions. I have a few questions, but I'll open it up to other folks if anybody else here has a question for Jeremy. Jeremy, I'm a religious studies professor. I don't think I've taken an econ class since 11th grade. So thank you for this. This was really clear. I noticed in your slide and what you were talking about, you were talking about these internet companies, you had the logos for Apple and Google and Facebook and Amazon up. And I know that's been a huge issue, especially with these tech companies. But I'm wondering if this research that you did can be applied to other industries as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Another one that really comes to mind that'll be in the forefront of public discourse is environmental policy. Regulation within the environment and environmental policy, and the same applies that we're addressing issues that are fundamentally different than what a monopoly was, say, 15, 20, 30 years ago, where we were discussing pricing issues, and now we're discussing more cultural influence in the environment. And these are fundamentally different issues than, say, the Standard Oil monopoly of the 19th century. These are vastly different, and it will be important to understand who has a seat at the regulatory table to make these regulatory outcomes, and really who is making these decisions, and how we how our institutions put different people in different spots to make different decisions, so that we can understand how representative these issues are, because the environment and these large tech companies will have immeasurable consequences in the near future, and they already are today. So understanding who is making those decisions and how our institutions are set up in a way as to how representative are they currently will be interesting questions and worth considering in the near future and into the distant future as well.
That's great. That's fascinating. Yeah, it's interesting to think about the environmental implications of all of this.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. I'm just curious, from your own experience of doing this research and working on this intensive sort of project, what was the most surprising thing that you came across in your research?
I think just this idea that the idea of regulation has really changed quite drastically over the last 40 and 50 years. And the tech companies today, we're really not talking about pricing decisions anymore. So old monopolies, it was thought that we were talking about excess profits, and we were talking about how can we make industries more competitive, and how do we help consumers. But like, for example, Amazon poses a really different challenge. Amazon has been very beneficial for consumers, and the concern regarding Amazon isn't necessarily pricing or the accessibility of goods, but it's this cultural influence and this cultural power, and understanding again who makes those decisions and how those come to be will be important. And I think it was really surprising to see that we're addressing really different issues today than we were 40 and 50 years ago. And it's really evolved into more of a cultural, political, and like I said, with the environment, it's much more wide reaching, and it's much more interdisciplinary than it was 50 years ago, when we were just talking in pure economics with math and the pricing decisions of companies and how much profit is too much profit for each company. It's much broader now, and the decisions will have to include a much broader focus and a lot broader voice from a lot of different areas and studies and communities. These are different issues that will require much different solutions in the near future.
Wow, that's really fascinating. So you said you're a junior, correct?
Yes. Yep.
So do you have plans to do more with this particular research, or do you feel like you want to move on to do some different things?
Right now I'm probably moving on to do some different things, but I think a lot of the lessons that were learned can be applied. So over the summer I'll be working with Professor Loest in the economics department on a paper that's analyzing a truth in sentencing law in the state of Wisconsin that was passed in the early 2000s. So this is kind of more, it's a different, it's definitely a different focus now on criminal justice rather than regulatory outcomes. But yeah, I think that a lot of the lessons, though, and understanding who has a seat at the decision-making table will be very applicable and will apply to a lot of different areas.
That's fascinating. What's do other people have questions for Jeremy? I'm sorry. I want to give other people a chance to ask questions.
I don't have a question per se. I just wanted to say congratulations. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Really starting it off. I don't necessarily know enough about the topic to really ask questions, but I really thought it was cool the way you applied it to future companies and what we're going to do with them.
Thank you.
Jeremy, can you tell us a little bit more about this this project that you're going to work on with Professor Loest, or
yeah.
Maybe it's in early stages? I don't know.
Yeah. So I don't want to get into it too much, but in the early 2000s, Wisconsin went from they transitioned from an indeterminate sentencing structure to a determinate sentencing structure. So essentially now, and they added this thing of extended supervision. So you have to serve half of your sentence after you finish a sentence. You have to serve an extended supervised portion. And if you violate, all these different terms of conditions, you're subject to reserve the sentence. So what we're applying is this something called a regression discontinuity design to analyze the impacts on like recidivism rates of this this law. So we'll look at those who were admitted, who were subject to the law just before the law passed, and those who were admitted just after, and see how this has influenced incarceration rates and recidivism rates in the state of Wisconsin, because reincarceration rates has really skyrocketed in the last 15 years, and trying to look at causal effects of why that is and why that might be, and how we can do a better job of structuring our criminal justice system will be definitely important issues now and into the future.
That's really fascinating stuff. Well, thank you, Jeremy, and thank you for starting off this session. It was really, really interesting. I learned a lot from that.
So my project, I've been working on it all year. I'm a senior. So I'm studying African migration through South and Central America. So a little background as to why I chose this project. Last summer, I watched a PBS NewsHour segment about migration in the Darien Gap, which is a dense jungle straddling Colombia and Panama. Many of the migrants that were interviewed had started their journey on an entirely different continent. Migrants from African countries like Cameroon, Nigeria, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and Ethiopia are starting in South America, and in some cases, literally walking to the United States southern border. There are countless reasons a person or family chooses to leave their home. Many in the origin countries I studied are fleeing violence, political oppression, and climate change. While they may not have choice in leaving, they very much have a choice in where they go and how they get there. So herein lies the puzzle that I decided to go after. The path is almost 10,000 miles long and requires a minimum of 11 border crossings, not to mention the dangers of following the path of drug trafficking and the instability of Central America. So why take this path? Could it be the only option left? Are there other choices even more dangerous? My research led me to discover that there is a gap in the study of migration. In a cursory examination of the field, one would learn about the difference between forced migration and voluntary migration and how much those lines blur, especially in modern studies. One would also learn about push and pull factors, what pushes someone to leave their home, what pulls them to their destination. However, that doesn't do much for my investigation of the South American route or for the study of modern migration. To solve this problem, I'm proposing a third type of factor called through factors. I'll argue that this category, further divided into formal and informal through factors, is how researchers and policymakers can better understand how a migrant gets from their old home to their new home. With the disparities between the global north and south ever widening, the need to understand why migrants take the path they do is incredibly important. I want to first discuss formal through factors, partially because they may seem more intuitive and partially because it will help tell the story of migrants on this route to a new life. Formal through factors can best be explained as government rules, policies, and regulations that dictate how non-citizens move in, out, and within their borders. So, two types. The first through factor key to a successful voyage from Africa to the United States is a safe passage across the Atlantic. In 2008, Ecuador rewrote their constitution, opening up visa-free travel from every country on Earth. This is a really big deal. No one actually does this. Well, after a few years, visa requirements were brought back for most countries sending migrants. This brief period of open travel allowed thousands of migrants to reach the South American continent with only a flight. Since then, Brazil has also become an option for migrants seeking entry. While there are visa requirements for citizens of most African countries, the visa is fairly easy to obtain, and the country has a long-standing tradition of being accepting to asylum seekers. Moving farther north, the next big hurdle is the Darien Gap, the dense forest I mentioned before, right here. Despite an international border cutting through the jungle, there are no roads and few navigable rivers, so the Panamanian border is not enforced on the line, but rather on the edge of the trees. By then, migrants are dozens of miles into the country. The Panamanian Border Enforcement Agency, called SENAFRONT,
is partners with the United States to collect biometrics on migrants with the intention of tracking drug traffickers. Once the government collects the data, however, migrants are bused to the Costa Rican border where they wait to be admitted across the next border. The send them through method of migration management by the Panamanians is key to this route working. If the government were to send migrants back home or to Colombia, this would never become a viable choice for migration. As I alluded to on the last slide, Costa Rica works closely with Panama on migration. Costa Rica is a bit of an anomaly in Central America. With a Freedom House democracy score higher than the United States and many European countries, the strong traditions of humanitarianism and global leadership mean that the Costa Rican leg of the passage is one with support and freedom for migrants. By legalizing their status as transit migrants, travelers have access to shelters, food, and other aid. While the migrant experience in Costa Rica is not perfect by any means, it is relatively safe, and some migrants choose to suspend their trek north in favor of building a life in the small country. Like Panama, if the government policies of Costa Rica were not directed towards welfare and safe passage of migrants, then I would not even be studying this path because it wouldn't work the way it does now. Moving farther north, the next passport stamp is Nicaragua. As many of you might know, Nicaragua is pretty much everything Costa Rica is not. The Freedom House score, for reference, is a third of Costa Rica's at about 30, which places the country at the bottom of the ranking globally. For a long time, Nicaragua did not put much effort into border enforcement, as the main migration pattern was the departure of Nicaraguans towards Costa Rica. However, in 2015, Nicaragua erected a border wall, effectively cutting off the flow of migrants north. Costa Ricans responded by setting up a permanent shelter with Red Cross support, but the barrier exposed just how many migrants passed through the border region and the pressure needed to escape somehow. There was an attempt to airlift migrants over the country, however, that was short-lived. Based on more recent accounts, while the border is formally closed, a bribe to the right patrolman and the wall can be hopped over, and from there, Nicaragua is not really that much of an issue. The rest of the journey north is relatively simple and something you probably have seen on the news, as the migrants join the Central Americans on their way to the United States. Due to pressure from the United States, Mexican border enforcement has complicated movement from southern Mexico to the US border, however, it is still considered relatively easy to reach Tijuana, Matamoros, or Ciudad Juarez. From there, migrants are confronted with Border Patrol and the USCIS. Some days, as few as a dozen asylum seekers are permitted to lodge their claim in the US, creating a really big backlog and months of living in camps along the border. Again, this is something you guys have probably heard of. Recently, a combination of dropping COVID cases and a new US president, that backlog is being addressed, but it will take years before the system can adjudicate asylum claims on a more humane timeline. Formal through factors, as I've explained, are essential to the success of migration route. A border closure, like in Nicaragua or the United States, or new visa requirements can change the path or stop migration altogether. On the other hand, the domino effect of visa-free travel and safe passage policies is evident in the study of this route. So the second type of through factor that I believe plays a major role in the facilitation of migration, I'm calling informal through factors. Informal through factors are the institutions and networks that exist outside the government structure. The informal through factors found on this route include smuggling operations, counterfeit visas, and flows of information forwards and backwards along the path. Informal factors fill in the gaps left by government policies and respond to the demand for safe passage by migrants. The first notable instance of informal through factors playing a part in the route is the crossing of the Atlantic Ocean. While access to visas and visa-free travel are prevalent, it is not guaranteed. For many migrants, the options left are to enlist smugglers to travel by boat or pay for a forged visa. The water route is now known for non-seaworthy boats and a lack of protection from dangerous crews on larger vessels. Visa forgeries allow migrants to fly or book a legitimate sea passage, but the cost barrier and risks of fake papers are reasons for hesitation. Once on the South American continent, the next notable use of informal through factors is smuggling guide operations in the Darien Gap. Sometimes called coyotes, these guides take groups of migrants through the jungle on the network of trails and river crossings developed by underground transit operations. Without guides through the dense foliage, migrants get lost, kidnapped, or even killed while in the forest. Due to the association with human and drug trafficking, Panamanian authorities enforce steep penalties on the guide operators, so migrants are left to make the last few miles alone as to avoid apprehension. As dangerous as it seems to hire guides without regulation and accountability, this is part of the cost of migration, and underground institutions are key to the functionality of any route. As I mentioned before, the closed border between Nicaragua and Costa Rica presented a serious barrier to migrants moving north. Before paying off Border Patrol became a clear option, an informal path across Lake Nicaragua, which hovers right on the border with Costa Rica, formed, facilitated by local entrepreneurs in response to migrants' need to keep moving north. So private Costa Rican and Nicaraguan citizens would use their private boats and help migrants across the lake and then finally further north towards Honduras. The final notable point where informal through factors are tangible and readily studied is at the US-Mexican border. I doubt many people have not heard a story about coyotes taking migrants across the border, whether in the form of a news report on a car accident with a vehicle overpacked with migrant clientele, or government reports on the porous border in general. There are many ways in which smugglers bring migrants across the border, usually far away from formal border crossings and the watchful eye of US Border Patrol. In the case of Tijuana and San Diego, which are right across the border from each other, small fishermen from Baja have formed enterprises to take migrants up via the Pacific Ocean despite heavy monitoring by the government. The US and Nicaraguan borders, despite being formally closed, are a testimony to the power of informal through factors. There's another informal through factor that, while less tangible and far more difficult to document, is key to the whole informal network's functionality. Douglas Massey, a scholar in migration theory, proposed the network theory of migration in 1993 that states the importance of connectivity for migration from one point to another. For an extended route like this, that communication is crucial. While formal through factors might be part of public policy and some investigation accessible to potential travelers, where to find phony visas, passage across the Atlantic, or where to hire a Darien Gap guide are not exactly on TripAdvisor. The network of information sharing, be that via word of mouth or message boards between friends, are how a migration route works. There is very little information on the information networks along migration routes. However, from what I have found, they're imperfect and leave out some key facts in many cases. In an interview by PBS, for example, in the Darien, quotes a woman stating that if she had known how awful the jungle would be, she would have foregone the trip. On the other hand, I know that on some level, information is passed along the route because it is still in use and new ways of avoiding roadblocks are still appearing. By the time a migrant reaches the United States, they will have traveled across 3 continents, nearly a dozen countries depending on their country of origin, and terrain ranging from steep jungle mountains to the desert of northern Mexico. For such a complex path to actually work, one would think the stars would need to align, or that it was just a fluke and it will never continue. However, I hope that by using the framework of push, pull, and through factors, you can see that just how unlikely a path has everything required to be a viable path for migrants. Returning to my initial question, why is this a route people are taking? The answer is the complicated mixture of government policy and private entrepreneurship with a healthy spoonful of high demand by migrants. I detailed in the last 15 minutes or so. I want to say a really big thank you to Professors Borzek and Scran for all your help this past year, and to my friends and family who put up with me while I took on this project. That being said, I'm going to open it up to questions now.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions?
I have a question. For a subject that is so under-researched, how did you find the information about these routes?
So COVID was a really big issue. I think for this type of project, the best way to find the information was to go down there and actually interview migrants and experience what they're experiencing. However, obviously I could not. So there are a few researchers down there. Nakeen Winters, she has been writing blog posts, publishing articles for about 1.5 years or so with a lot of real-time information, interview with migrants. And I really probably could not have gotten through this project without some of the investigation she's been doing. Also, news reporters, especially once that PBS NewsHour segment aired, I think a lot of people also thought it was a good idea to go down there and investigate, which really gave me a lot of first-person information and a lot of interviews. So that was kind of how I did it. There was some literary basis for kind of examining the route, but it was really digging for those news articles. And like I said, with the information networks, I know they're there. I know they're probably on WhatsApp. I know they're probably on some other forums. I didn't find them. And I don't know how long it would take to find them, but I do know they're there because the route works and people know what they're doing. So yeah, it was complicated, but kind of had fun doing it.
Yeah, how do you think your research would have been different if you would have been able to travel to do some of this research this year?
Yeah, this is something I wrote about in the paper version of this presentation, is that to go down there, especially to interview migrants in Costa Rica, where you don't have to hide from authorities and there's a lot less hesitancy as far as speaking to the media, I think this would have been, I would have had a whole section on data collection and testimonies and case studies, and I think it would have been a lot. Like, I could tell you about it. I don't know if it feels very real to you guys. I think after a year, it feels pretty real to me, but to go down, actually speak to people living it, that would be a whole different level of, you know, I'm pretty sure that's how they're getting across the border into Nicaragua, but I don't know how it's working today or how it was working yesterday. I just know that at some point, somebody was bribable. And it keeps going like that because they're not going across the lake anymore, which means they're bribing somebody to get across, and then you could just hop a bus to Honduras from there. So it's very, I would love to continue this research once you could travel, but we'll see. Hopefully somebody takes up where I left off.
Well, I found this fascinating because I work with Tibetan communities, and you know, I noticed a lot of similarities just in terms of what you were talking about these kind of like informal networks, you know, and how you know, how people know about these routes and how they come to learn about how to get from point A to point B in order to cross international borders. And I would just, I don't know, just thinking about how COVID has impacted your work, I was just, I mean, it's amazing that you have been able to find the information that you've been able to find without actually being able to be there and talk one-on-one with people.
Yeah, I feel pretty lucky that I found what I did. When I was deciding what to study this year, I was pretty determined to keep COVID out of it. By then we had heard, you couldn't go 3 seconds without hearing it. So I am going to write something and it's not going to get involved with COVID. Obviously border closures and things got complicated with COVID, but the way I wrote this paper was as if we were sitting in October of 2019 and none of this had happened yet. Because of course, research and investigations are a bit delayed anyway. So that made it a bit more simple. And I'm very curious to see what it's going to do when borders are back open and everything is normal. I get the idea a lot of border closures are not going to end. I think a lot of people are going to take advantage of COVID and say, you know what, I'm not opening back up. And this is a great excuse to stop this, especially Ecuadorian visas. I don't think those are coming back.
Do you think that these push, pull, and through factors, do you think that these apply outside of this particular example?
Yeah, absolutely. So push and pull factors, maybe the first thing I learned about migration, and they are very much, you know, what's taking you out of your country? Why are you deciding, you know, the US? But the migration routes are getting longer and more complicated, right? Because you can't just go to the next country over anymore, especially with the disparities, like I said, between Europe and the United States is so different than some of the places migrants are coming from with climate change, violence, and lack of economic opportunity. Those are all interconnected. So I think that it's going to be really important. Say, for example, migrants moving north through Africa towards the Mediterranean. Through factors are huge there, and I think there's a really big impact on the route I studied as well, because those through factors aren't working anymore, right? Getting out of Libya doesn't happen very well easily, and it's expensive and really, really dangerous. So I think paying attention to what migrants face along their route is a really good way of understanding why they're going elsewhere and understanding how the route exactly works. Because all of these take months, if not years. So that's a lot of a migration story that push and pull factors really just don't illuminate. And that's why I think it was time for a third factor.
I'm just curious, like I want to ask you some of the same questions that I asked Jeremy. What was the most surprising thing that you came across while you were doing this research?
I think it was probably the visas in Ecuador. I mean, it's seriously unheard of for a country to say, well, we have a lot of people abroad from our country, right? People from Ecuador have migrated everywhere. So we're going to treat people migrating to our country the way we want to treat our citizens. That was kind of their idea. It was really great. There was a lot of pressure because the minute that happened, it wasn't just migrants from African countries, it was migrants from China, North Korea. I mean, anybody could come to Ecuador. So that created a lot of issues for some countries who aren't that welcoming, because Ecuador is very much a starting point for an entire double continent, if I could name it that. Excuse me. So that was really surprising to me, that a country in 2008, right? Not exactly the most, I don't know, a lot has happened in the last 12 years. So that was really cool. And I think that's probably the reason this route exists, is that really kicked it off.
Yeah, that was fascinating. I had no idea that had happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't exactly hear about it in 2008.
Yeah.
I have another question. So, look, thinking about your that first map you showed, how is the route affected when they take boat versus plane?
So obviously a flight is a lot shorter, a little more expensive sometimes, but a lot shorter and a lot safer. Some of the accounts I read about people taking boats, they're either sent in crafts that really should not be crossing the Atlantic, especially with so many people, no sun cover, no food, no water. I mean, catching fish out the side of the boat, really dehydrated, and somehow they make it, kind of thing. Or they're stowed away on freighters, which if someone discovers them, I read somebody almost got thrown overboard because they got discovered, and the captain is like, no way am I letting people smuggle, like, hide and stow away across on my boat. Like, so it's super, super dangerous to take a boat. But if you don't qualify for a visa, or you're not going to be able to get access to a forged visa, it's kind of the only option, which is tough. I did see a lot more single men take the boats more often. Women and children are generally more able to get a flight. And families split up. That was the other thing I was noticing, that a woman was an anthropologist and said, hey, Brazil, I want to come study anthropology. Brought her kid and then migrated, whereas her husband, it took him 3 tries on taking boats over to Colombia before he could make it far enough and not get deported. So not easy. I make it sound easy the way I talk about it in my presentation. This takes years, and people do give up and stay where Costa Rica is decently welcoming. People stay in Brazil as well. Sometimes it's just not worth it.
So Catherine, do you have plans to continue this research or do something similar in the future?
No, so I'm graduating and I'm actually headed off to law school. So I'm gonna tackle migration from a different perspective, but maybe one day I'll pick this back up. We'll see.
Congrats on that. Where are you going to law school?
I'm going to UCLA.
Awesome.
I did.
Is there a particular kind of law that you're thinking about going into?
Immigration law.
Okay.
Now that I know how they get here, I would love to help them get legalized and formally live here.
Yeah. So, these research projects, I think, when you start and when you're in the kind of early stages and thinking about, I have all this time to do this project, and I have all this, space in a really long paper to do stuff. And then, as at least what happens for me is once I start kind of investigating things, it's like, oh no, I have to constrict everything so much. There's not enough time to explore everything that I want to explore. So I'm just curious for you in your project, was there something like that you really wished that you had more time or space to delve into a little more?
Oh goodness. So this is really the first time I've done something like this. So it was a very much a learn by experience. I would say the first maybe 3 months of it, I had no idea what I was doing. Just kind of reading it and hoping for the best, gathering some literature. I think if I had more time, I would love to dig into the information networks and flesh out the informal through factors a bit more. Obviously, the formal ones were a lot easier to research. You can go on the government website for Costa Rica pretty easily. You need a VPN for Nicaragua's fun fact, but it's very doable. And then you just have to read Spanish, which is not too bad. So yeah, I think that would be something I'd love to tackle, but it was very much of a, I could keep going forever, but when am I going to stop? When am I going to say I'm done? So yeah, big learning experience. I think I had fun with it. I'll say I had fun with it.
That's always the hard thing with these big research projects is, to recognize there's always more that can be done, but to be able to say, okay, this is where my project ends.
Yeah. And I still have another month of school, so who knows if I'm actually going to stop. Unclear.
Okay, well, if there's no more questions, thank you, Catherine. This was really fascinating. Really, really interesting stuff.
Hello, welcome to my presentation for the Harrison Symposium. It's called Thinking Logically, the Semiotics of Enculturation into Mathematical Rigor. Can you all hear me okay? Just great. So as you might know, if you know me, I'm a double major in math and anthropology. And so when I was thinking about possible capstone projects this year, I got really interested in the intersections between linguistic anthropology, semiotics, and math education research. In particular, I noticed a fact about math that many other people might already be aware of. There's a really big disconnect between how professional mathematicians see math as a field and how the general public understands the subject. Professional mathematicians tend to view math as a very creative field. It's somewhere between art and science. You ask these really open-ended questions about like these abstract, aesthetically pleasing structures. It's really nice. And on the other hand, almost everyone else tends to see math as this sort of tedious, incomprehensible barrier to success, where it's very rigid. There's only one right answer to every problem, and you're taught the right algorithm to apply, and then you just sort of need to memorize and plug and chug. And it's very mechanical. Now, it's not so unusual for the specialist and general understandings of a body of knowledge to differ, but for math in particular, I think that this is a big problem. And I think this because assessments of mathematical ability in particular are used to index things like intelligence, employability, and societal worth. And that means that our understandings of what math actually is have material impacts in everyday life for everyone, not just mathematicians. And the assessments that are commonly given to students for mathematical ability tend to be built upon the general public understanding of what math is. And so I think it's somewhat concerning that that understanding is so different from how the professional mathematicians see it. And I think that that merits further study. Furthermore, I'll note that our understandings of math and the role it plays in our society, anything like that, those are all cultural questions. And so anthropology is kind of a natural field to try to apply understanding this divide. So I specifically study linguistic anthropology, which means that I like to understand lots of human phenomena through the lens of talk and communication. And one aspect of talk that I think is particularly relevant here is that of a language ideology, as defined by Irvine and Gall in the year 2000. Language ideologies are mental associations that link specific ways of speaking, language varieties, with specific groups of people and their cultural traits. And these links become naturalized, which means that they're understood as objective facts of reality rather than cultural constructions in our heads. And that means, because they're seen as objective facts of reality, it's very hard to maintain awareness of them, and they're able to invisibly structure a lot of aspects of our daily lives. For example, many Americans might describe my speech as unaccented because there's an ideological perception in much of the United States that my particular dialect of Midwestern English is the standard one and all others deviate from it in some way. But if I were giving this talk in London, my speech would be marked as accented because it doesn't match the received pronunciation that is ideologically perceived as the standard in Britain. So everyone, right, pronounces words in a way and therefore has an accent. But language ideologies can make certain ways of speaking appear natural, while others seem strange or foreign or have other sorts of connotations. So when I started researching professional understandings of mathematics more, I became really interested in the ideologies that might be influencing what sort of talk is considered mathematical, and how those ideologies might relate to the cultural divide that I originally was interested in. So my capstone was built on a semiotics course. And so before we can go more deeply into my thoughts on mathematical culture specifically, I want to give a little bit of background into semiotic theory and sort of what's informing my work. So semiotics, if you don't know, is the formal study of meaning. And the unit of meaning in semiotics is what we call a sign. A sign has three parts. It's a thing that stands for something else to someone. And we call the first part, the thing standing for something, a signifier. And the thing that it stands for is the signified concept, or just signified for short. And then the third part, the person who understands the sign as meaning something, is the interpreter of that sign. So in this picture here, the word tree is a signifier. It stands for the concept of trees or treeness or whatever. And it is understood as having that meaning by any interpreter who knows how to read English words. If you had a different interpreter, they wouldn't understand it as meaning the same thing. So this is a pretty simple definition of sign, or like for such a big concept as meaning. But it turns out to be really powerful because it's extremely general while also being very simple. Words are kind of the classic example of signs, but you could also say that graphs are signs, or photos, or smells, or tracks. Anything that you understand as having a meaning can be thought of as a sign in some sense. And the interpreter of a sign doesn't even have to be a human. You could talk about other life forms and how they understand things and mean things. So this means that a wide variety of social scientists have been able to use this theorization of meaning to analyze different human processes in a very general manner, and that's nice. So one 20th century semiotician that's relevant is named Emile Bonveniste, and he highlighted the fact that signs tend not to exist in isolation. They come together in semiotic systems that are understood collectively by groups of interpreters. For example, any living language variety has a group of speakers and it has vocabulary. The speakers don't just understand isolated words, they understand a chunk of the vocabulary as a whole and how those different words relate to each other. Or if you take the set of traffic signs used on US highways, that would be another semiotic system, and the drivers on those roads collectively understand those signs as related to each other and having specific meanings. Another semiotician named Umberto Eco, a little bit later, took this idea of semiotic systems a step further and attempted to describe how the different signs individually within a system could be related to each other. So he said that the most basic relationship between signs is called a metonymy, and that is a direct connection between either the signifiers or the concepts that they signify, the signifieds. So here's an example with three signs, three, tree, and leaf. And the sign three and the sign tree have a metonymic relationship to each other because the words three and tree sound similar, even though they refer to concepts that are completely separate. And similarly, there is a metonymic relationship between tree and leaf because the words don't sound anything alike, but the concepts that they refer to are directly related. Trees have leaves, so the signifieds are connected by a metonymy. So either sort of connection like this is like the basic building block in semiotic systems. And then Eco argued that more abstract connections between signs, like those occurring in poetic metaphors or puns that draw together more disparate elements of the system, are built up by tracing out longer chains of these metonymies, then taking the endpoints of those chains and mashing them together to create a new direct connection. And that effect of like sort of short-circuiting the system in some sense can create an aesthetic effect like beauty or humor under the appropriate circumstances, which you then described, but I won't get into the details. So that's some like a real quick rundown of some semiotics. And one of the most well-known links between semiotic theory and anthropological practice comes from the work of Clifford Geertz, who's an extremely famous anthropologist who popularized a semiotic model of culture called interpretive anthropology during the 1960s and 70s. In interpretive anthropology, culture is taken to be thick, quote, webs of signification that are spun about people. And they're these complicated networks created from lots of semiotic systems interacting with each other, and they act as lenses through which people understand and interpret everything that they experience. Ethnographers who use the interpretive framework attempt to then understand and analyze these semiotic webs using a process known as thick description, in which you describe not only the actions you observe taking place around you, but also provide as much cultural context as possible and interpret those actions in ways that illuminate the various meanings informing them. So this is the sort of anthropology that I like to do. And one key insight from Gertz's work is that the numerous semiotic systems comprising these webs of culture don't actually need to agree with each other. Contradictions can and do exist between different parts of individual people's worldviews, and we employ different systems in different contexts to interact those, to navigate interactions as smoothly as possible. And when contradictions are forced, that can be sort of an interesting thing to do. So with all that social science background under our belts, I want to talk about math. And the ultimate goal is to talk about mathematical rigor, but before we get there, we need to talk about mathematical intuition. Oh, whoops, sorry, I forgot a thing. There we go. So everyone from a very young age has intuitions about mathematical concepts like shape, number, size, change, things like that. And we're all able to reason with those concepts when they come up in our everyday lives to some extent. This sort of reasoning is taught to us. It's not like a completely biological innate thing, but it's not taught super explicitly all the time. You sort of absorb it from the ambient culture. So it's pretty flexible, and there's a lot of room for individual variation in how we understand these things. For example, consider these four numbers, 9, 16, 25, 43. If I ask you which one of these numbers doesn't belong, I bet that a lot of you would say 43 doesn't belong because it's not a perfect square. And that's the sort of pattern that we're taught in like elementary education to look for when we're given this sort of problem. But other people might look at this and say that 16 is the only even number, so it's the odd one out. Or they might say that if you add up the digits of each of these numbers, you get 7, except for 9, so 9's the odd one out, or 9's the only one-digit number, so it's the odd one out. There are lots of ways you could answer the question, and those are all examples of some kind of mathematical reasoning. So which connections are most obvious and what forms of reasoning seem most valid or reasonable to you? That varies between individuals, even though we have some shared education regarding what number patterns we should be looking for. And for the most part, that's completely fine. It doesn't cause any problems. So to phrase that model of intuition more formally, from a young age, we're being enculturated into semiotic systems of mathematical intuition, which guide our reasoning about mathematical concepts. When one concept is closely connected to another in our minds, that forms a sort of metonymy within this intuitive system. And reasoning within the system, like giving an explanation for why one of these numbers doesn't belong, is like tracing out a metaphor based on the connections that we consider most natural. Okay, so like I said, that system works great most of the time. The situation where it doesn't work so well is when you have long chains of mathematical reasoning that you need to communicate with lots of other people. Because as we mentioned before, the intuitive system is flexible and there's a lot of individual variation. And that means that a chain of reasoning that makes sense to one person might be confusing to another, or it might even seem flat out wrong. So at various points in space and time, mathematicians have been in communication with each other, and they've run into just this sort of problem. They can't agree on what's true, even though they believe that they're starting from the same logical premises, and that can't stand. And when this happens, usually the root cause is that there's some sort of unstated assumption where the different mathematicians talking to each other actually made different choices and didn't realize it. And then the solution that mathematicians tend to come up with is to put more effort into making those assumptions clear. The process of making assumptions clear is basically what mathematicians call rigor. Mathematicians call a fully rigorous foundation for math a formal system. And the idea is that these systems of like logical notation and whatnot are entirely explicit in laying out the assumptions that they make and the allowed logical connections between various concepts. If we phrase this in social science language instead of math, a formal system is another semiotic system for mathematical reasoning. But unlike the intuitive one, there is no individual variation whatsoever. The metonymies between concepts are laid out explicitly, and then a rigorous proof within this system is a metaphor being traced out within those prescribed lines of the system. And that might make math seem kind of like boring or mechanical, but I do want to point out that that's not really the case. It's sort of like chess, where you can have the rules of the game defined in advance, and that doesn't mean that your play can't be creative or beautiful or interesting. So I'm ultimately going to argue against this model of rigor, but I think it's a good starting point. And it suggests a certain model of math education, because everyone grows up from the ambient culture and from like elementary education with these sort of individual intuitions regarding mathematical ideas and reasoning, but only professional mathematicians are using this rigorous semiotic system to make their arguments. And so at some point in advanced math education, they must be teaching people the rigorous system, right? And to some extent, that is how I understood my early math education in undergrad when I was doing it the first couple of years of college. Like many students, I went through a course or two that were focused on proofwriting explicitly, in which I learned how to construct logically valid arguments and rigorously prove results that I had covered more informally in previous courses like calculus. Sometimes the arguments that were produced within that rigorous semiotic system conflicted with my intuitions. And in those cases, the intuitions pretty much had to be overridden, because the rigorous system is more explicitly standardized at a level beyond the individual, where the intuitions are more just with me. So in Goethean fashion, students in these classes are learning to employ different systems in different mathematical contexts. In particular, they're overriding their intuitions with this rigorous system to navigate the classes successfully. However, there's one big problem with this model of math education that I just proposed. Under the definition of rigor we gave, almost no mathematician has ever written a rigorous proof. And because it turns out that true mathematical rigor involves writing every detail of your proof out in a formal system, and doing so is an unbearably tedious process that produces extremely long, like hundreds of pages long, entirely unreadable proofs. For example, here's a small piece of a very long, famous work called Principia Mathematica that starts from the foundations of logic and builds up to complicated, sophisticated mathematical results like 1 + 1 = 2. And, I love math and I love rigor, but I don't have the patience to try and build from those sorts of foundations up to results that I actually think are interesting from a mathematical standpoint. And most other mathematicians are in the same boat on that. So if professional mathematicians aren't technically writing rigorous proofs according to their own definition, what are they doing? After all, rigor is an important concept in math classes. It's definitely something that people talk about. I think that this image here illuminates an important aspect of mathematical research that the technical definition of rigor kind of glosses over. It's a proof of the Pythagorean theorem, which is a result you're probably familiar with. And it doesn't have any words at all. It's a picture proof. It's definitely not rigorous. I don't think anyone would argue that that's a rigorous proof. But I would argue, and I think many others would too, that it's essentially a correct or a valid proof, and that with some more explanation, you might be able to make it rigorous. And the explanation would not need to go down to the level of a formal system. So when this implies to me that when mathematicians talk about a rigorous proof in practice, they're usually referring to arguments that meet these certain criteria of acceptability that mathematicians have internalized for what makes a proof rigorous. And these criteria amount to basically convincing mathematicians that if you wanted to, you could write this proof in the language of a formal system, even though it's kind of a hypothetical thing and no one's ever tried to do that and no one's ever going to try. In other words, there's this semiotic system that professional mathematicians construct for themselves, and it lies somewhere between the intuitive system and the rigorous system that we talked about before. In advanced math education, I believe that students are being enculturated into that system in the proof-based math classes. In those classes, students need to learn to write, talk, and think like professional mathematicians do, and they're absorbing specific modes of deductive reasoning that mathematicians find convincing and rigorous, and then they are learning themselves to be convinced by the sorts of arguments that convince professional mathematicians. In other words, they're learning a language ideology about what kinds of speech are rigorous, and they're conflating this more cultural concept of rigor with the technical explicit definition that we discussed earlier. So this all brings me to my research question, which is a student's ability to succeed in proof-based math courses dependent upon gaining a deeper understanding of mathematical rigor? And if so, can math professors help their students by discussing these cultural aspects of rigor more explicitly in the classroom? My gut feeling is that the answer to both questions is yes, but that's not data. And so to actually investigate the question, I would like to conduct an ethnographic research study of an early proof-based math classroom, which in most universities would mean a course like right after the calculus sequence. As someone who studies linguistic anthropology, I'm specifically interested in the discourse, talk, that students and professors are engaging in around the idea of mathematical rigor and proofwriting. And there are two types of discourse that I want to analyze. The first is what we call natural discourse, which is obtained through participant observations of lectures and group discussions, which means that there's sort of minimal interference from me. I'm just trying to see how students and professors talk to each other. And then the second is elicited discourse, which is sort of the opposite, where I am very invasive and I take people and I ask them explicitly questions about their understanding of rigor and how it fits into mathematical culture, and I record their responses. In both types of discourse, you get recordings with consent and you transcribe them, and then I will analyze those transcripts using discourse analysis, which is sort of a broad set of tools that aim to capture the context and underlying structures behind this sort of talk. Some specific things I'll be looking out for are the contexts in which student answers are deemed sufficiently or insufficiently rigorous by professors or by fellow students, any explicit instruction that the professor provides in the nature of rigor and proof, and other situations in which different understandings of this concept might be coming into conflict in the classroom. I'm interested in the types of language that are required for students' proofs to be accepted, and I'm interested in how professors correct what they see as mistakes of rigor in the proofs. There are lots of possible directions that this data could lead me in, and so to some extent, for forming conclusions, I have to see what shows up. But yeah, that is my capstone in a nutshell. Thank you all so much for coming. Thank you especially to Lavanya Murley, Daniel Ginsberg, and Mark Janicki, who helped me throughout this project. Thank you to people who made the symposium possible, and I'm happy to take any questions now.
Thanks for that presentation. Yeah, Professor Armstrong, go ahead.
Hi, Ada. I love the presentation. I have like so many questions, so I'm just going to try to start with one, and then I'll see. But as one of the professors that teaches the symbolic logic course at Lawrence, and thinking about mathematical rigor, or even just thinking about rigor, I'm always a little bit like testy, like what makes it math rigor? You know what I mean? Like philosophers have been thinking about this for a long time too, and I loved your excerpt from the Principia from Russell, who was a mathematician and a philosopher, so I thought that was really exciting too. And so I guess what my question is, your project is really focused on math and the idea of math rigor. And so I just wanted to know if you've been thinking about how this might cross over, translate with, other aspects of rigor, like rigor in other disciplines. Do you think that it sort of bleeds over, or is this, are you really sort of like focused on like the math practices right now?
Yeah, so, the first qualification is that I know about math and I know about social science, and I don't know anything about like other STEM fields, and I don't know anything about philosophy. But I think in my understanding is that in a lot of the like physical sciences, when they talk about rigor, it has a lot to do with like your methods and being sure that you collect good data and that you analyze it in ways that are good. And mathematicians don't really have to worry about that because the data is just like anything that helps you think. And then, you prove stuff, and in your proof, you aren't really like relying on the data in the same way. So it's kind of a different process. In philosophy, I don't know a whole lot about rigor, but I do think actually when I talked about like criteria of acceptability and this cultural idea of rigor, I got that from a philosopher of mathematics, Silvia de Toffoli. If you've heard of her, yeah. And she wrote a couple of amazing papers about this stuff that really influenced my thinking. And so I think if like her work is anything to go by, it definitely has some applications to philosophy and like rigor in other areas of thought.
Yeah, Ada, this was really interesting. I actually saw a lot of overlap in some of the things that you were saying and some of the thinkers who you were referencing. I saw a lot of overlap between that and some of the work that I do in Buddhist epistemology. And just thinking about like there are certain schools of Buddhist philosophy that have these same sorts of, or similar sorts of, requirements for rigor and I mean, it's not called rigor, but really similar sorts of ideas. So I found this really, really fascinating. This seems to be really broadly applicable, these ideas that you're pulling out.
Yeah, I hope so. I think there's in talking about math, I see a lot of people who, talk about math as objective. And as a mathematician, I'm always like, no, it's not. But often when other people critique that, they tend to focus on like the connection of math to science, where you're like, well, math says things that are objectively true because they're tautologies. And so, if you say if X, then Y, then it's pretty easy to make sure that's true. But as soon as you connect it to the real world, then you have to ask, well, is X true? And that's not something that you can ever be completely sure of. But I think it's really interesting that there's also this other level at which the cultural construction is happening, because even though we do have the ability to be fully explicit about what we mean, you don't get anywhere by doing that. And no mathematicians ever worked that way, except maybe Bertrand Russell.
Why do you think we have this kind of cultural perception that math is just this rigorous objective thing, when all the professional mathematicians say that it's much more of a creative sort of process?
Well, I'm not. Yeah, so I think there are certainly some mathematicians who think that who would probably describe it as less fun and creative than I do, and see themselves more on the engineer side of things. But also, I think it's sort of similar to if you look at anthropology, where if you ask people what anthropology is, people are like, oh, it's either archaeology or going out and studying some sort of primitive tribe. And all the modern anthropologists are like, that's not really how they want to see themselves. And it is, a part of the history. There certainly was for a lot of history, math wasn't seen as very creative, right? It was a science. Newton wasn't doing calculus for the fun of it. He was doing calculus because he wanted physics. And the math is sort of an aside, that the stuff that you need to be able to write down the physics things that he wanted. And it's only in the last 200 years that people have separated it increasingly from science, and that's part of a broader trend in specialization and stuff. And I think that just the old perception of math has a lot of power behind it. And there's also a lot of interest from people outside of the mathematical community to keep that understanding of what math is. And so that perception is much longer lasting, if that answers the question at all.
I'll ask another question too, if that's all right.
Sure.
Well, and I will preface this with just a little comment, which is, I am really interested in these topics too. So anytime, if you ever want to talk more about that with me, I'd really love to, because, one thing I really liked about your example with the arithmetic in Russell's Principia versus something like a constructive proof with images, there's a neat history of sort of debates about whether or not a proof about how to build something, in geometry could be the best kind of definition of a square or of a circle, for example. And so I think there's a really neat history there. But what I wanted to ask about was actually, I really liked, you're taking this insight about how you're understanding mathematics and rigor and wanting to apply it to the classroom. And so I just wanted to ask a little bit more about what inspired you to apply, use that insight specifically for understanding how we understand rigor in the classroom and how we respond to students, or how students think about themselves as learners. I just wanted to ask a little bit more about that specific application, because it's a neat one.
So just to make sure I understand, you're asking what got me interested in how these sort of philosophical questions about rigor and how it's constructed apply to the classroom?
Yeah, exactly. And why the classroom specifically? What you're sort of hoping to get out of that? Because I think that's a really neat area.
So I look at math education and I feel very sad. Because I, like in high school, I had this experience of suddenly like, I mean, math was one of many subjects I liked, and then suddenly it was like my favorite subject, and I loved it, and I thought it was so beautiful. And, I could see that almost all of my classmates hated it. and, they hated it not like because they were stupid or because of anything like that, but because, the classroom wasn't set up for them to succeed, or the stuff like the things that I learned that taught me to love math didn't come from the classroom. They came from outside resources that I happened to stumble into, or like a paper that someone gave me, or things like that. And I think, you can also look at, like I look at a lot of inequalities in our society, and I see how math specifically as a field is used to further those inequalities, and to like, the barrier to success thing I mentioned right at the start of my presentation, where people are like, oh, you don't have a good math SAT score. And I'm like, like I think math is a valuable thing, and it's good to be good at math and good to study math, but I don't think the SAT tells you whether or not you're good at math. And it's so frustrating to see it applied like this. And so I was looking at those things, and I was influenced by some different, like, I don't know if you've heard of A Mathematician's Lament by Paul Lockhart. It's an essay that I highly recommend if you're a person who like doesn't like math but would like to like it, because it's just like sort of railing against the system of secondary math education specifically, and it talks about some of these things where like we force people to be rigorous, but what we're really doing is saying you can't trust your intuition, and we're giving them something that like isn't even mathematical rigor. It's just applying algorithms over and over. And so, I read that in high school, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then I got into college, and I heard from, teachers and social gatherings and stuff that like you go through the stage and you learn about rigor, and then you become like, you go to grad school and you realize that everyone's kind of hand waving everything and just thinking about it intuitively again. And I read, Terence Tao is a famous mathematician. He's got a blog, and he says something kind of similar in his writing about professional life. And so I was looking at all of those things and just thinking like, it's so different from what I thought math was when I was younger. And it's so much better, or like more interesting. And if other people knew about this, and if it was taught more explicitly, I feel like that could make a real difference. And so that's kind of where the thoughts came from.
Well, great. Thank you for such a fascinating presentation, Ada. We are out of time, but thank you so much.
So we're going to get started, and our first presenter is Smailyn Nicasio with her paper Loud and Clear, The Implications of the Musical Sublime, and the speaker in James Monroe Whitfield's America and Other Poems. So take it away, Smailyn.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining me, or all of us today. I also wanted to extend congratulations to all the other presenters here in this one. Poetry, I find, is really hard. So just being able to talk about it and finding enjoyment in it, I'm really glad that we've reached this place. So today, and a special shout out to Professor Range for just seeing this throughout the research process and looking at this at the final conclusion right now. But today I'll be talking about James M. Whitfield's America and Other Poems within his poetry collection. I'll be specifically highlighting two poems, Ode to Music and The Misanthropist. And essentially the overarching goal, and I do have an argument, but is to just highlight things that I was really excited about and interested about when I was reading James M. Whitfield's text. So just a brief outline before I go into the thesis right now. I think I want to preface the entire presentation by saying that I also want to talk about his historical legacy and how it's been understood. So before getting into it, it has been a lot of arguments have centered on putting him back into the center of African American literature and within the public understanding of it. So I just wanted to explore briefly his biography, how his position within his contemporary context affected his writing, and his verse, especially his poetic verse, and then the cultural context of the abolitionist movements. And then moving on to close readings of those two poems that I mentioned before discussing briefly a very overarching theory that I wanted to frame all my thoughts within. So my thesis within this was understanding how Whitfield uses formal poetic traditions of rhyme and musicality to frame natural imagery with narratives of sonic resonance that empowers his community, the theology, his theological understanding, and the differing speakers within those two poems, their artistic capabilities. And so when I was researching this, and the argument is that within all the scholars and myself, is that there isn't enough work or analysis about James and Whitfield out there within the contemporary canon. And it's just understanding how does the frequent use of a musical capability, a musical sense, just be able to detect it, work as a literary motif. What is the relationship between references to a natural, elevated setting, and how does that work with the transcendence of the speaker? How does Whitfield's speakers change depending on the musical mood of the poem? And what changes the nuance of that music depending on how he wants to empower his audience or himself as a speaker? Wrong arrow. So James Monroe Whitfield was born in 1822 to a freed family in Buffalo, New York. And one of the larger theories or books that I depended on throughout this research process and just writing the essay was I.V.G. Wilson's and Robert Levine's The Works of James Monroe Whitfield. And within the introduction, it was always set out to be a sort of restorative text that entered him into the center of African American literature and just writings about it. So afterward, their main argument is that it's very puzzling to imagine James Whitfield as a periphery writer within the abolitionist landscape, because within his contemporary context, there was so much renown attributed to him. He was called a poetic genius multiple times, but he achieved little commercial success in his lifetime. And by the time of his death in 1871, he kind of, again, assumed a sort of invisible place within that context. And his work wasn't preserved at any point. So mostly historical documents are the ones that kind of indicate of his renown, and then standing other written and published works in the North Star and the Liberator that we have in archival information. America and Other Poems was his only poetry collection that was published. I believe that he has published others, and again, in those Black periodicals within that context. But then at that point, in 1860s, he moves to California, and he becomes largely known more as an immigrationist, someone advocating for a sort of return to Liberian Africa to get away from American mistreatment and American oppression of Black Americans. Instead, so that causes sort of strife within the abolitionist circles that recognized him and previously initially gave him renown. I think the most interesting argument is that there's sort of a divide between him and Frederick Douglass. Frederick Douglass was sort of uplifted as a writer of slave autobiographical narratives. And so white abolitionists sort of uplifted him as a sort of image, a bodily image, especially of someone who escaped and then received education and then received renown. Whereas Whitfield, born in a free family, didn't necessarily fit into that propagandic narrative that they were enforcing. So again, the works that we'll be exploring today are going to be Ode to Music and Misanthropist. But just to keep in mind, again, that context that Whitfield was largely pushed to the sidelines actively within the abolitionist movement, and now in a contemporary setting as well. So for Ode to Music, I'm not going to read the entire thing for the purposes of today, just to keep time in check. But I will be including links later on after this. But I've highlighted here certain portions that I just wanted you guys to read along with, especially. Again, I'm sorry, I apologize for not having the full entire thing. But Ode to Music is a lyrical poetry with an alternating rhyming verse of iambic tetrameter. And for me, the initial impression of it was the effect of the rhyme scheme and then that metric meter that he uses and how it conveys movement. But from the title, you can tell that it's an ode to music. He's going to be concentrated primarily with music. So it opens up with the refrain, there's music wheresoever we roam. And that sort of links each stanza within the rest of the poem, where he discusses a community that can discern differing interpretations of music. But within all that, all the interpretations of music focuses on delivering doctrinal truths about heaven and about God's ability to both soothe, deliver retribution, and also to communicate to his followers. And there's no notion of like chosen followers, but here, when he begins with, in the beginning here, and there's music wheresoever we roam, and the M dash, I interpreted that as sort of as an inclusion or an exclusion, where he doesn't necessarily invite us, the readers, within that we just yet, but instead he takes us through a sort of gesturing throughout of how music can go to transcend through different aesthetical settings. So here he says, there's music in the gentle breeze. And so that kind of encapsulates the mood of having they sing of him whose power below caused trees, grass, and flowers to grow. It's a sort of soothing effect that the reader can understand the natural musical quality of that God has the capability to cause creation, and we should appreciate it. Oh, so sorry. There's an emphasis on music's pervasiveness, and again, through that refrain of there's music wheresoever we roam. And within that, each time, I kind of got the impression that it was kind of increasing the magnitude of it. So without each stanza, the audience isn't included in the congregation of that musical engagement that occurs until, I believe it's the 7th stanza, where after affirming God's power through creation, he kind of shifts to an appreciative sentiment of a community that can listen. So saying constantly, it speaks of his almighty power whose arm is ever to stretch to save. That power is connected very intimately through music. So praise him whose all creating word brought into the beast and the bird, and hear the music of the spheres resounding sweetly through the sky. It's not until he includes the reader in that us, and within the 7th stanza, it tells of him wondrous power, that he sort of commands the reader to also open their ears and to understand exactly how music's pervasiveness works. And so he ends it with a command that says, but leave the scene of doubts and fear and hear the music of the spear, in which then after the reader becomes like a willing participant, then they're allowed to be rescued from death and hell and scenes of doubts and fears once the reader joins that. So in referencing constantly how nature can deliver doctrinal truths of creation, retribution, community, he then acknowledges how there are specific sets of humans that are in need of that soothing power of music. And so another thing that was also very interesting to me was, again, other than the rhyming quality of it, was how he used and rhymes without it. So there are specific ones that kind of tell a narrative of that retribution that I mentioned. And it's not his overarching goal to say those that inflict damage God will then inflict damage upon. But he makes sure to say that found and sound connected as an end rhyme would strengthen the sense of belonging within the reader and that congregation of people that he mentions here in Ode to Music, and that they'll be delivered healing. And then once they join in that singing, rather as music remains in that earthly realm of just being able to deliver doctrinal truths, anybody who joins in that singing can then access heaven by saying, to lull and shed around holy balm. So once they find that soothing quality, they'll be able to access his domain that sort of natural forces can't do. So it tells a relationship of musical engagement that requires the reader to open their ears to open their ears, and then to be able to find the doctrinal truth. So it doesn't necessarily say that the music pervasiveness is that anyone can interpret it, but that there has to be a very active engagement with it. Moving on, so for Ode to Music, as I kind of hopefully made it very clear, is that there's a congregation, there's a group of people that can reach consolation through that musical engagement. But here, Misanthropist, which is an epic poem, so it's quite long, so I definitely don't have the whole entire experts from it. So, but instead I picked out certain things that deal directly with the musical engagement and that relationship between the speaker and that natural force that communicates music instead. So here in The Misanthropist, he kind of dramatizes the speaker as someone with poetic capabilities, but unfortunately, society has treated them to the point where they reject it. They actively reject it. And there are some theories that say that Whitfield can be conflated as a speaker, but he doesn't necessarily put too much of his personal sentiment other than saying the I pronoun. So the I pronoun phrases it intensely as this personal journey. There's nobody else involved other than him in that musical engagement. So rather than finding solace at the end of it, he kind of instead feels empowered by it as the speaker. So here in this poem, in The Misanthropist, he reinforces that nature provides the highest, most valuable caliber of music. And again, that's sense of selfhood is that very distinctive trait that kind of differs Ode to Music from this one. So he begins with, "In vain thou bidst me to strike the lyre and sing a song of mirth and glee." So it starts with a command, presumably from society, in order to perform something he considers false and something a musical sense that he considers arbitrary. But instead, he kind of leans on this Byronic sentiment and very uniquely a sort of romantic tradition of finding solace within nature. And so here he says, "I sought the wild and rugged glen, where nature in her sternest mood, far from the busy haunts of men, found in the darksome solitude." So him depicting himself as this child that from birth, from first conception, has been someone who has been mistreated and who has been kind of painfully aware of things that have been happening in society. He can only find sort of a solace in nature, but he sets himself up to be the mirror image of nature, or someone who can only acutely understand nature because of that first conception of just terrible horror happening in America. So in her sternest mood, he's the one that replicates that as well. So even after finding solitude here, he says in that second page right here, "And then seeking my lonely bed to pass the night in sweet repose, around my fevered burning head, dark visions of the night arose." Here, this sort of enacts something that where the speaker kind of bodily transcends and then sort of sees America in its entirety of the sorrows, but it's one that where his observations are mainly marked by how nature uses sound in order to punctuate the horrors that happen in America. So he says, "I love to mark the lightning's flash and listen to the ocean's roar or hear the pealing thunder crash." And the next line is not necessarily something with listening commands, it's see instead of hear. But it does go into the imagery of nature rising up in her sternest mood to articulate how upset she is with the society around her. So again, there's other lines that reinforce that sort of pain that he feels and he feels that is re-articulated within that musical sense. So he describes later on in the text dull music of its roar, and he says called forth responses in my soul, again referencing that musical engagement of that sternest mood that kind of re-articulates how upset he is exactly with society. So in this section, he goes through the most formal quality that I would argue that he uses, and I can back this up with Ivy G. Wilson's and Robert Levine's research, is that he says here on 54, and this is the third photo on screen, where he says, "Then how can I attune the lyre to strains of love or joyous glee, break forth in patriarchic fire, or soar on higher monstery to sing the praise of virtue bright, condemn the wrong and laud the right?" Moving on later to this within this page, he says, Let others strike the sounding string and in rich strains of harmony, songs of poetic beauty sing, but mine must still the portion be, however dark and dear the doom, to live estranged from sympathy. So here it's the most purposeful rejection of any artistic creation within that conventional standard. So he highlights that by saying strains of harmony, but again, poetic beauty. Higher I'm so sorry for pronouncing this wrong, minstrelsy, are all sort of conventional standards within that, and classical imagery as well, that sort of conveying thoughts of beauty and genius. But instead, he says he'll outright reject it in order to live as a pariah within himself, saying that there's no value or sense in engaging within that traditional understanding when nature has already clearly defined to him how society, there's no meaning within it, or that conventional music standards that he has. Moving on to this sort of literary theory that I was hoping to sort of frame within it. As I've mentioned, not that it was necessarily a difficult portion of sort of understanding how the musical sense is used within James M. Whitfield's work, but there hasn't been as many scholarly research about exactly how he uses that musicality and instrumentality in his work, and how that uplifts both his criticisms, but then his engagements with his audience. Because something that differs from Douglas's text is that the audience isn't strictly delineated as a white audience, as a white uneducated audience. So other researchers have also said that this musical sense is something that where he articulates very clearly that the Black experience of living in 19th century America. These two examples, I feel like, don't necessarily have such explicit and stark examples, whereas other poems like America, which I would really, really, really recommend within this poetry collection, to get that real sense, that visceral sense of how much, not necessarily disdain, but rightful disdain James M. Whitfield has for American hypocrisy and mistreatment of Black Americans. But one thing that I will say that should be considered in tandem with his entire poem, his poetry collection, is a sense of bardic nationalism and poetic genius. So as I mentioned previously, he was attributed as a poetic genius in his lifetime, particularly when he was an immigrationist, which is kind of contradictory to his understanding in history as someone that was separated from a larger abolitionist circle. But his later understanding as a poetic genius is something that Keith Leonard offers in his book Fetter Genius, the African-American bardic poet from slavery to civil rights. This is where he says, Keith Leonard, the researcher, says that it's a sort of paradox that in order to articulate a sense of artistic capability whatsoever, the African-American poet in this sense has to use formalist structure, which is that traditional structure. So as if it's to say that the conventions are what justify their poetic genius. This is something, well, as much as Whitfield does use Byronic sentiment, romantic tradition of utilizing nature as an imagery to sort of glean his societal observations and then to justify his censure of America, it's something that I kind of felt uncomfortable with fitting exactly within this perspective of the musical sense. But I do think it's something that should be important to highlight because those are very formalist structures that he used, rhyme scheme. He uses so many balances of ballads, sonnets, and that even The Misanthropist is an epic poem that's sort of wading through in that structure of convention, and especially syntax and rhyme as well. But that music that he offers are very specific subversions, because the speaker that he utilizes in both is someone that's so cognizant of the faults of society, but very specifically of American society. So as much as both of those speakers find some sort of comfort and validation within nature, where one sort of finds it in that transcendence with religion, that religious music that sort of uplifts a congregation of people that can discern the doctrinal truths that we're giving an ode to music. But whereas with the Misanthropist, it's sort of the tool to justify his complete and utter isolation from it. So these two poems were offering very distinct reactions to music, but within that overarching engagement with it to find the truth of it. To reach my conclusions of this presentation, I hope that most importantly and above all that I could just sort of do some justice to Whitfield's words. It was difficult not to be able to read that whole entire thing, all his poems, especially The Misanthropist, and highlight just not even the emotions of it, but just how evocative his criticisms were of America, but just appreciation of his poetic form. But above all, I just want to echo what Levine and Wilson said, that Whitfield shouldn't be pushed to the periphery. He should be someone that should be very, very, very much in the center of that discussion, especially in terms of instrumentality in music, because it's something that's been attributed to Paul Dunbar more in a later context than someone like Whitfield, who was actively engaging in that and subverting conventional standards that some would criticize was just him imitating people that he read, but instead I would like to argue that he was very much championing his own cause and his own personal insights into the situation.
Please give Smailyn a round of applause, whether you do that with a little, reaction thing or like this. So, like I said, I can monitor the chat, but if anybody would like to, unmute and ask a question, or use the raise hand function and ask a question for Smailyn, we can just get that going. So I open it up to you. Yes, Professor Curvin.
Hi, Smailyn. Good job. It's so nice to hear you talk about this work. It's really interesting to me. I don't know this poet. I hadn't known the poet before. Now I know a little bit. I had a question about, at several points in your presentation, you were sort of situating the poetry in relation to Romanticism. You used the word Byronic a couple of times, and you seem to be suggesting too that in somewhat of a romantic fashion, the poetic narrator finds solace in a nature that's outside of this sort of social sphere. I was interested when you were saying that you're sort of uncomfortable with it. Correct me if I'm wrong and how I'm paraphrasing your argument, but you were saying you're sort of uncomfortable with criticism that places him within that context because it suggests that he achieves his poetic vision via like fitting into a Eurocentric conventionality. Is that right? Yeah, so I'm interested in that because it seemed to me often we read about Romanticism as doing something sort of like unconventional when it comes to, poetic voice and language. Is this just a matter of like the time period that, he's a little later and so it had sort of changed into something more conventional by that time period? Or is it more related to what you found, if you could find anything, about Whitfield himself and how he's understanding Romantic traditions or Eurocentric notions of poetry?
A lot of one example that I can most clearly say that sort of argues that, or one historical example, is an encounter sort of between Frederick Douglass and himself. And as I said, they sort of ran within, at first initially before his move to California, they ran in the same abolitionist circles. And once he began publishing more, again, his name sort of became a topic of conversation, and Douglass could sort of remarked it was sort of a shame that he was a barber and he had a capability of being so much more. And it was sort of an elitist sort of sentiment that I find has repeated throughout history, that they've sort of undermined him because of his position or just his occupation, but it's one that he maintained his entire life. But it seemed like in historical documents, and especially within Wilson and Levine's work, it was suggested just from historical opinions that because he was such an avid reader of Byron and Shakespeare, and I don't think that was something that he directly said, but it was something that was attributed to him just because he was a barber and within the community they saw him reading, that other people that felt that they had to authenticate his work. They argued that it was sort of just him harking back to his inspirations instead. And so that the larger argument that Leonard has was that African-American poets of that time period, 19th century, they had to very actively engage with the conventions of just not even Romanticism, but just form in general. in order to make their assertions. But I felt like, and that was something that I was chasing throughout the whole entire research project, but I felt like in comparison to other poems within his collection, the musicality and then the natural sublime, they weren't enough for him to sort of assert that like ethnic self-definition that was really important to Leonard's theories, where it was him very clearly articulating how upset he was, or how upset an African American or Black American in that context would feel. There weren't specific references to their mistreatment within those two texts. Again, it was more of a relationship between the natural sublime or just finding solace within it, but especially within the misanthropist, just him finding the speaker, finding solace, but also finding justification for his censure was the main convention way that I saw Whitfield dealing with that convention of solitude and then judgment from society. I hope I answered that question. There was a lot going on in my head. I'm so sorry.
It was a complicated question. It took me a while to articulate. Yeah, thanks. I think maybe the word justification seems helpful here. So thank you. That was really interesting.
Thanks so much, Smailyn. Our second presenter, Frances Lewelling, and the title of Frances's presentation is Experiencing Context, Understanding Frances Ellen Watkins Harper's Poetry Through Sounds of 2020.
So we're going to listen to something together, first of all. Okay.
Oh, crush it not, that hope so blessed, which cheers the fainting heart, and points it to the coming rest, where sorrow has no part.
President Trump and Joe Biden hit at the center of this campaign coronavirus story. The battleground blitz as we enter the final stretch of the 2020 race. You're talking to Joe Biden and President Trump. Would you want to?
Watch what they do.
Yeah, go back to Ohio.
They both have like very obvious, like what are?
No!
Wait, what just happened? I missed it. What was this?
Wisconsin drunk how to leave.
They both have very obvious veneers.
And I do think that Democrats will need to, continue to be more aware of their audience in a way that Republicans
At the center of this campaign, coronavirus.
People need to have confidence in their elections, and that is what we will produce.
Tear from my heart each worldly prop, unbind each earthly string, but to this blessed and glorious hope, oh, let my spirit cling.
But they're all veneers. They shave your teeth down to all your teeth down to little stubs, and then they like put a cap on it.
From NPR News in Washington, D.C., this is Weekend Edition. I'm Scott Simon. This hour, Joe Biden appears to be just a few votes short of what he needs to flash a little bit more irritation.
We continue to be so absolutely grateful that all of our staff are safe and accounted for.
Thievery, rivalry, jealousy.
The speed of that fire. At one point, it was moving 100 miles per hour.
Trump tried to falsely claim victory, saying the election was a fraud.
embarrassment suggested like
Milwaukee voters cast about 170,000 absentee ballots over the last few weeks. It took poll workers almost a day to process them.
shake your hands and wear a mask in public. If we all follow these
rivalry with jealousy.
it can help save lives and prevent a spike in California.
President Trump tried to falsely claim victory, saying the election was a fraud, embarrassment suggested.
It cheered amid the days of old each holy patriarch's breast. It was an anchor to their souls, upon it let me rest.
The relationship, particularly with Jesus Christ, through a huge King James version of the Bible, white with gold edges on paper. I had a very distinct relationship with Jesus and a kind of affinity for, I guess, what I would now say is his suffering.
They're all part of the same tribe, actually, at this point. Biden, Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, they're all part of the same.
Very concerned with how they appeared inside of those religious contexts, but outside of them,
Watch what they do,
they
not what they say.
entirely different. They could be anyone doing anything.
There was even a day, a long time ago, but still, in which Mitch McConnell described Joe Biden as a real friend.
Political party committees and campaigns raised a lot of money.
Watch what they do, not what they say.
Unlike Barack Obama, Joe Biden isn't a young black man who has taken the presidency for the first time in a way that is shocked and upset.
That is, Anderson Cooper, the news reporter, expressed his opinion as frankly a fact
And
that
now
can
in
be
2020, white
disputed.
women like Donald Trump even more than they did
If
in
you spent
2016.
4 years looking at Donald Trump saying, how can this guy be popular? How can our
as
country
America elected a vicious, venal, incompetent con man out of revenge.
say that they have lost credibility?
Watch what they do, not what they say. Millions of votes remain to be counted in the blue Carolina, Georgia have yet to be.
This tooth is fake. It's an implant.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
But what they do, and I build ups on these.
Now Biden has a clearer path to victory than Trump, who must hang on to 2 of the 3 blue wall states to win. In a statement last night, Biden said he's optimistic and wants every vote counted. President
When
Trump
wandering in
falsely
dens and caves, in sheep and goatskins dressed, appealed and scattered people learned to know this hope was blessed.
the election is still not easy. Now Biden has a
I'm like, I can claim all of it.
said he's optimistic.
Queerness gave me the language for everything I know about liberation and freedom.
Help me, amid this world of strife, to long for Christ to reign, that when he brings the crown of life, I may that crown obtain.
Must hang on to 2.
We have not trained ourselves to do the work that is upon us now.
No, we haven't. And we haven't for good reason from a particular perspective. To do our work, to come into a deep knowing of who we are is civilization is made of. And so, capitalism in its current form could survive patriarchy if enough of us
I made this soundscape in the fall in Professor Range's class, African American Literature of the 19th Century. And I combined sounds from my daily life from between October and November of 2020 with sounds in the media, with a reading of Francis E.W. Harper's poem, That Blessed Hope, in the hopes of exploring how various material contexts affect the way her poem is experienced. So first, a little background on Harper. I have this very sparse PowerPoint so that you can just to track what I'm saying. But Harper was a writer, a poet, a lecturer, and an abolitionist. She was also actively fighting for women's rights and drew a lot of attention to the intersection of race and gender. And she also was an advocate of temperance. That Blessed Hope, which is the poem you heard in that soundscape, is from the collection Poems on Miscellaneous Subjects, which was published in 1854, quite early in her career. So the collection contains poems about slavery, temperance, women and motherhood, and Black womanhood in particular, and faith, and it closes with 3 prose pieces here titled Christianity, the Bible, and the Colored People in America. So in this class, we spent a lot of time exploring 19th century periodicals and particularly Black edited periodicals to better understand the reciprocal relationship between Black writers such as Harper and the social and material context of their work. In reading the periodicals, our process of contextualizing was primarily visual, but I decided that because poetry is experienced both visually and orally, and this connects to Smailyn's presentation on musicality too, which is really cool. So I decided I wanted to explore Harper's writing through sound. I also wanted to explore how the poem could find resonance in our current socio-political contexts. I was particularly interested in the materiality of Poems on Miscellaneous Subjects in its original publication format, so the cover is pictured here. And I wanted to know how that format could contextualize Harper's religious poetry, such as That Blessed Hope. And I wondered if an emphasis on material experience, both in my wonderings about the written poem and in my creative engagement with it from a subjective, contemporary perspective, as well as from a sonic perspective, could illuminate new aspects of her faith and spirituality. So what I'm going to say will obviously differ from your reaction after a single listen to the soundscape in May of 2021, but I'm just going to share a couple of things that I took away from the process of creating this and spending time with the poem. So first of all, I was initially inclined to focus on one of Harper's more explicitly anti-slavery poems, such as Eliza Harris or The Slave Auction. I've colored these in red here. These poems have also gotten a lot more attention in academia. And after spending more time with the collection, I decided that exploring That Blessed Hope might actually be extremely important, in part because of the reasons I was sort of inclined to overlook it. So if reading the collection in a strictly literary manner, focusing on each poem as isolated examples of lyric poetry, That Blessed Hope could be considered somewhat underwhelming, comparatively speaking. And I also noticed my own tendency to immediately try and fit Harper's poetry into existing contemporary discourse on socio-political issues. And from this vantage point, particularly for readers like me who might be less attuned to the religious message of this poem, That Blessed Hope might be puzzling, at least as it stands alone. So I began to wonder how the boundaries of genre and the dichotomy of sacred versus secular could be subverted through emphasis on material context and sensory experience. I thought that creatively engaging with the work might allow me to embrace the religious nature of the poem through sonic experience in order to better understand its social context, rather than using social context to secularize the poem's religious feeling. So on the screen are quotes of writing that inspired a lot of my thinking as I put this together. I'll give you just a couple seconds with them. So this scholarship on the importance of materiality inspired me to notice the sensory experience of day-to-day life and to make space for that both in Harper's time and in ours when considering the potential meanings of that blessed hope. So the idea that material contexts and an array of subjective perspectives release possibilities of meaning was strengthened by the process of digging through all these 19th century periodicals and encountering poetry surrounded by advertisements, correspondence columns, and news. In Harper's case, the pamphlet edition of poems on miscellaneous subjects would have also functioned as memorabilia from Harper's speeches for many readers. Its cheap formatting with a, quote, pasted on paper cover and no copyright notice overleaf, end quote, embodies readers' individual involvement in their political and social surroundings. And so I would argue that, or suggest that that blessed hope opens a spiritual or religious space within this social and political context. And I attempted to loosely reflect the messy collision of the personal, the social, the political, and the spiritual by interweaving sounds from my daily life with news fragments outlining a fear-filled election season with the poem and with music. And I also began to feel that background noises such as me eating, typing, or opening the door served the poem by imperfectly evoking some of the elusive materiality discussed by McGill in this second quote here. I couldn't conjure the difference made. And I thought this was important despite, or perhaps especially because of the fact that the materialities of Harper's time and ours are comprised of completely different contents. So not only do background sounds, blurry recordings, and my roommate's explanation of veneers give a sense for cultural norms and values, which could directly inform the interpretation of specific pieces of sound or writing, but they partially recreate and bring a level of consciousness to how that writing or sound was encountered. So that leads to another thing that I do from this process, which is how experiential contexts might be used as one of the primary guides in examining Harper's religious faith. Yeah. So I'm back to this slide, but and first of all, I wanted to state that Harper does explicitly engage with theological discourse throughout this collection. For example, in Bible Defense of Slavery, which is basically a scathing rejection of and calling out the hypocrisy of so-called Christian supporters of slavery. Also, the three prose pieces at the end outline the tenets of her faith and explicitly align them with her fight for racial justice. So, scholar Catherine Clay Bassard describes how Harper evidences a more comprehensive theology than did many anti-slavery debaters of the time, who tended to rely on stock arguments and texts. And I'd like to add to this idea of comprehensiveness by suggesting that that blessed hope, which within itself doesn't reference any specific social issues, helps us to grasp Harper's all-encompassing faith, and therefore her theology and activism in the experiential realm. So I use the experience of hearing and reading the poem amidst varying sounds to guide some close reading, and I'll point to a couple of my findings now. So first of all, the imperative is quite striking in this poem. So we have tear from my heart, help me, let me rest. To me, it sounds prayer-like and also quite vulnerable. Secondly, the use of the first person. The narrator seems to be directly addressing God throughout. And the other poems in this collection have primarily third-person narrators. for example, those retelling specific biblical events, or second-person narrators, which lend a tone of prophetic authority and condemnation, for example, in Bible Defense of Slavery. And even her use of first person generally serves a more unifying purpose, using we instead of I. And so within the collection, that Blessed Hope sounds uniquely introspective and intimate. And finally, its placement after these two poems, The Slave Auction and The Revel, which are about slavery and temperance, respectively. These poems vividly describe scenes of earthly pain, sin, and violence. And after these poems, that Blessed Hope felt to me like a sudden and abrupt stillness. And after playing with the sound of each stanza alongside my other recorded sounds, and particularly those reflecting the election, and after repeatedly reading that Blessed Hope in the context of these two poems, again, mostly out loud, I felt that the spiritual space created by that Blessed Hope highlights the fundamental dysfunction of what is surrounding it. Experientially, both in 1854 and in 2020, and at the same time uplifts the spiritual space that I would argue is required to resist that dysfunction. All right, so that's some brief insight into my thinking about this poem. I hope this audible setting and my discussion of it inspires some ways of connecting not just with this poem, but with other sounds and writing you might encounter. I also hope it illuminates the spiritual component of Harper's theology to a non-Christian reader, and I think this is especially important for understanding her radical activism, which I hope will assist us in our search for sustainable and more deeply transformative social change. Thank you.
Thanks, Frances. Let's give Frances a hand, please. We've got time for some questions. So I will open it up. And as before, if you want to unmute yourself and ask a question, you definitely may. If you want to put a question into the chat, I will do my best to monitor. So just hold forth. If anybody's got a question, you can go for it.
Oh, I just wanted to say, Smailyn, it's so nice to actually see you for the first time after engaging in a completely asynchronous class for a term.
It's true. Both Smailyn and Frances were in my 19th century African American writers class in the fall, which is where the germs of both of these presentations began. Yeah, I didn't think about the fact y'all are seeing each other. That's great.
I felt the same way, Frances.
I'm actually thinking about the connections between your all's papers right now, and I'm thinking about the kind of congregational and nature theology kind of piece of Smailyn's paper, and then about the kind of, I feel like how but like poetry people, or scholars, like not really reading Harper with the kind of full import of her theology, but just kind of being like, oh, she's a political poet, and kind of ignoring the theological underpinnings of that. So it's interesting to me to think about both of these poets as these deeply religious poets that, I feel like y'all's presentations together have actually helped me see a really interesting conversation that could be had about 19th century religious poetry by Black writers. So that's really interesting. Could you tell us, Frances, a little bit about your process as far as, you told us some about it in the presentation, but I was particularly just thinking about how you chose some of the different sounds, and like if the poem was in your mind as you were thinking about the sounds, or if it was kind of vice versa.
Yeah. Well, I think in a way it was sort of a way to handle the sounds that were already there, like in the onslaught of media during the election, and needing to engage because it's important, and also but also kind of having it always present. So it was hitting record, I basically just like, like when I was cooking and listening to podcasts or the news or whatever, I would just start hitting record. And I did that for a while. So I actually have hours and hours of recorded stuff. And yeah, and the piano playing was a voice memo of a practice session that I had. The tune is by Thad Jones. It's A Child Is Born. I was kind of just figuring it out. And so I didn't want to like purposefully record something for this, so I used an old thing, and I thought that was cool, just the sort of randomness of it. And then again, like I would have voice memos going while I was carrying my phone around, so that's why a lot of like the distance and what comes through, part of that was how I edited it together, and part of it is how I was like moving the phone around. Yeah, does that answer some of that question? Yeah.
Yes, Emily.
Hello. Beautiful presentation, Francis. I had a question about, you said that one of the things that you hoped for was that people to be able to think about the materialism of other writings and in, their kind of current situations compared with those writings that they might be reading from the past. And I'm wondering if you have found yourself thinking more deeply about that now as you read things and read poetry, and how that has changed since you did this project for you.
Yeah. Well, I think so. A lot of it was just being aware of, I'm a musician, so how things sound is important. Or I think about it a lot, but then also thinking about like how we tend to abstract even music, we do it through analysis all the time. And then which kind of is a disguised way of cookie cuttering things into existing systems of value. Of holding a magnify, what's the, science when you put things in a little a petri dish, there we go. Like having it be like that, and you lose so much of the feeling of these works. And I think, again, and I think when it comes to religion, we have this like theology, which we know has been used to argue the most outrageous and anti humanity things, like, and the theory of religion, or like the literal thing on the page, is sometimes used to argue that, but there's absolutely no way that makes any sense in the spiritual realm, I would say. So I think connecting to some of this like physically experienced sense of connection to lots of things, like texts, especially to things that we tend to abstract, like maybe texts or monumental musical works, like things in the canon. That can be a way of really forming more personal connections to it, which I think open your mind to learning from it rather than imposing what you've already learned onto it. Does that make sense? I hope it does.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, great. Thank you for that question, and thank you, Francis. So we're going to move on to our third presenter of our panel, and that's going to be Phoebe Eisenbeis. And her presentation is entitled The Landscape and Self in Maggie Nelson's Canal Diaries. So Phoebe, whenever you're ready, you can take it away.
Thank you, Professor Range. All right, so today I will be sharing a shortened version of my English capstone paper, and I will begin and end this reading with a journal entry, or with two journal entries that I wrote during the fall of 2020 while sitting beside the Fox River. The Landscape and Self in Maggie Nelson's Canal Diaries. I go down to the river an early October morning with a particular glint coming in off the water and finding me. A froth has built along the wall where I dangle my legs, and the cottonwood lets loose a cluster of yellow into the water. The water is deep today, light filtering through the emerald within. The river flows freely at this bend past the lock and dams of upstream, moving northeasterly onto the big lake. I am filled with ideas of self and separation, the boundary between the me that is sitting here and the sun on the water, shimmer of leaves, gentle movement of air that enters me and leaves me. There is life here in this river valley, life that I am outside of, the eagles watching me from above, the dance of two hawks caught for a moment in determination, the deeply grooved trees that stand as pillars over the water. I find a fold here, a place to settle, and I wonder at that place. This belonging, the very act of sitting for a moment and learning the contours of space, where space becomes place. Where do I end? Where does what is not me begin? For several years now, I have returned to the same spot beside the Fox River to clear my head, to find inspiration, or to simply sit and later write about what I have seen and felt. My interest in this sort of nature writing stems from my desire to express what I observe in the natural world. When I discovered Maggie Nelson's poetry about the Gowanus Canal, I felt that I had found a poet that expresses the world in a similar way to me. I find Nelson's poetry to be at a compelling convergence between the self or the selves and the other. Nelson's poetry could be read with an eco-critical eye. However, there has been very little, if any, written about Maggie Nelson as an eco-poet. She is widely recognized for her books, The Argonauts and Bluets, but less so for her poetry book, Something Bright Than Holes, where the Canal Diaries are found. I aim to begin a discussion about Nelson and her poetry with an emphasis on the ways in which the Canal Diaries illustrate how we can re-examine the nature writing canon. Where canonical nature writing has repeatedly upheld the concepts of humans and nature as distinct, the Canal Diaries centers and honors a polluted environment. This environment is represented as a liminal space between humans and nature, where the internal self and external other landscapes blend, and where the concept of nature and what is written about it can be reimagined to reflect and encompass human-made environments. I will first start by laying the groundwork for my analysis of Nelson's poetry by discussing the background of the nature writing genre and some of the problematic ideas that persist about nature today. Next, I will turn to some selected poems and sections of poems from the Canal Diaries to examine the permeability of humans and their environments and the role of the poet within this relationship. Oftentimes, the names that are tethered to the nature writing genre are white men, such as Thoreau, Emerson, William Barry, Aldo Leopold, and William Wordsworth, most of whom we consider to be nature writers are white, able-bodied, cisgendered, and male. Nature writing as a genre, whether it be prose, poetry, nonfiction, arose out of Romanticism in the late 18th century and was, as Laurette Savoy writes, quote, defined by a sense of separation from the natural world, the belief that nature was external to human existence, unquote. The genre is closely linked to the transcendentalist movement in the US, which championed ideas of escapism where nature is characterized as pristine and untouched by humans. Additionally, these concepts of nature can be traced back to their origins in colonialism. William Cronin writes, the removal of Indians to create an uninhabited wilderness reminds us just how invented, just how constructed the American wilderness really is. There's nothing natural about the concept of wilderness. It is entirely a creation of the culture that holds it dear, a product of the very history it seeks to deny. Therefore, the immaculate and undamaged nature that offers transcendence and escape for nature writers of the 18th century cannot be untangled from the colonization of the very land they seek to honor. Only through the colonization and horrific genocide of the indigenous people in the Americas could the concept of a pristine wilderness be created. I do not mean to say that one mustn't look back upon or study the classics of the nature writing genre. In fact, Nelson, while writing the Canal Diaries, kept a Thoreau mantra close. The question is not what you look at, but how you look and whether you see. There is certainly value in analyzing and understanding the works of writers like Thoreau or Emerson, but we cannot let these authors limit us or define for us what nature writing is, who gets to write about it, and in what way. I assert that the contemporary eco-poet within the field of nature writing occupies a unique place in asking the reader to slow our pace, view our surroundings as places rather than empty, spacious, unknown locations. This idea also rejects the notion that nature is or should be untouched by humans. The poet Claudia Rankine describes eco-poetry or eco-poetics as a, quote, engagement with the landscape as it exists rather than in a romantic way, unquote. Eco-poetry is then an act or effort of turning an othered and external space into a knowable, tangible place. Although Maggie Nelson is white, her work can expand the nature writing genre in several ways. First, she identifies as a woman, and some of her other more popular writing has centered around her queer identity as well, such as The Argonauts from 2015. Additionally, the Canal Diaries participate in expanding the nature writing canon precisely because Nelson centers a polluted and toxic environment, one that may be rejected, overlooked, or often left out of a nature writing concerned solely with a pristine wilderness. These poems chronicle the Gowanus Canal, a historically polluted body of water running for almost 2 miles through Brooklyn, New York. Nelson details the passage of time through the series of 39 poems, which were written over the course of a summer as she invites us into the ecosystem in a visceral way. By definition, this environment blurs the boundaries between humans and nature, as the canal is a physical construction made by and for humans. Yet it is filled by rainwater, houses animals, and many plants grow in and around the canal. William Cronin writes, in the wilderness, the boundaries between human and non-human, between natural and supernatural, had always seemed less certain than elsewhere. Even though this canal is not a wilderness in the romantic definition, it maintains a powerful hold over Nelson as she becomes familiar with it. Nelson directly resists the problematic assumption that place attachment can only occur within rural spaces by forming a deep attachment to an urban environment and ecosystem. Nelson acts as placemaker in this strange and toxic place and as the catalyst between identity and landscape, from her physical and emotional position as a poet. From the first poem in the series, it is clear to the reader that these nature poems are different from others in the canon. The Canal Sitters, a poem built by 2-line stanzas, recounts the scene of this industrial and urban canal, visited frequently by a group of canal sitters. Every evening, the canal sitters make their way down to the street, Nelson writes. Nelson is placemaking as she tells us of the gigantic mustard-colored pipes and the pale blue and pink factories that exhale through their vents. This not only makes the place for the reader, but it allows this environment to come alive. It illustrates how this canal and its surrounding industry exist, whether or not it is being watched. Nelson writes, meanwhile, the sitters have lived here forever. Their job is to sit and watch for new life, sit and see if anything is growing, has grown, will grow, sit and see what life is left after all human attempts to strangle it. What could possibly be born? Here we see what can be read as the purpose of the canal sitters, watching over the canal and waiting for changes in the environment. The world that is present in this poem is positioned against humans in many ways, through our, quote, attempts to strangle it. Nelson writes, they sit and watch the cliffs. They sit and watch the water. The they, who are the canal sitters, eventually turns into a you. You have to watch very carefully. You have to sit at dusk with the man who wears all black. This shift from they to you echoes Nelson's ability to blend into the canal environment. She becomes part of the landscape as the poems continue, familiar with the people and sights. Additionally, the shift to you engages and activates the reader, inviting them to be a canal sitter too. However, even as we see the necessity and urgency of the canal sitter's job, by the end of the poem, the underlying concerns of the canal's toxicity are clear. Quote, you have to pay attention to the wind. You have to go inside if the wind moves the dust towards you, unquote. The hazardous job of being a canal sitter requires a certain alertness to the environment of the canal. Close attention must be paid to the water, weather, and more than human beings. Wendell Berry writes, without a complex knowledge of one's place and without the faithfulness to one's place on which such knowledge depends, it is inevitable that the place will be used carelessly and eventually destroyed. This idea in the context of the Gowanus Canal begs the questions. What about knowing a place that has already been used carelessly? What about our relationships to polluted and damaged places and the ways in which we can care for those places when they are beyond our individual repair? The canal sitters attempt to answer this in their act of becoming familiar within this place, as they are in turn shaped by this place. It is important to discuss too all that is at work to build the identity of the canal itself. Oftentimes in nature writing, it can feel hard or even impossible to peel away the identity of the place itself from the identity of the writer. Although Bernard Quettenbach's work with nature writing has largely centered around white writers, he has interesting things to say on the topic of identity as it relates to environmental poetry. Quote, "It's not so much the writer's identity that is important as it is the reader's identity, or the subject of identity itself," unquote. I would argue that it is equally as important to understand or examine the identity of the canal itself, outside of humans, or any environment for that matter. In several of Nelson's poems, the canal is not simply an environment of toxicity that miraculously produces life. It is not solely a man-made space that nature prevails within. The canal has autonomy and has an identity of its own, which Nelson surfaces through her observations of the canal. In Saturday Morning, Nelson writes that the canal has been, quote, "full of chopped bodies. It didn't ask for that. It didn't ask for anything. It's not even angry. It's green and has come to live," unquote. These lines suggest both the autonomy the canal holds as it has come to live and the abuse it has endured over time by getting dumped into. Nelson distinguishes that the canal did not ask for any of what has happened to it, which prompts the idea that it also exists beyond humans and beyond our own perceptions of it. The canal can be understood as a nexus between nature and culture, or nature and humans. In many ways, the job of the eco-poet is to bridge this gap between nature and culture. Yet this too feels like an affirmation of the problematic idea that humans are separate from our environments. Nelson's characterization of the canal as passive, "it's not even angry," complicates the idea of an untouched and pristine nature further. The nature that is the subject here is all at once damaged, beautiful, human, and beyond human, an identity of nature that isn't centered enough, given the damage humans have done to nature. While it is important to discuss how the canal is deeply polluted by humans, it is crucial to recognize that plants and animals persist here. Nelson describes the white moth on the engorged gladiola, the tall weepy coils of psychotic vegetables, and the raccoons that make an appearance in several poems. These images of plants and life are deeply contrasted with images of toxicity, which Nelson expresses in an interview with Claire Shearer. Quote, "It was an astonishingly strange chapter in my NYC life, in that it was actually quite bucolic, with wild animals and flowers and a moon reflected in the water, all taking place around a body of water so lavender and frothy you couldn't touch it for fear of being poisoned. A place of contrast, to be sure," unquote. The canal itself, the water, is part of the reason for the contrast. Even amongst and within a body of water so dangerously toxic, life and beauty come into being. The contrast exists between the natural and man-made environments, and between the self and the other. For the poet and writer John Burnside, the space between the self and the other is the, quote, "space in which several versions of a place or a person can exist simultaneously." In other words, this magical space is where identity unfolds and is capable of transformation, unquote. The Canal Diaries do not explicitly take on the realm between self and other as a mythical or magical place. These poems are deeply grounded in the reality of pollution and toxicity. It is not a beautiful nature, or even one untouched by humans, as I stated, but I think precisely because it is a man-made canal environment, it exists as a liminal space between self and other, just as the canal exists between a constructed city and a park full of trees and wildlife. One could argue, however, that pieces of this series are magical or supernatural in some ways, such as the overall fear of the diseases that dwell in the depths of the water. In Reckless, Nelson writes, "Last night, I dreamt I didn't move in time, just stepped in, totally unmindful, totally reckless, my feet thus lost to the live virus." This section is important because it not only illustrates the danger of the water or perceived danger, but also the way that the canal has infiltrated Nelson in sleep, beyond the moments she spends canal sitting. Stepping into the canal means becoming a part of the canal, and thus the boundaries between Nelson and the water are blurred. However, this blurring of boundaries is deeply, and rightly so, feared and fervently avoided. The toxicity of the canal forces human subjects to accept their corporeality and the permeable quality of their bodies in relation to the sometimes toxic environment. It is here where we can begin to understand ourselves and our place in nature better. For a deeper discussion about toxicity and toxic discourse, you can check out Lawrence Buell's work, which I go into more detail in my full-length capstone. The canal clearly holds power over Nelson. Her time spent beside the canal has changed her. These changes are marked and reflected by the canal changing as winter comes. In September, Nelson is preparing to leave her apartment and the canal. Quote, I honored this place in my way and now it's yours, unquote. Who the you is intended to be is not entirely clear. It could be the partner she is leaving behind or the reader or some combination. She honors the canal and her return to it over the course of a summer, but it can be read as Nelson honoring herself too. The poem goes on. I hosted a flood here. It changed my contours, the way only water can. The canal has changed the very shapes and pieces that make Nelson. Through this poem, but also through the collection of poems when read all together as a memory of Nelson's time beside the canal. The changes that have occurred internally for Nelson are reflected in the changing of the canal through the seasons, which deepens the connection between Nelson and her environment. By using the word contours, Nelson bridges the divide between herself and the canal, as this is a word used to describe not only water, but also bodies. Nelson writes in the first poem of the book, which isn't a part of the Canal Diaries, quote, I used to do this, the self I was used to do this, the selves I no longer am nor understand, unquote. These lines show that Nelson views herself and the self she has been as separate, but always with her. The poem ends with, the heart too is porous. I lost the water you poured into it, which illustrates the porosity of ourselves and our beings. We are more permeable to our environments than we think. We accept and change and reject, always in motion. All ourselves are constantly shifting, just as the wind and the water in the canal. Now I'll move to my conclusion. Nelson's poetry expands what we consider to be nature writing, and in so doing, takes us into a world where identity can be transformed and shifted by our surroundings, where we grow intimate with a place that would otherwise be rejected. We allow it to change us, comfort us, or offer us solace. Lawrence Buell writes about the separation of self and place. Quote, what we require is an awakened place awareness that is also mindful of its limitations and respectful that place molds us as well as vice versa, unquote. Nelson's poems attempt to make the unknowable knowable while examining a space that is both human-made and natural, a space that would otherwise be overlooked but is deeply honored in these poems. However, Nelson's privilege as a white person allows her to write about this place, and this fact cannot be separated from her writing. Maybe others wouldn't get the chance to see beauty within this place because they're forced to be in this location, such as the few houseless communities that she comes across in her poems. I find it pertinent to make a note of this, even as I aim to expand and reimagine narratives of nature. I am complicit in choosing a writer who is white and holds some degree of class privilege, as she lives in an apartment and therefore sees the world and the canal through that identity. Even so, Nelson's poetry offers a relevant and urgent examination of a landscape that holds great power as a space between nature and humans, which ultimately shows us that these boundaries are extremely permeable. We are tightly woven into our environments, and our personal identities are linked to the places we are intimate with. Not only can poetry examine these spaces, but poetry itself can act as its own space too, in and of itself. Nelson said in an interview for the Paris Review, in poetry, you're often trying to describe something very specific and material, even if it's a state of mind or emotional landscape. Nelson reaffirms the ideas I present in this paper with this idea of an emotional landscape, as our internal selves relate to, are changed by, and affect the external world. Our bodies themselves contain landscapes, just as our environments contain them. Poetry can act as a reflection of the self and of the landscape, displaying the separations, connections, intricacies, and beauty therein. The grassy hill to my spot by the river, now covered in a layer of November frost, crunches underfoot. The trees are bare now. The sky is milky. I watch it for passing shapes. High, high above, two eagles soar, reaching currents that I will never know. I let go of the pieces of the day, or they are blown from me. I have these pages like I have the pages of Nelson's writing, to return to again and again, to find peace in, to remember past selves and desires. To know this place and to return again is to know myself. All at once familiar and strange, always shifting, but the desire to know and the desire to be present never yields. I will be back to see the river freeze and thaw and freeze again, to see the new green and smell the earth. For now, I go back inside, I rest, I return. Thank you, everyone, for coming and listening to me.
Thanks so much, Phoebe. Let's give Phoebe a round of applause here. And we have got some time for questions. And my question is actually about something that you didn't talk about much that I know is in the poem. And the only reason I know that is because you sent me the poem. Thanks, Phoebe, for sending me the poem. But the poem is also so much about one of her romantic relationships. And so I guess I would just, do you, and maybe you talked about it in your bigger piece, but I just wonder how that piece of the poem fits into your kind of conception of this as an eco-critical poem, like, because that human relationship to me seems so central as well. So that's a question I have. And then after my question, we'll go to Elizabeth's question.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I did have a very pretty long section in my full-length paper about that, and specifically about the way that the intimacy she shares with this person and this partner is reflected in her intimacy with the canal, and the way that it's kind of a toxic relationship, and so she's looking for some sort of release from that, and I think the canal really offers that for her. So that's kind of how I see it figuring in, that when she leaves the canal in the end, it's to leave that partner, but it's also to kind of let go of the intimacy she had with the canal. So it's kind of, yeah, I agree. I think it's a really big part of these poems, but I wasn't quite sure how much I wanted to delve into that, because I'm not sure where that fits in with, eco poetry, I guess, but that relation, the human relationship is equally as important, I think.
Thank you. Elizabeth, your question.
Hi, Phoebe. I have a two-part question. One is your visit to the Fox River. Did you note any specific ways that you noted the built and the natural environment combining? And then also, are there places that you are really itching to explore with specifically that have been really dramatically marked by humans, natural spaces that have been so marked by humans? Or do you have kind of a list in your mind that you want to explore with all of this amazing thinking that you've done with poet?
Yeah, I'm not sure I was able to fully hear the second part of your question, but I think sitting beside the Fox River was a really, I kind of feel like it mirrored Nelson's experience in a lot of ways, just in that, it's not a canal, obviously, but just that there are so many birds and so much wildlife, but then there's always this incessant construction happening around the river, especially now, with so many apartments and buildings being built. So kind of like I would be like, is that a woodpecker? No, that's a, a whatever chainsaw or something. So yeah, I hope that kind of answers your first part of your question. I'm sorry, I think I kind of missed the second part.
That's fine. Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So just to be more brief with it, I wondered, are there specific places that you are interested in exploring, in addition to the Fox River experiences, that you, thinking about this poet and thinking about the natural environment and the built environment, and perhaps pollution itself?
Yeah, definitely. I think kind of just exploring more urban spaces, just spending more time sitting downtown in Minneapolis, or I think I'm really drawn to waterways specifically. So I think somewhere like a similar canal environment that I could return to over and over again. But I think those kinds of places just kind of come naturally to me, where I just feel drawn to them and want to return to a specific spot. So I definitely am thinking about that a lot. I want to return to that place that I, felt that way, or something like that. Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you. And we have another. Oh, I guess I asked that question. Can I ask one more little thing, and then I'll.
Yeah.
As you were talking, I was realizing how many really transient moments we have with nature in the urban environment, just things growing in the cracks, and what great in your mind, is there kind of a scale that needs to happen to really observe this relationship between humans and nature and explore it? Or do those just tiny microcosms of nature, do they trigger any of this for you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's kind of a big piece of what I was trying to work through with this, is like, why do we honor some spaces and not others, you know? And where are those little pieces of nature or even wilderness that we find in our everyday lives? And why can't those offer us solace and connection as much as the bigger spaces, you know, or just in different ways because we are closer to those, you know, like things in the cracks and things like that.
Yes, please go ahead, Claire.
Hi, Phoebe. Terrific job. It's lovely to hear you read it. I missed the very opening, which is too bad because I love that part of the piece, but I was listening carefully to the rest, and Sam was too. He loved it. I was wondering, just ever since I ran across an interview in which Maggie Nelson was talking about her close relationship with Annie Dillard, and I think I sent you a link to that. I wasn't aware of that previously, that, you know, she counts her as this mentor. And in fact, she had talked about, she had recently been at Annie Dillard's house. So just thinking about Dillard's writing and how informed it is by a kind of like religious sensibility and the sort of possibility of transcendence and this kind of like numinous atmosphere. I'm just wondering if you feel like any of that comes through in Nelson's poetry, or if she's doing something really different.
Yeah, that's such a good question, because I see them, I mean, I know that Dillard was a mentor for Nelson, and I know they worked really closely, but they're so different to me, I think. And I wonder if that is one of the big pieces of why they feel different to me. I don't feel that sense of transcendence very much in these specific poems from Nelson. But I'm also not always super, like, that's not something I always look for, I guess, in poetry and in writing. But yeah, I guess that's not a very sufficient answer, but I guess I don't see that very much. Yeah.
It's interesting to me. That's part of why I ask, because my sense, I don't know Nelson that well in that much intimacy, you know, across all of her work, but the kind of like exaltation and like breathiness of Dillard it seems like it's quite a different register in Nelson. So I'm interested in the fact that, you know, finding out they're so aligned in other ways, it's kind of intriguing.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for bringing that up.
I am with Elizabeth, but I'm actually Jo.
Okay.
Thank you for that terrific presentation, Phoebe. I'm wondering if thinking about, in the vernacular, a mess like the Gowanus Canal, and juxtaposing that with your experience by the Fox River, but there's a way that it's not exactly a juxtaposition. There are similarities too, and especially since you mentioned the construction that's going on at the Fox River, and that has to include pollution. But the Gowanus Canal also reminds us of the history of New York City and the 18th century people who used it as that dump and helped cause the mess that it is today. I want to know what connections there are in eco-poetry with humans in the sense of our history, and that we are inextricably and undeniably part of our own history. Is that a question?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's definitely a big question. And I feel like the way that I see eco-poetry, that I kind of touch on a little bit in my paper, is just that it is really concerned with that, like with the history of humans and our environments. Like at least that's what I hope that it can do. And it's not, I mean, I feel like I'm just going to repeat everything in my paper, but just that, like, you know, like nature writing, I think I see really separately from eco-poetry, obviously, because, you know, eco-poetry is a little bit more specific, but that it sort of can exist as this space that does acknowledge humans and the damage we've done, but then also the ways that we can be healed, and we can also heal our environments. And that feels really separate to me than the nature writing that doesn't want to accept or talk about and discuss that damage and that pollution. But that's a really big question and a good question. So thank you.
Well, yes, thank you to everyone who's come to this panel. I would like us to just give one more round of applause to Smailyn, Francis, and Phoebe. Really wonderful job, y'all. Thank you so much. And just all the connections among these presentations. It was so interesting to hear all three. So thank y'all so much. Thank y'all for coming to the Harrison Symposium, and we're done. So thanks again.
Congratulations.
Well done, one and all. Really good.
Thank you, Professor Range.
Thank you, Professor Range.
Thank y'all. That was wonderful.
Everybody, that is downright good.
My name's Amy Ongiri. I'm the Jill Beck Director of Film Studies here at Lawrence University, and it's my great honor to welcome parents, friends, family, and the Lawrence community to the 2021 Harrison Symposium. I'm going to allow each of the presenters to introduce themselves, and we are going to start with Megan Hunter, then we'll have Spencer Quinton Washington, and we'll close with Highland Flores. So Megan Hunter's paper is called Navigating the Dangerous Intersection, Black Women in Toni Morrison's Sula, and she was nominated for the Harrison Symposium by Professor Ame Balsekar. So without further ado, join me in welcoming Megan Hunter.
My name is Megan Hunter, and today I will be presenting my English and Ethnic Studies capstone titled Navigating the Dangerous Intersection, Black Women in Toni Morrison's Sula. I would like to begin my presentation by reading a quote from Malcolm X, which states, "The most disrespected person in America is the Black woman. The most unprotected person in America is the Black woman. The most neglected person in America is the Black woman." And I would like to dedicate this presentation to my Black Nana, mother, aunties, sisters, friends, and every other Black woman who has been reduced to stereotypes and other reductive lenses I will be focusing on today. My goal is to highlight the strength and multifacetedness of Black women through this presentation. So just for a little quick overview of some of what I'm going to be talking about today. Black women exist at an intersection of their race and gender, which leaves them subject to both racism and sexism. These isms are visible in a number of ways, chief among them being the way Black women are depicted in social media, visual media, and literature. Black women are depicted through a myriad of stereotypes in these mediums, and the consequences of such depictions are in many ways deadly. I came to this topic through a strong inclination to understand where these stereotypes come from, what the effects of these stereotypes are in Black women's daily lives, and what resources are available to counterframe these narratives. Such an inclination led me directly to Toni Morrison. Toni Morrison is a famous Black female author who has created a number of novels that highlight Black characters and their experiences. My capstone focuses specifically on her work with Sula and looks at the ways that Morrison uses Sula in order to reclaim stereotypes that are perpetuated in other mediums. My fascination with the Black female experience and with Toni Morrison's ability to capture it led me to the central question of how does Morrison critique, revise, and reclaim the Jezebel and Sapphire stereotypes that are commonly placed on women, on Black women through this novel? And so then my thesis for my capstone is Morrison, through her conception of a fictitious world, explores the way that Black women navigate the intersection of their race and gender in regards to the Jezebel and Sapphire stereotypes. She accomplishes this through portraying what I have called the three modes of stereotype interaction, which are 1, internalization and subsequent self-repression, 2, the leveraging of stereotypes in the interest of protecting oneself and children, and 3, despite the internalization of stereotypes by one's community, living on one's own terms. So in order to understand how Morrison counterframes popular false narratives of Black women, I use a number of So in her essay titled Demarginalizing the Intersection of Race and Sex, a Black Feminist Critique of Anti-Discrimination Doctrine, Feminist Theory, and Anti-Racist Politics, Kimberly Crenshaw details the ways in which Black women's race and gender collide, coining the term intersectionality. This theory addresses the erasure of Black women and their experiences by seeking to understand the ways in which Black women are excluded both from feminism as well as anti-racist movements. For example, Crenshaw highlights the many ways that Black women are disregarded specifically on a judicial level. Black women in cases regarding discrimination based on race, sex, or both are met with the court's inability to reconcile both of those identities. In such cases where Black women's race and gender are the cause of discrimination, courts use white women's experiences to defend notions of equality. Black women in those cases are singularly viewed as women without consideration for their race. Bell Hooks addresses similar sentiments in their book, Ain't I a Woman? Black Women and Feminism. Hooks looks at Black men's expectations for Black women during the civil rights movement and notes specifically the way that Black men wanted Black women to take on subservient roles in the movement, and that this mentality resulted in Black women not receiving recognition for their contributions. Black men accept and perpetuate reductive gender roles and ignore the ways that racial issues affect Black women as well. And then finally, Hooks also addresses the narrow lens through which white women approach feminism. White women present feminism as an inclusive movement when the reality suggests otherwise. Feminism addresses singularly the plight of white women and disregards the experiences of women of color. So all my point is here is just to show how Black women are set apart from Black men and also set apart from white women. So my analysis of Toni Morrison's work in Sula focuses specifically on her interaction with the Jezebel and Sapphire stereotypes. So I'm just going to give a brief explanation of the history and meaning of those stereotypes. The Jezebel stereotype is one that's created to perpetuate a narrative about Black women's sexuality. In her article titled Reinventing Herself, the Black Female Nude, Lisa Farrington explains how the Jezebel stereotype came from, quote, mistaken beliefs that African women were sexually promiscuous and like animals only fit for breeding, end quote. The idea that African women were inherently and overtly sexual and only useful for procreation allowed for the consistent rape of enslaved African women. The goal of this stereotype was to, quote, justify white fears and self-loathing by projecting what was loathed or feared onto others. The Sapphire stereotype similarly justifies white fears through its portrayal of the angry Black woman. David Pilgrim, in a Ferris State University article written for their Jim Crow Museum, describes the Sapphire stereotype as portraying Black women as, quote, rude, loud, malicious, stubborn, and overbearing. This stereotype effectively strips Black women of the ability to be gentle or vulnerable and inherently sets Black women up to be seen as constantly looking for a fight. The article explains that, quote, white women are said to be independent, Black women are said to be emasculating. The same actions are read differently, end quote. So Toni Morrison works to push back against these narratives through her conception of her characters and their experiences in her novel, Sula. She presents the reader with a number of Black women from two different families. Nell's family is made up of her grandmother, Rochelle, her mother, Helene, and herself, and save her grandmother err on the side of neatness and conformity. This family is foiled by Sula and her family, made up of her grandmother, Eva, her mother, Hannah, and herself, all of whom err on the wilder, more sexual side of the spectrum. Morrison's creation of these two families as a whole, as well as the characters respectively, gives the reader insights into the situations faced by Black women and provides an opportunity to watch as these Black women navigate and assert their agency in the midst of various racist and sexist circumstances. And so just to review, those are the three modes of stereotype interaction that I'm going to be focusing on for the rest of this presentation. So the first one we're going to talk about is internalization and subsequent self-repression, and that is accomplished through Morrison's characterization of Helene. Morrison highlights the damaging nature of the Jezebel stereotype by presenting the reader with a character who has internalized the stereotype to the point of repression. The first term that's used to describe Helene in the novel is impressive. This term impressive speaks to the idea that Helene goes above and beyond others in her community. Helene goes through great lengths to maintain the idea that she is in fact impressive. This facet of her identity stems from her mother, Rochelle, who was a prostitute. Helene was born in the Sundown House, which Morrison describes as haunting for Helene. And then you can see in that quote there, which talks about where Helene was born, that she was taken away from that place by her grandmother, and then she was kind of indoctrinated into Christianity by her grandmother, and her grandmother wanted her to make sure she wasn't engaging in any kind of behaviors that her mom did. So Helene works to remove all traces of her mother's overtly sexual past from her identity and her life. It is evident that Helene's aversion to her mother and her mother's prostitute lifestyle stem directly from a wish to avoid being aligned with the Jezebel stereotype. Helene works to involve herself heavily in her town called Medallion. Morrison explains that, quote, Helene Wright was an impressive woman, at least in Medallion she was. Heavy hair in a bun, dark eyes arched in a perpetual query about other people's manners. Since there was no Catholic church in Medallion then, she joined the most conservative Black church and held sway. It was Helene who never turned her head in church when latecomers arrived, Helene who established the practice of seasonal altar flowers, Helene who introduced the giving of banquets of welcome to returning Negro veterans. So by placing a premium on upholding a pious and dignified appearance for the people of Medallion, Morrison points to the severity of the internalization of stereotypes. Helene's character relies heavily on organized religion in the hopes that rules and values in place will expunge the sinful nature of her mother. Morrison works to point to the generational aspects of internalization as well. Helene's fear of supporting the Jezebel stereotype goes deeper than her own aversion to sex, and she wishes to lead her daughter down a similar path. Morrison explains that in this quote right here, that Helene is really grateful that Nell isn't particularly beautiful because beauty can lead to inappropriate behaviors that she doesn't want her to take part in. So in this case, through Helene, Morrison points to the way that stereotypes such as the Jezebel can lead to overcorrection and negatively affect multiple generations of individuals. Similarly, Morrison points to the ways in which internalization of the harmful Jezebel stereotype leads to a warped understanding of what sex actually is. And I think we see this in the Black community all the time. Like, for example, the way that Helene views sex as something that detracts from women and makes her less worthy. When Nell is introduced to her grandmother, Rochelle, she notes that Rochelle's skin is soft, and Helene replies saying, much handled things are always soft. Here it is evident that in regards to sex, Helene views women as things which are used. Not only this, but she considers sex something that wears a woman down over time. The way that Helene responds to sex and sexuality differs greatly from that of other Black women in the novel. But her presence is crucial because it brings forth a different perspective on the ways in which Black women navigate or are conscious of stereotypes such as the Jezebel. Morrison presents a character who is overwhelmingly aware of the way Black women are viewed in terms of sex. And through her conception of Helene, Morrison pushes back against the perceived monolithic nature of Black women because Helene responds to the Jezebel stereotype in more than one way. The other way that we see Helene engage with this stereotype is through leveraging the Jezebel stereotype in the interest of protecting herself and her child. Upon meeting a racist conductor on a train ride, Helene is forced to utilize her sexuality in order to protect herself and Nell. As he berates the two about why they're not in the Black part of the train, Helene explains that they made a mistake and got on the wrong car. After this, quote, Helene smiled dazzlingly and coquettishly at the salmon-colored face of the conductor. Nell looked away from the flash of pretty teeth to the other passengers. As Helene goes to put her bags away in the train, she's met with dirty looks, and none of the Black men help her with her bags. The Black men and women on the train are upset because Helene smiled at the conductor, most likely noting the sexual undertones of the act and seeing this as a betrayal on her part. And so while some interpretations might say that in this scene, Helene is actively embodying the Jezebel stereotype, I would argue another interpretation. Helene recognizes the way that this white conductor sees her as an object for his gaze. It is this knowledge that allows her to weaponize her sexuality. By confirming the conductor's ideas of Helene as a sexual being, Helene is able to keep herself and her child safe by presenting herself as a non-threat. So here, Morrison complicates the Jezebel stereotype by flipping it on its head and allowing for a Black woman to use this stereotype to win in racist and sexist situation. This lends itself to the idea that Black women are faced with a myriad of situations that ask them to warp their views in order to stay safe. So Eva is another character who uses the leveraging of stereotypes in the interest of protecting herself and her children, but she goes about it in a little bit of a different way. So Morrison here focuses on the sapphire stereotype and how Helene is able to leverage that to provide for her children. Morrison conveys that Eva was not particularly affectionate with her children. Her daughter Hannah questions Eva as to her feelings towards her children by asking, quote, Mama, did you ever love us? I mean, did you? When we was little, I was just wondering, did you ever, play with us? So it's evident that Hannah views her mother as unloving, a sentiment which is conveyed by the sapphire stereotype. This is supported by the fact that Hannah even goes as far as to later on note and recognize that Eva fed them, but still questions Eva's love for them. So Hannah's definition of love and Eva's inability to showcase that version of love speaks to the way that Morrison complicates the sapphire stereotype through Eva's character. Morrison presents the dire economic, classist, racist, and sexist circumstances through which Eva is forced to take on the sapphire stereotype. So when Eva's husband, Boy Boy, leaves, Eva finds her situation even more dire as she must now provide for her family. Eva's role as a sapphire begins when she leaves her family for 18 months. This seemingly cold act is complicated by the fact that when she returns, she's missing her leg and now has the ability to afford to provide for her family and give them a home. This suggests that Eva gave up her leg to obtain financial stability for her children, and this contextualizes her taking on the sapphire stereotype by presenting a woman who had no choice but to turn to this lifestyle because of how a racist environment left her without a sustainable income. So then in that long block quotation there, which I'm not going to read all of, it just explains Eva's perspective on how things were so dire that her children were going to die, and she had to take on this sapphire role in order to keep them alive. So while I'm not going to read the entire quotation, like I said, it does contextualize the dire economic situations Eva's family fell into, as well as the role that Eva had to take on in order to provide for her family. Here, Morrison presents two options for Eva. She can either take on the sapphire stereotype and provide for her children or let them die. Eva chooses the option of keeping her children alive and yet is still villainized by her child. So another way that Morrison combats the monolithic nature of stereotypes is through her ability to present similarities and nuanced differences between the respective plights of these characters. While Eva and Helene both leverage these stereotypes in the interest of protecting or providing for their children, they do so in vastly different ways. Helene, due to the fact that she does not experience the same dire economic circumstances as Eva, has the ability to switch between her repression and utilization of the Jezebel stereotype. It's in this way that Morrison highlights the way that class influences decision amongst Black women in the Black community. Helene was able to choose to weaponize the stereotype in place for her. This differs from Eva in that Eva's use of leveraging the sapphire stereotype is a result of extremely limited options, and it's her only way of asserting agency. So Eva isn't able to switch between the modes of existence the way that Helene is able to. So the last motive stereotype interaction that I'm going to talk about is in the case of Sula, who, despite the internalization of the Jezebel stereotype by her community, still decides to live on her own terms. So in contrast to Helene's response to the Jezebel stereotype, Morrison presents the reader with Sula, who is a very sexual individual. In the novel, Sula is villainized for her behavior. Through Sula's character, Morrison makes a commentary on sexual Black women and how society, both Black and white, perceives them. Sula appears to not acknowledge the stereotype as a concept as a whole. Sula, much like her mother, is a highly sexual individual, and this aspect of Sula's personality results in her villainization by others in the community. Morrison explains that the public response to Sula by writing, quote, "In any case, all minds were closed to her. Old women draw their lips together. Small children look away from her in shame. Young men fantasize about elaborate torture for her." And I could go ahead and just dissect that one quotation alone as to how the Black community responds to a sexual Black woman, but I think it's pretty clear there. So the bottom, which is another term for medallion, the bottom community has internalized the Jezebel stereotype to the point that community members of all ages hold disdain for Sula. Through highlighting the public's internalization and subsequent aversion to Sula, Morrison showcases the fact that there is no space for Black women that are openly sexual beings. The white community perpetuates the stereotype and then judges Black women if they're sexual, while at the same time, the Black community has accepted that stereotype as truth and works to alienate anyone who embodies that stereotype. The strength and reclamation of the Jezebel stereotype from Sula's character becomes evident through the fact that she is unapologetic for her behavior. Morrison explains that Sula was a, quote, pariah then and knew it, knew that they despised her and believed that they had framed their hatred as disgust for the way she lay with men, which was true. She went to bed with men as frequent as she could. Through Sula's character, Morrison presents a Black woman who is sexual and owns that sexuality. And Morrison makes a space for Black women, sexual Black women where there once was none. Not only this, but Morrison creates a character who is sexual for her own reasons and her own gratification. And what that's explained in this quotation here where Sula talks about what her goals with sex are, and nowhere in the quotation do you see her talk about wanting to have sex so that men can feel good or for the gratification of men. So while Sula's reasoning for engaging in sex may not be what we would consider traditionally healthy or positive, they're her own. And she brings with her her own complete ideas about sex and does not know any inclination to have sex for the gratification of her partner. So this lack of concern for her partners is supported by the fact that Sula is disliked by other women, not for sleeping with their husbands, but for discarding them after the experience. So Morrison explains that, quote, "The fury she created in the women of the town was incredible, for she would lay with their husbands once and then no more. Hannah had been a nuisance, but she was complimenting the women in a way by wanting their husbands. Sula was trying them out and discarding them without any excuse the men could swallow. So the women, to justify their own judgment, cherished their men more, soothed the pride and vanity Sula had bruised." So this passage introduces a number of things. And the first thing is that the internalization of the stereotype makes the Black community create nuanced space for women. So by that, I mean that they accept Hannah because her sexuality in some way benefits them, but because Sula's sexuality doesn't benefit them at all and disrespects them, they don't have that space for her. And it also highlights what I was talking about earlier, where Black women are supposed to take on a subservient role from men. And you see how the men expect for Sula to want them. And then the Black women who were cheated on comfort the Black men. So it's a whole cycle here. So with her creation of Sula, Morrison transforms what was seemingly an embodiment of the Jezebel stereotype into a multifaceted and complex individual. Morrison's creations of the characters and the ways in which they choose to navigate these spaces, situations, and stereotypes ultimately brings forth the idea that Black women are not the stereotypes that have been created for them, but rather they are beautiful, complex individuals who traverse the intersection of their race and gender. All right, we're almost done. We're going to the conclusion. This is just a quick overview of what I talked about today. And then I'm just going to really quickly, I know I only have about a minute left, is to put what I talked about today into like a real world context. So stereotypes such as the Jezebel and Sapphire, while blatantly visible in media and literature, come to fruition in a number of ways that can be singularly described as deadly. Our elected officials, our law enforcement, our healthcare providers, and other figures of power are not immune to the effects that the media has on our perception of others. They too can be easily convinced that Black women are hypersexual, emasculating, and even dangerous. A study conducted by Lisa Rosenthal and Marcy LaBelle supports this assertion. In their study titled Stereotypes of Black American Women Related to Sexuality and Motherhood, Lobel and Rosenthal look at the implications of stereotypes associated with Black women, specifically their sexuality and motherhood. In the study, which was conducted online, 435 undergraduate students from Northeastern were assigned at random one of four conditions, which required them to look at and read a description of a target woman. The targets were white or Black and pregnant or non-pregnant. And the study found that a Black female target, regardless of pregnancy status, was perceived in more negative ways in regards to, quote, items related to historically rooted societal stereotypes about sexual activity, sexual risk, motherhood status, and socioeconomic status than was a white female target. And there were no differences on items unrelated to societal stereotypes. A Black target described as pregnant was also perceived as more likely to be a single mother and to need public assistance than was a white target who was described as pregnant. The article and study ultimately determined that with their findings, in conjunction with, quote, evidence that societal stereotypes have damaging effects, highlights that there is a severe need to have diverse images of Black women and a subsequent need to raise awareness of how stereotypes affect the perceptions of Black women. There is a dire need for creators such as Morrison who reframe these racist ideologies. Without them, these stereotypes will continue to be perpetuated. And it is with this presentation that I hope to take steps in highlighting these atrocities and demanding that we as a society cultivate an environment in which we encourage Black women to reframe these narratives through their art. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Megan, for that incredibly insightful presentation. We're going to have about 10 minutes of questions. So if you just want to, you can either use your hand raise icon or just unmute yourself, or you can pose a question in the chat. And we don't have much time, so jump right in. And I'll open with a question. I have so many questions, but let me open with a question just to get things going. You did an incredible job there, kind of tracing out stereotypes and their effects. How do you, as you were speaking, I couldn't help but think about people like Megan Thee Stallion and songs like WAP. And I'm wondering, how do you see those stereotypes playing out? Because Sula sat in the historic past. So do you see those stereotypes playing out with contemporary media culture that represents Black women?
Yeah, I definitely do. I think that Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B and all of these women that are like, they are very sexual in their music. It's still super interesting to me that people go out of their way to describe Megan Thee Stallion as like a man, or suggesting that she was biologically or physically biologically a man and things of that nature. So they still are placing stereotypes, like they need to stretch before they reach. They're still placing these stereotypes where they really don't fit, and suggesting that their Blackness makes them manly, when I don't think that's the case at all. And then in terms of the Jezebel stereotype, I think it's the same thing like with Sula. I think that they're reclaiming that sexuality for themselves. I mean, if you listen to Megan Thee Stallion's lyrics, she talks a lot about not doing what she's doing for men, like doing it for herself. So I think it's a really effective means of reclaiming that stereotype for Black.
Awesome, thank you. Other questions? Okay, well, I'm going to keep going until someone interrupts me, because I just found your presentation so rich. And Toni Morrison's work is so rich as well for thinking through like Black women's identity. Sula is such an intense portrait of a Black female friendship. That's not really the subject of your paper, but I was wondering if you had any thoughts about the representation of Black female friendship and its complications.
Yeah, so that actually was originally in my capstone, but unfortunately, because I tend to be wordy, it had to be cut out. But I think that she is reclaiming Black female over in a lot of Toni Morrison's novels. You see Black men be removed from the picture, and I think that that focal point of Black female friendships just once again is just putting Black women into the spotlight, into the forefront of what she's talking about. Because I think that in Sula, for example, unfortunately, Sula does her best friend is Nell, and she does sleep with Nell's husband. But Nell and Sula are able to come back from that. And so I think that just removes the male narrative and then replaces the female friendship to the front of the story.
Thank you. You're getting a lot of love in the comments, but Aaron has a question. So Aaron, go ahead.
Hi, Megan. Thanks for the great presentation. I was wondering, what was one of the most enlightening things you found, and did it highlight anything in your own experience as a Black woman?
Well, I learned a lot with this presentation, but I would say that studying more about the place of objection. Amy, I learned that term from you. Learning about the place of objection that Black women fall into, where they're set apart from Black men and white women, was really interesting, because I went to high school with Erin, so she knows how often we felt set apart from the wealthy white women we went to school with. And I think that getting to research that was really affirming for me, because I was like, why do I not like these people? And so it was nice to learn, like, oh, this is why, because I'm physically completely set apart, even though, we're all women. So.
Thank you. That was a great question. Other questions? We have time for maybe one or two more. Other questions for that really incisive, and you covered so much interesting ground with the presentation. Quentin, go ahead.
How would you expand on this project with the stereotypes of Black women in like literature versus media? Because I feel like literature has so many subvert stereotypes that we don't see unless you like really dive deep, versus like media where it's like clear as day.
I really, once again, my paper had to be, well, Karen Hoffman's not here, but she can tell you it was heartbreaking. It had to be cut pretty extensively, but I really would have liked to talk more about, I am so incredibly sorry. I would have liked to talk a lot more about how I see the stereotypes translate from literature to real life. So one thing that I wanted to talk about with originally in my capstone was the way that doctors perceive Black women and how that leads to the incredibly high mortality rates with Black women during pregnancies, and when Black women go to the hospital and aren't believed about their pain levels, and how that translates into this perceived idea that Black women are inherently really strong. And then similarly, and Kimberly Crenshaw actually talks about it some in her theoretical framework, but she talks about how Black women's cases of sexual assault and rape go dismissed, and how I can tie that back to the way that Black women are perceived as inherently sexual. So thank you for your question.
That was a great question. And I think this will probably be the last question we have time for. M. Chun, go ahead.
That's my brother.
Hi, Megan. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Is that Joshua?
Yes, this is your brother, Joshua, your fifth cousin removed. I wanted to know, how do us Black men go about helping Black women fight to get rid of the Jezebel stereotype?
Can you say the end of it one more time, Joshua? I'm sorry.
How do Black men help Black women in the fight to expel the Jezebel stereotype from society?
Okay. I mean, just like don't perpetuate it. I think that a lot of, I will say this, these stereotypes are really, really, really embedded into our society. And so it's not, one group of people isn't going to be able to be like, okay, we don't accept it anymore, so it's not going to be, but for example, I'll bring it up because I don't like Tyler Perry. He's the worst. I think that he perpetuates so many stereotypes about Black women. And so like, not supporting certain things that perpetuate those stereotypes, and avoiding certain language that perpetuates those stereotypes. For example, I saw this on Twitter a few weeks ago where someone was talking about how Black men, when they talk about white women, will say white women, but when they talk about Black women, they'll say Black B words, or just refer to them as B words. And so like the dehumanizing nature of that in and of itself. So I think it's a lot of the time it's a language thing and an actions thing. You are my big brother though, so I know you don't do that. But yeah.
And someone in the chat is again reiterating, how can Black men be allies?
I think another thing, and this is, I think that a lot of times men listen to men. So using that privilege that you have as a man is definitely going to be helpful for Black women, because in a lot of spaces, like I know you guys are all here listening to me and taking in what I'm saying, but in a lot of spaces I'm not listened to. So supporting Black women and amplifying Black female voices, I think, is a really good way to be an ally.
Okay, and Aaron in the comments is saying, thank you for the presentation. And a lot of the issue is Black men needing to dismantle their own self-hate before they can address how they harm Black women and non-men. It's a really great comment, Aaron. Thank you for that. Megan, do you have any final words? Because we're almost out of time. You have like 30 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to say thank you to my family for coming, and all of my friends from here and at their various homes for coming and supporting me. I'm not going to cry because that'd be embarrassing. But it just means a lot to me that you guys all came. This is disgusting. And so I know, and also my family and friends for like being with me. Like I've been crying about this capstone and just bugging about this capstone for months, and scared for the presentation, and just all the support and kindness that everyone has shown me with this has been really appreciated. So thank you.
And you're getting a lot of love in the chat, and thank you for blessing us with your kind of wisdom. It's a very wonderful presentation. But we have to keep things moving. We have a lot to see and hear today, but let's give Megan a round of applause.
Woo! Good job. Great job, Megan.
Go, Megan.
Go, Megan.
Yeah, thank you.
Go, Megan.
We have Spencer Quinton Washington, who's a senior film major, whose presentation is called Same coin, two sides. So join me in welcoming Spencer Quentin Washington.
Hi, folks. My name is Spencer Quentin Washington, or Quentin, if you know me, etc. And today I will be presenting my senior capstone for the Film, Research, and Screenplay seminar. So, let me pull that up. Okay. So this is a project for the senior showcase for the film department, which I decided to write a screenplay about two transgender teenagers in high school and their personal lives intersecting and overlapping with each other, them facing things like coming out and transitioning and love and first-time crushes, and kind of like the emotions, ups and downs of high school as you go through them, specifically through the perspective of two trans teens, and more specifically, two trans teens of color. The log line for this screenplay is, upon entering his sophomore year, Daniel wants to be treated like a regular guy. Ariel is wanting to fly under the radar during her freshman year. When their paths cross, the two teens realize they have more in common than what's on the surface. This is a tale of courage in the face of fear and staying true to who you are while also encountering the ups and downs of high school, first crushes, and more. I really want to focus on the screenplay for my capstone research versus a research paper because I myself want to be a screenwriter personally, and I felt that a screenplay would be a better use of my time and energy for the 10 weeks. And I also was able to get my nails and teeth and all that into this screenplay and project personally because I based it off myself to a degree and the rest is fictionalized work. So yeah. The plot summary of this screenplay, which is episode 1 out of episode 12, I would plan on making it a TV series or a web series, is that Daniel gets to fight his first week back at school. He then gets lectured by his friend Mandy, and later on that day he runs into Ariel, who comes out to him as they turn into a girl. And then throughout the week, Daniel gets to argue with his dad over his birth name, and he's of his new name, Daniel. Ariel gets out at school at some point and starts getting bullied by her peers, and the crew ends up at a diner where Ariel brings up to Daniel if he likes her or not. And that ends the first episode. I wanted to focus the characters and settings mainly on Daniel and Ariel because they are the main focus of this plot line. And Daniel is supposed to be a 15-year-old Black transgender boy who was out his freshman year, so now he's a sophomore in this timeline, while Ariel is a 14-year-old transgender girl who was in the closet but then gets outed, and along with other characters such as Mandy and Elena, who are Daniel and Ariel's best friends. It is set in a Brooklyn high school in East New York, and for those that know of New York or know of the area, that isn't the best area for queer people to be really out, so I chose that to make it more complex for the characters and setting and situations, along with train stations and a diner for the first episode at least. Other settings include parks and the LGBT center, things like the state capitol, etc., just for meetings and stuff for bigger events that'll happen throughout the show. But for the most part, it's kind of contained to the high school, their homes, traveling in between these spaces and what that means for them to be in these coexisting spaces as either out or not out trans teens. And two celebrities I selected to portray these characters for a visual example really was John Boyega from Star Wars and Josie Toda from Jessie and Moxie, the movie as well. So I chose these two as the visual examples because, again, Daniel is supposed to be a Black transgender teen and Ariel is a mixed transgender girl, or more so or less a white passing transgender girl. So, yeah. And I picked mostly people of color because while there are shows like Pose that do have Black and brown people of color portraying trans adults and trans lives, I feel like there aren't any shows geared to trans teenagers in a sense, because the ones that there are, like Degrassi, they end up killing off their characters or they're portrayed by cisgender women, which doesn't help in the long run because you're just perpetrating the stereotype of trans people or just cis people in clothing, really, when that's not true. Here's the opening of the first scene in the TV show. In the first episode, basically it starts with a fade-in of the camera until Ariel's bathroom, Daniel's bedroom, day number 1. And it starts off with Daniel getting dressed and Ariel getting dressed as well. They're both facing mirrors. They're both examining their facial structure of it being too feminine or too masculine, what that means for them. and Daniel's fixing his eyebrows, Ariel's debating about the national shape of faith, etc. And then in the end, there's a knock, and they both have to leave the room separately, and the doors close simultaneously. This project matters to me personally because often shows about trans teens, or at least trans characters, are overlooked and overshadowed by their cis counterparts. Example would pose again with Billy Porter, who was nominated for like an award, but his trans counterparts weren't. In many instances, this is also based off their everyday experience of being a teenager. But I feel like for a lot of queer teens, like Love Simon, for an example, it really waters down the queer experience when you are of color specifically. And then I wanted to reenact my old high school years as an open trans teen myself, and then enriching friendships I had made along the way with another trans person who wasn't out at the time. Going forward with this project, I want to meet with an agent and get it produced by a film studio, either independent or major, to help fund this piece and make it into either, again, a TV show itself or a web series. And I will continue writing episodes along the way if needed to showcase the full season and what that would look like. I also plan on submitting this to festivals as a film major, because I can do that, and that's really helpful to get feedback from people and feedback from my work. Thank you all for coming to the Hearing Symposium, and thank you for listening. If you want to read the actual screenplay itself, you can email me or message me on Instagram. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you for that. And again, we will open for questions for about 10 minutes. I'll start with the first question. And again, just unmute yourself, use your hand raise icon, or put the question in the chat. What was it like to fictionalize your own experience? And how did having knowledge of your own experience help you to create this work?
Fictionalizing my own experiences was weird at first because I had to think, like, if I could go back in time, what would I change? And I really wouldn't change much about everything that happened, because then I wouldn't really be in this space now. But fictionalize it to the point where I would take some instances out of, like, example, like I was out in freshman year, but Ariel wasn't out at all in high school. So I made that fictionalized. And that helped shape the development of this piece, because I was able to take some parts that were true and take some parts that weren't true and kind of put them together, and like kind of like a molded, like kind of like knitting a blanket of like some pieces fit better with each other than others, and kind of just taking a story and making it for what it can be, because I feel like the story hasn't been told yet specifically in mainstream media. And when I say mainstream media, I say like Netflix or Hulu, or like those big name programs.
We have a lot of shows about teenagers, like there's so many, but we don't, as you said, we don't really have that many that really explore the experience of trans teens of color. So can you say more about what that representation, how that would change how we think of being a teenager, being in high school, and the genre of the high school?
This would
drama?
Change the genre of like high school and teen shows, because one, it would give specifically a trans Black male a center space to tell his story, their story. And it also helps like get rid of stereotypes that like only like there's only white trans people, or the mainstream people you see media are white trans men or white trans women, and the few trans people of color you do see are all trans women, which isn't true. But because that's the only thing we see, that's kind of becomes the only narrative we hear of and the only story we are told, even with Pose itself, for example, where it's a majority trans women and cis gay men, which is erasing a whole nother identity of people within the queer community.
Yeah, that's a really great point. I can't think of another show that has a trans Black or POC trans men at all. Are there other examples of trans men of color on TV at all?
There's like SVU when he was like a cop, but also like I don't like cops, so it's kind of like a hit or miss. So yeah, and he's like he was like an actor or like a presenter in like the Aggression to documentary that we watched in class before. So that was interesting, like keep up with him and see his life as he transitioned and stuff. But I can't think of many like trans teens in media that aren't women, which is great, but also like there are also the opposite of that. They're non-binary folks, they're trans masculine people, they're trans men, and I feel like their stories should be told. So
agreed. Again, if you have a question, put it in the chat or just go ahead and unmute yourself and ask. And there's people are giving a lot of love in the comments, so presenters, make sure you check out the chat. I guess another question I would have is really what, because I mean I've read your piece and it's so entertaining, but what, I know it's not just about entertaining, like what agenda does your piece have in terms of impacting and changing representation?
I want this piece to change representation in the sense that, like, I don't want it just to win an Oscar or like an Emmy or whatever the case is. I want it to be a piece to where if like a POC mother, specifically a Black mother, saw this piece or parents saw this piece, they would be like, okay, this might be my child. How can I support them? How can I root for them? How can I be in their corner? Because for me, when I was growing up and there was no examples of Black trans people that weren't women mainly, my parents had a hard time believing me for one, and then trying to support me because they weren't sure how to raise a boy, even though they raised multiple boys. It's the same formula, just different name and gender. So just seeing that like unfold out, having a parent understand and relate, because a lot of people, again, related through Pose and was able to understand Pose of like this phenomenal groundbreaking thing, even though it happened in the 1980s, 1990s. But seeing it like the 2010s, the 2011s and 12s is like, this is real time, this is modern time with technology and Facebook, Instagram, like seeing these like transition glow ups in real time. So
awesome. Okay, any other questions? Thank you for that incredible presentation. Let's give Quentin a round of applause, either through your reaction or okay, and so without further ado, our final speaker, who also wrote a screenplay, is Highland Flores. So go ahead.
Hi, my name is Highland Flores. I'm presenting on a screenplay that I wrote for my capstone. I am an English and film double major. So the name of my screenplay is Not Alone Anymore. A brief synopsis of this is that this is a script that follows a young Hispanic teenager, Diana, who suffers from depression, but she isn't able to understand or acknowledge it because she lives within a toxic household where she's forced to constantly deny how she feels, or she's berated by her mother, and her mother's always telling her that she's just being dramatic. She lives in a single parent home with her abusive mother, and her friend group consists of only her one slightly self-obsessed best friend. To make matters worse, she feels unseen everywhere she goes. Instead of addressing her depression, she experiences blackouts, and this may just turn out to be her darkest moments. The inspiration for this, I wanted to write a psychological thriller that was based off of my experience growing up in a household similar to Diana's. I had a lot more people in my household, but in traditional Hispanic households, we don't talk about mental health. Instead, you are literally forced to be strong. Being sad or getting down is not something that's looked highly upon. In fact, like you're punished for it, or you're told you're being dramatic, and you're forced to deny how you feel. I wanted to use Diana's blackouts to highlight some of that frustration and confusion that many young adults in her situation or my situation have experienced, and like not necessarily understanding their depression or understanding what they're going through. And it can lead to, a lot of different like behavioral traits that that become coping mechanisms that you don't even understand that you have because it's never been addressed. I also wanted to write a script that speaks to the perspective of young adults who have been forced to internalize and deny their existence of their depression. What I want to accomplish with this script, I hope to one day be able to make this into a production that raises awareness for young adults and children and the families they come from about the importance of mental health and how damaging both physical and mental abuse can be for young adults who are taught that they should conceal their feelings and are taught that depression is a sign of weakness when in fact it isn't. I also hope that people who have experienced similar interactions in their households can relate to the film and find comfort in the fact that they're not alone. I have a brief character list here. The main characters, which I hope for if I did a production of this to all be Hispanic, would be Diana, a young girl in high school living with her abusive mother. She goes to school unnoticed by others. Diana's mother, an abusive single parent who takes her frustrations out on her daughter and is one of the main causes of Diana's severe depression. And Celeste, Diana's self-absorbed best friend. The other characters that I think are kind of important in this script are Miss Barnes, who's Diana's school counselor, who seems to be trying to help her out, but fails to understand how to help her because of the cultural differences. And then Carter, who's Celeste's boyfriend, who also aids in making Diana uncomfortable, which forms her like distrust towards her friends and others. Here's my script. It's just 2 pictures of my script. The scene that I included was Diana's first blackout. Just to give a visual, I wanted to have the scene kind of where Diana is freaking out and you see her in distress, and then the whole screen around her goes black and you can only see her kind of distraught. And then it would all fade to black so that to allude that we don't necessarily know what's happening, but something went wrong. And lastly, if you would like to read the script, I have both my Lawrence and my personal email up, and you can contact me and I would be willing to send it. And I'd like to thank you for coming and watching.
Thank you so much for that. It's such a rich and interesting script. I have a ton of questions for you, but if anybody wants to jump in, you can either use the chat function, unmute yourself, or use the hand raise icon. I thought there was a lot of interesting overlap between all 3 presentations. And the question I want to start out with for you, Highland, actually, is this question of, in Megan's presentation, she talked about how Black women are seen as like Jezebels, or this image of like extreme strength, almost like being men. And you talked about how in the Hispanic community, there's a stigma against like saying you have mental illness because you're just supposed to be strong. So I was just wondering about the kind of like that idea of strength and viewing mental illness as a weakness. What does your script do to counter these kind of like stereotypes that Megan was talking about and the lack of representation that Quentin was talking about? That's kind of a long question, but.
No, I think that what my script does is that it definitely highlights the factors that happen and that are occurring to Diana, that in my childhood or like when I was raised, like my grandparents, they didn't think that they were a factor or like that their words had power. And it's just kind of that thing where it's like, how do you define what you're really going through when people are telling you that they don't believe you or that you're just being dramatic? And so what I try to do with this script is really highlight how all the factors are affecting her and like what's happening to her. So all the scenes are very detailed with dialogue, and just, I know like I didn't get into that a lot in the presentation, but it is rich in dialogue with the fact of how Diana is abused by her mom and why she distrusts her friends.
And again, go ahead, Quentin.
My question is, how does mothering, or rather the lack of mothering in your screenplay, coincide with like Diana's mental state?
I think the way Diana's mother approaches everything is like, Diana's mother is very much like, oh, I've provided you a house to stay, I send you to school, I give you food. And this is a traditional Hispanic like type of mentality, is I give you all these provisions, so you should be grateful to me and just do whatever I say. And I think that obviously in Diana is going to cause rupture in her head, because she doesn't feel like an individual. She doesn't feel like herself. She feels like she's literally placed to serve her mother. And her mother then in turn takes all her frustrations out on her and is resentful towards her.
I had a question about the stigma of mental illness. It's similar to Quentin's situation. Like, I can't think of a character, a mentally ill character in mainstream TV who's not white. So I mean, there's probably one or two, but I literally can't think of any. So I'm wondering how, in this intersectionality that Megan was talking about, I'm wondering how your work specifically helps to undo the stigma of mental illness in our communities, Black and Brown communities.
I think my script specifically, like a lot of the dialogue, while I did not include Spanish dialogue, a lot of the dialogue is stuff that people in these households have heard growing up. And it's a very specific certain type of abuse, you know, that you receive in these households, not like specific to us, but there is a certain way about like my upbringing in a Hispanic household that I've grown up in. Is like, you know, you are made to feel like you owe your parents something, and that is that, and there's nothing else to it. And you're just, if you don't dress the way they want you to dress, act the way they want you to dress, it's all immediately they're like, oh, it's a reflection on me. And the reason, but the dialogue is what I use to like bring that to light. I want people to like hear this and be like, oh, I've heard that before, I've seen that before, and then recognize how damaging it can be. I think we see that a lot through Diana's blackouts and how she starts to inwardly feel more and more depressed.
I love that. And again, thank you for posting your information, both you and Quentin, because people might want to actually read these scripts because they're so good. All right. Well, I want to thank you all because these were such incredible presentations, and they really show the possibilities and diversity of work that students at Lawrence are doing. I'm so proud of you all, seniors, for accomplishing all that you have accomplished. And congratulations on the Harrison, but also on graduating. So thank you.
I'm happy to introduce to you the first talk for this morning. It's by Sean Brown, and he's going to be talking about diminished innocence, the impact of police violence and racial trauma on Black youth's psychological well-being. Sean.
Like Professor Godfrey said, my capstone is over diminished innocence, the impact of police violence and racial trauma on Black youth's psychological well-being. So, for well over past decade, there has been an increasing awareness domestically and internationally around the frequent and visible loss of Black lives due to unjust police violence. Some of these lost lives include Black children and teens like Mike Brown and Tamir Rice, who both were taken away way too soon. Police violence against Black individuals have significantly contributed to the racial trauma and negative psychological impact that Black youth face. So, in this presentation, I will first begin by briefly going over the history of police violence, defining racial trauma, and then I will present my thesis. Afterwards, I will discuss the intersections of police violence and racial trauma in the context of 3 different aspects, and finally end with some critical analysis and important future directions. Police violence against Black Americans is as old as slavery itself and have evolved over the years. Police started out as slave patrols, making sure slaves did not revolt or run away. Then, during the lynching era, police officers were either actively participating or were bystanders to the lynching of Black Americans. We are now presently living in the era of police brutality and shootings. However, no matter how history shifts, there is one thing in common. The dead Black bodies left hanging from trees as a display are equivalent to the dead Black bodies left in the streets for hours, serving as a warning to other Black Americans. Racial trauma is a newer concept best defined as race-based traumatic stress injury, which encompasses emotional or physical pain or the threat of emotional or physical pain from racism. And that form of racism includes racial harassment, racial discrimination, and discriminatory harassment. The race-based events can be severe or moderate, can be direct and indirect with subtle or overt discrimination. Furthermore, the events may be harmful, have harmful lasting effects when they are memorable and accumulate, leading to that chronic exposure. Carter put forth the last straw effect, whereas in racial trauma, whereas any event, even if it's a minor event, serves as a last straw in a series of accumulated racial incidents. With the last straw effect, the person is no longer able to manage the stress and pain of all the events, and the traumatic symptoms become more pronounced. Racism and police violence are two of the most pressing issues affecting Black Americans today in their psychological well-being. While there are many studies around the impact of racial trauma and police violence, there are very few studies that intersect the two areas. In addition, there are even fewer studies that incorporate Black youth, especially Black females, who are rarely included. My goal is to combine these two topics and show how police violence play a critical role in racial trauma, as well as show how this intersection negatively affects the psychological well-being of Black youth. There are many ways in which police violence contributes to racial trauma. According to the Department of Justice, who did numerous investigations into police departments nationwide, they found that Black Americans experienced unconstitutional stops, searches, and arrests, as well as unreasonable and excessive force being used on them, which violated Black Americans' Fourth Amendment right. In addition, the repeated brutal killings of Black Americans, the non-indictment by grand juries, and racially charged comments online and in the news are direct triggers of racial trauma and re-victimize Black Americans. Like the last straw effect, each event accumulates until it reaches its breaking point, significantly impacting the psychological well-being of Black Americans. It is extremely important to note that Black youth are not exempt from these experiences. I argue that the intersection of police violence and racial trauma diminishes the innocence of Black youth and causes negative psychological effects on their well-being. The ways that this is constructed is through dehumanization, which is the denial of humanness to others, denying human dignity, human rights, protections, and fair treatment, as well as adultification, which is a racial prejudice where youth of color are treated as older than what they currently are. Black youth struggle with constant racial awareness and intergenerational trauma, and then also have to face direct and indirect race-based threats of harm from police. In dehumanizing Black children, they are seen as less childlike, they're animalistic and inhuman, and overall undeserving of the perceptions of innocence and needing for protection. Staggers Hakeem, who was looking at the impact of police killings on Black boys' health, observed that participants discussed how the police officer who shot Mike Brown described Mike Brown as a demon, demonically aggressive, non-human monster, and called him an it. The participants felt that police don't see Black boys and men as people, which gives officers context for killing Black people. Turning to adultification, Goff and colleagues conducted 4 studies on the perception of innocence and consequences of dehumanization in children. In their third study, with 176 police officers as their participants, they found that Black boys were perceived to be about 4.5 years older and thus more culpable for their actions when suspected of serious crimes. This is serious because Black boys who are just 13 are perceived to be of legal age and are considered to be adults, even though they are not. Epstein and colleagues did a similar study looking at the perception of innocence between Black and white girls, since Goff and colleagues only used photos of racially different boys. Epstein and colleagues wanted to test to see if the effects were the same in racially different girls. After surveying 325 adults, Epstein and colleagues found that Black girls were perceived as older, needing less protection and nurturing, and knowing more about sex and other adult topics than white girls. Overall, both studies found Black children aren't given the same rights and protections as other children. Black children are prematurely treated as adults, especially in police interactions. And most interestingly, in the Goff and colleagues study of the police officers, they found that 47% of police officers they tested had used force on a minor, with more instances of force happening on children who were Black, with the next groups being Latino than white. As a result of the dehumanization and adultification of Black children lose their innocence and the protections which they should automatically be granted to them. Because of this, there are significant negative impacts that affect Black youth's psychological well-being. Black youth have to deal with the constant stress and fear of police encounters, knowing that at any time they can be standing face-to-face with an officer. This connects with Black youth also having to be hypervigilant, where they are in a state of constant alertness every time they go outside their house in their own neighborhoods. Furthermore, when Black youth actually encounter hostile police officers, Black youth feel anger during the encounters and then the feeling of hopelessness soon after because they are unable to do anything but experience it. And knowing that there are more future encounters in their lifetimes keep them feeling hopeless and overall devalued as a human being. The second intersection of police violence and racial trauma is the racial awareness and intergenerational trauma Black youth have to face. Black youth are racially aware of all the violence and brutality that is targeting Black Americans, especially other Black youth, whether it's local community violence or national violence. And it's important to point out, I say racially aware because Black youth, no matter if they're younger or older, are consciously aware of the racial differences between victims and perpetrators. Staggers and Hakeem shows this when they studied the impact of national police killings on Black boys' health. They found that the 16 boys who participated were more than aware of national police killings, often seeing them on the news, on social media, and discussing it in conversations with adults and other youth. The boys were able to recite names, location, and details about the incidents, as well as discuss the racial difference between the unarmed Black victims and the armed white perpetrators. Some participants even identified with younger victims like Tamir Rice and Mike Brown. Adding into that racial awareness, intergenerational trauma also builds on that awareness. Intergenerational trauma, defined as trauma that elders pass down to their children through stories, warnings, and parenting habits. In the Black community, this is called the talk, where Black adults, especially Black parents, talk to their children about facing racism, discrimination, and police violence. More interestingly, the talk is not about Black children avoiding criminal behavior, but avoiding the perception of criminal behavior. The talk is about preparing children to take responsibility for the actions and perceptions of others. It is also a list of directions to follow so that Black youth are able to escape police encounters alive. For Black youth, the talk is a mechanism which racial awareness and intergenerational trauma is passed and lived. In an editorial by Kennedy, who has a young Black son, she asked a co-worker, when should she give the talk to her son? And when did he give the talk to his own kids? His response was that he gave the talk to his kids early and that all kids should be given the talk before they are no longer seen as cute. Kennedy's article is not a unique case either. In a study done by Miller and Vitrup, who studied Black parents' experience with racism, police, and racial conversations with their kids, they found that parents often shared their own experiences with their kids and discussed race-related news incidents, so their kids would be more aware of the constant struggles which they may face. In addition, the researchers found that parents and children were stressed discussing the experiences in these conversations, as well as the parents feeling hopelessness because they are unable to do anything when their children are faced with those experiences. Racial awareness and intergenerational trauma have their fair share of negative psychological impacts because of their constant experience of hearing, seeing, and talking about racist and hostile police encounters. Black youth are stressful, fearful, and anxious of having those police encounters. Black youth are also in a state of hypervigilance where they are always on alert of police and police presence in certain neighborhoods. Finally, there is a constant state of self-awareness where Black youth have to pay direct attention to their actions, appearance, surroundings, and people they are seeing with and around when they are not in their homes. The third intersection of police violence and racial trauma is the direct and indirect race-based threats of harm from police that Black youth have to experience. Even with all the preparation, the hypervigilance, and trying to avoid police officers, police encounters are inevitable. In a study done by Bruton and Miller looking at urban policing experiences of 40 Black boys only, they found that 33 out of 40 participants were harassed or mistreated by police, with 37 out of the 40 participants knowing someone who was also harassed or mistreated by police. In addition, numerous participants described being frequently stopped, perceived as a criminal, or being criminally involved, and faced more extreme verbal harassment from police. In another study done by Smailyn and Robinson, looking at trauma from police officers and killings in 40 young Black men only, they found that the participants were often subjected to police surveillance, targeting, and excessive force, with many of them experiencing physical injury or being threatened with deadly force. The participants also described being frequently stopped and frisked, and police perceiving them as engaging in criminal activities. Even when police didn't find anything during the unconstitutional search, they still held on to the suspicion that Black boys were criminals and engaged in criminal activity. The psychological impacts from direct and indirect race-based threats of harm are even more severe. With each experience, Black youth are constantly angry and frustrated because they can't do anything. Even when police officers physically assault them, they cannot defend themselves, which leads to them feeling hopeless because they have to sit there and take it. When Black youth are stopped and frisked, they are embarrassed because these incidents are happening out in the public for others to see and witness. There is an anxiety and diminished sense of safety because people who are supposed to protect them are the ones who are causing them the most harm. In addition, there is still that hypervigilance or sense of alertness because previous experience and feelings of vulnerability because they are always the target. Finally, Black youth are avoidant of places and people linked to those previous hostile encounters, trying to forget and avoid reliving those experiences. There are numerous empirical articles exploring police violence on Black Americans' mental well-being qualitatively. However, there needs to be more quantitative, clinically informed studies of mental health consequences for Black Americans. In addition, research specific to Black youth is rare, and the research within the inclusion of Black females is even more rare. This is because many studies focus on adults with the prominent idea that police violence only affects Black men more than Black women, which we've seen in the news. This claim is false. Black women are also the victims as well. Future research needs to include all Black youth. In addition, racial trauma is not included in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. However, racial trauma has been closely linked to PTSD and sometimes lead to a PTSD diagnosis, but racial trauma is still distinctive in several unique ways. In addition, the concept of racial trauma does not include its impact on youth of color. There is a small body of research that states that racial trauma and its symptoms can be expressed differently in youth of color, so future research should look at that. There is also very little research on intergenerational trauma and police and racism. Most intergenerational trauma research has focused on Holocaust, with victims passing that trauma on down to later generations. Future research should also look at intergenerational trauma and other marginalized groups during other traumatic periods. For example, Black Americans who experienced police brutality and violence during protests and sit-ins during the Civil Rights Movement, as an example. Finally, studies involving the effects of witnessing police violence, police brutality only focus on national or local witnessing, whereas Black youth are regularly exposed to both. So future research should look at co-occurrences and its full effects. Thank you. We have about a lot of time left. So I just want to thank you all for coming to my presentation. And as you see on this slide, there were some things that were very big in my paper that I did for this presentation, but did not make the presentation because of timing. So if you all want to ask about these 4 things that are listed, I can talk about those. If other people have additional questions, I'll just open up the floor. Yes, Amani Dewey?
Okay, Sean, yeah. Can you go into the second point about how racial trauma is different from PTSD? I think that's a really good point. Could you go into that more?
All right. So in a study done by Carter and Robinson, Carter is the man who actually came up with the race-based traumatic stress injury, the whole entire concept for it. He did a study with African American, as I think about 400 or so African Americans from different age group, using his racial traumatic scale and then a PTSD scale, and he found that the depression, intrusion, anger, and low self-esteem were common between his racial trauma scale and the PTSD scale when he had tested those Black people. But what he found was most distinctive between PTSD and racial trauma was that the attacks were mostly happening on a social political context on a continuing basis, and that Black Americans or other people could not separate from those experiences. Whereas for PTSD, it could be one or two events. For people who are suffering racial trauma, those events are happening on a continuous scale. In addition, he also talked about how racial stress was an ongoing experience with that exposure and re-exposure throughout the entire life course. So whereas with PTSD, like I said, with PTSD, it's kind of like linked to one or two things, racial trauma is throughout the entire life course. So there's that first exposure, and then that re-exposure, and kind of how I talked about that last straw effect. All these things build up, and the symptoms and how that is expressed becomes more and more pronounced, and it's seen out there with people and with counselors. But there is no way like for counselors, mental health counselors, to actually address racial trauma. So most times it just leads to a PTSD diagnosis. Yes, Shalita Brown.
Can you explain? Can you talk about Jamal?
Jamal? Okay, thanks, Mom. So Jamal is a case study done by Amer, which was included as the final section of my article, my paper. So Jamal was a 16-year-old boy from the state of New York. He was 16 years old, and he was driving to see his mental health counselor, whose office is located in a richer neighborhood. And so Jamal was stopped by police officers, and they had handcuffed him, searched him, and then put him in jail. And Amer got the counselor also got a call from Jamal's parents and said that their son was locked up on his way to the counselor's office. And after they had got them, the parents had told the counselor that Jamal wanted to stop all counseling sessions because he was fearful in going back, because ever since Jamal started driving, he has constantly been stopped by police and searched, and amongst other things. It took Jamal about 5 weeks to go back to his counseling sessions, in which he opened up about that experience, telling how that the police officers had arrested him, searched him, they didn't find anything, and when he went to jail, he was there with other Black teenagers who were also stopped, arrested, and put in jail as well as him. And so with that experience, Jamal felt anger and then frustrated. His parents described that Jamal could not go to sleep during night times, often reliving those experiences during the night in his dreams. In addition, that Amer, the counselor, found that Jamal was somewhat suffering the symptoms of grief as well. And Jamal had expressed that once he had finished high school and turned 18 and be of legal age, that he wanted to leave New York because he no longer wanted to feel or experience that being stopped and arrested by police officers. So this all kind of goes into what I pretty much pointed out, is that feeling of just Black youth just having to be stopped and searched and then arrested for nothing. And then these events just keep leading up, because this wasn't Jamal's first time. It happened over the course ever since he started driving. Is there any additional questions or anything?
This is a psychology project, and in fact, all the projects that are being presented today are psychology projects. And so we're dealing with the psychological consequences of something that also has psychological implications, but it also has political and social implications. And I'm wondering, what is it that we do with this information? You know, where do we go with this? Okay, it is terrible for these young people to deal with this. But the question is it going to be any less terrible if they get psychological help, or is there something else at root that we need to deal with?
So I've done another project over the summer looking at racial trauma specifically and ways that we could address racial trauma. So there are some newer programs being established over the last about 4 or so years, where community centers are building spaces for racial trauma. And in those spaces, there are different activities and programs that goes on. However, some of the most beneficial things is sitting people who are faced with Black Americans who are faced with these instances and these experiences down, and like pretty much like a venting session, so that they're talking about their experiences. They find a community to pretty much, you know, hold on to share that information, to share their experiences, and show that they're not alone in these things. But additionally, there needs to be more done institutional wise and systemic wise to address these things. It's kind of hard for us to talk about it. Like I said, it's kind of hard to separate the experiences of racial trauma without attacking the root cause, which is that social-political that social-political framework. So we have to address the root cause where we're attacking the institution. And it's kind of hard when most mental health counselors have to go pretty much above and outside of their jobs to try to attack that institution, because we can only focus so far on what we do. But there needs to be that institutional change, and we need to fight for the institutional change so that these experiences stop happening. Keep police accountable for all the actions that they do.
Yeah. Thanks, Sean. The next talk is by Andrea Lara, and she's going to be describing culturally conscious treatment for Latino populations. So I give you Andrea.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Godfrey, for the lovely introduction. I'm really thrilled to be sharing my work with you at the Harrison Symposium. So before we dive into culturally conscious therapy and what that means, I want to provide you all with a brief breakdown of who I'm referring to when I say Latino populations. So when it comes to who makes up Latinos, Latinos are a heterogeneous group from a wide variety of backgrounds in regards to geographical origin, socioeconomic status, and race. They come from both Latin and Central America, and as a result, there is no one Latino culture, but there are various shared cultural factors across Latinos. To narrow our scope, we will be focusing more specifically on Latino populations in the United States. And we can see that Latinos make up the largest ethnic minority, 17.6% of the United States population, a pretty sizable portion. Latinos also tend to be of lower income, with their average wealth as less than 20% of non-Latino whites. And again, many Latinos are most oftenly associated with speaking Spanish, and in the United States, over 40 million US residents speak Spanish. So that's a decent portion of the United States population once again. And when we're looking more specifically at Hispanics and what they speak at home, 72.9% of Latinos speak only Spanish at home. So really important that we keep language in mind as we go forward. So when we place this population more specifically in the realm of mental health, we see that there are disparities in regards to treatment for Latinos. In regards to access, Latinos are 25% less likely to use mental health treatment than non-Latino whites. And when it comes to quality of care, they receive overall less adequate care once in treatment than their non-Latino white counterparts. Additionally, research has found issues in retention and treatment, such as professionals reporting difficulty in guaranteeing the necessary appointments with Latino clients, whether it be because of issues with time, being able to afford treatment, or other factors. So taking all of these things into account, we can see the need for therapy that adapts to Latinos to overcome these issues, which brings me to the topic of culturally conscious therapy. And this is an approach to treatment where the professionals are attentive and responsive to cultural and socioeconomic barriers. This type of therapy should then, in practice, increase participation and retention in treatment overall, as well as be successful in achieving the desired treatment outcomes. I argue that successful culturally conscious treatment for Latino populations recognizes culture as dynamic, modifies treatment programs to address systemic and socioeconomic barriers. So to dive further into what I mean when I say this, we'll be talking about Latino-specific needs in treatment, specifically in regards to their barriers, and also cultural factors and stressors that they may experience. We'll also talk a little bit about language in treatment, and effective culturally conscious treatment, and future directions for research. And we'll look at some critical analyses along the way. So when talking about barriers to treatment, I just want to clarify right off the bat that this is not an exhaustive list. There are a variety of issues that I won't be able to talk about over the course of this presentation, but just to kind of get us started. One of the most frequently cited barriers to treatment is that of cost of treatment for Latinos. Latinos tend to be, again, as we've said, lower income and also lack health insurance. Latinos are the most uninsured population in the United States, in both adults and children, with over 20% of Latino adults being uninsured and over 5% of Latino children also being uninsured. To kind of put this in perspective, less than 10% of non-Latino white adults and less than 5% of non-Latino white children are uninsured. So a lot of this falls onto the Latino population, and it's a very large portion. There's also barriers in time constraints, the question of a second appointment, low retention, and also this can kind of compound with language barriers when a professional isn't able to explain everything at the same rate they normally would in the case of needing an interpreter. So being able to schedule a follow-up or actually properly convey all of the information necessary in a session is sometimes a reported barrier. There's also the barriers of transportation and childcare. The lack of these makes it really difficult for Latino clients to attend sessions, and it's been found that when we provide access to these, there's increased participation and retention overall. There's also language barriers. We started talking about this a little bit in regards to literacy and language, but in particular with literacy, professionals have reported difficulty in sharing literary materials, particularly with recently immigrated Latino populations, as clients may struggle with reading the content both in English and sometimes in Spanish, regarding depending on their level of education before they immigrated. So it's important to keep that in mind moving forward. We can then look at some cultural factors and cultural values that we need to keep in mind. So we'll start by discussing two values that are frequently discussed by researchers. First being that of simpatia. So this value is important in building rapport with clients, and it is the personal quality where an individual is likable, pleasant, and easygoing. So again, really important for building rapport, as there's a concern if a professional is too cold or objective in treatment, it can be really off-putting to Latino populations. And this really emphasizes the importance of having a warmth and friendly demeanor with clients. Additionally, there's the value of familismo, which is that of loyalty and connectedness to family being central to the self. And this is really important, especially for children and adolescents, as being able to involve family in therapy is going to be something that needs to be kept in mind when working with this population. I also want to talk about a couple of cultural stressors that are unique to Latinos in their way that they experience them. So the first is acculturative stress, which is typically discussed in regards to immigrant populations, though it can occur in non-immigrants, and is stressors specific to the assimilation to the dominant culture. So this involves things such as secondary language acquisition, instances of discrimination, other chronic stressors such as low wages, immigration issues. A very clear example of this that I can give for the state of Wisconsin is that undocumented immigrants who may be experiencing a culture of stress are not able to obtain a driver's license. And so simple tasks such as going to the grocery store can have that additional level of stress if there's a risk of being pulled over by a police officer. So that's something to keep in mind. And a culture of stress oftentimes interacts with immigration status. There tends to be lower rates of usage of mental health services, especially when Latinos are uninsured and undocumented. That kind of altogether has been reported to be described as a fear of deportation, and that's why people don't go in to get mental health support or even seek it out. So again, something really important to keep in mind. And it's been found that there's less acculturative stress when Latinos are actually documented. So that paperwork tends to be really comforting. And as I mentioned a little bit before, this acculturative stress doesn't just exist in the immediate immigrant population, and it can span for generations onwards and be really long lasting. So it's something really important to keep in mind. I also want to highlight bicultural stress, which is stress that's frequently discussed in non-immigrant Latino populations, though it can be found in some of the younger immigrants. And it's typically stress paired with navigation of two cultures, values, norms, and behaviors. So this can involve discomfort in social interactions with different ethnic groups, the pressure to be fluent in more than one language, cultural conflict with family or peers. And this can sometimes manifest in a value or norm from one culture kind of clashing with the value or norm from another. So it's that tension between the two. And there's still research being done on what the actual impacts of bicultural stress are, but current research is showing that there's a lower psychological well-being when someone is under high levels of bicultural stress. So this involves low self-esteem, feelings of hopelessness, depressive symptoms, but again, this still requires a lot more research. So keeping these factors in mind, we can see how they're important to be conscious of when doing culturally conscious treatment. I also want to give some preliminary ways that we can address these barriers. So across the board, many researchers have expressed that having bicultural and bilingual professionals successfully addresses a lot of the barriers that we've been talking about in regards to language and culture. So these professionals tend to more naturally use values of simpatia and familismo when engaging with their clients, and also are more conscious and aware of the other acculturative and bicultural stressors that their clients may be going through since they're coming from a similar position. Additionally, we found that when clients can't have access to a bicultural and bilingual professional, when professionals use Spanish, even limited, it's been shown to demonstrate to the client that their language is respected and valued. So this is really important, as it tells the client that professionals do not hold attitudes that disparage against Spanish speakers, and it encourages clients to attempt to use English, especially when the professional speaks limited Spanish. And so I just want to present to you a really quick quote from a speech language pathologist who said, "Even though you have limited Spanish, if you try your best, you discover that parents really know more English than they're willing to state in the beginning because they feel so self-conscious. But if they see you fumbling, trying to speak to them in Spanish, they will likely open up to start speaking English to you." So this is really encouraging. It shows that a lot of this vulnerability and warmth in being so vulnerable with the client, and specifically with regards to language, can be really beneficial. So when we're looking more specifically at effective culturally conscious treatment, I want to present to you a study focusing on psychotherapy with high-risk Latina mothers. The participants were overall low socioeconomic status and were likely experiencing higher levels of acculturative stress, as they had not spent very much time in the United States. In an effort to build rapport, researchers used principles of simpatia and familismo, and worked on doing this through ways of remembering the client's specific family situation, checking in on that later on, and encouraging warm and friendly interest in the client and the child's well-being. This included simple things such as this program was really centered around the relationship between the Latina mother and her child. And so when the child reached their first birthday, they held a birthday event to kind of commemorate that. And so all of these things together foster feelings of partnership between the clients and the researchers, which led to higher levels of retention and participation in treatment, which is really great to see. In another study, also focusing on parenting approaches for Latino parents, the sample consisted of, once again, predominantly Latina mothers with higher levels of acculturative stress and lower socioeconomic status. Researchers emphasized a lot of the topics that we've been talking about, such as reducing barriers, addressing acculturative stress, and other cultural factors. So they provided childcare and transportation to clients to remove some of those barriers to treatment, and also asked the client for their input on the timing of sessions, whether or not they would have a storytelling session earlier on or later on. A lot of parents actually called for it to be earlier on because they felt that it was more representative of their cultural background. They also adapted the course to the specific Latino community, as I just said. And so they also offered translated material and ESL, so English as second language classes, to try and counteract some of that acculturative stress that Latino parents were feeling. And once again, all of this combined really fostered feelings of partnership and encompassed a lot of those values of simpatia. So the likability, the pleasantness, and the easygoing was really encompassed in a lot of this. And once again, this led to really high retention and participation, and really kept that acculturative stress in mind. So this was a fairly unique study. So moving forward with culturally conscious treatment, there is a lot of research left to be done. Through my own research, I've frequently found that treatment claiming to be culturally conscious or at least culturally mindful, does very little beyond translating materials and providing treatment in Spanish. This can ignore a lot of the acculturative and bicultural stress that we've discussed and doesn't take into account the bigger picture of Latinos who may be undocumented, who may not have insurance, and so on and so forth. Additionally, as you may have noticed, the majority of the studies that I did find were focusing with Latina women and particularly Latina mothers. There needs to be more research done on culturally conscious treatment with adolescents and over larger male samples to see how these incorporating these values holds up in different gender and age groups. There also seems to be differences between Latino immigrants and US-born Latinos in mental health. Some aspect of this is partially being speculated that it's attributed to some of that acculturative stress, but it's really uncertain. It's just as a whole, Latino immigrants tend to have less mental health issues than US-born Latinos from those immigrant parents, which is a very interesting phenomenon. But still more research needs to be done. I just want to say thank you for listening to me talk for a decent amount of time. And if there are any questions, I'd be super happy to answer them.
Very nice.
Yay.
I remember it being very good, and it still is. So.
Yay. Thank you, Stephanie. Yeah.
I think I was just struck with both yours and Sean's presentations, how much similarities in some ways. I mean, again, you're dealing with a lot of this is with healthcare and mental health care, and in one case, and you're talking about different populations, but it sounds like warmth is important, understanding is important. And I don't know, it seems like good advice for us white people to pay attention to. Because in fact, and I'm just thinking the whole question about the law enforcement in this country has gotten so much about punitive attacking and that kind of stuff, people, and that kind of a punitive approach, of some of the underlying stressors for the Latino community about immigration. Again, we're coming down, we're going, rather than actually meeting people where they are and trying to help them, you sort of, well, we want to find out what you're doing wrong. And that's and I don't know any solution, and I certainly don't have a question here, except how do we make this better? I don't know. That's why it's sort of pushing Sean a little bit about, okay, are there some political things, or is it that I think it's none of all of the above, probably, yes?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. I know there's a lot of discussion and just about the ways that Latino immigrants, even when they are documented, are still treated as second-class citizens.
Yeah.
And that is a stress that they see and experience in day-to-day life, especially with when they are undocumented, and then you have just a really hard crackdown with police forces and so on and so forth. Especially when there's other issues such as possible like addiction and alcoholism. Those end up oftentimes interacting with the police, and it can be a really just negative experience for both ends. But a lot of it does come down to being advocates and encouraging proper legislation. I know in Chicago, just even like the driver's license example that I gave, in Chicago, they're giving undocumented immigrants the ability to get a license because they've been living in Chicago for years and years, but they aren't legally allowed to drive around. And so kind of just mitigates so that there doesn't have to be an additional altercation when it's not necessary if they've been following all the other rules but just weren't able to get a proper driver's license. So it's things like that, and it's like policy reform a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot, and it's something that's really interesting and like unique to just Latino populations, is that they tend to more heavily rely on health professionals over going to mental health professionals.
Oh, yeah.
So they're more likely, and it's harder to find like research on them because of this, but they're more likely to try and go through their mental health issues on the health professional side of things instead of the mental health. And so
is that where you noted that most of these studies were done with women seeking mental health or issue, and so forth. So Latino men are more reluctant, is my gathering. I'm gathering that, yes. Is that true?
So it's partially true, but it's also partially because a lot of the interventions that Latinos are able to do and work with come through their children. So a lot of these are Latino mothers, and they get a lot of these interventions through their children, but they themselves are able to get the intervention directly.
People don't associate an intervention needed for the dad if something's going on with the kid. Okay.
Yeah. And there's been like some instances where professionals working with predominantly the kids are just really surprised when they see that both parents come into the session, because they're only expecting one to come in, and oftentimes only expecting the mother to come in. But when both of them come in, it's again that importance of keeping familismo in mind, that you're not always just going to have the mother. You might have both.
Is part of the familismo, though, is there a kind of a sense of, okay, but we need to keep it in the family? Is there some of that? I mean, that's important, but then it's like, why are you asking this other person to come in?
It can, a lot of times it can be partially like keeping it in the family, but it can also be really important, especially when working with parents with kids, as they might come to you with advice that they've been practicing that they've gathered from other family members.
That's true.
And so then you have to deal with the role, or with the importance that you have multiple acting parents or caregivers on one child, and that the way that you are teaching the current parent that you have at your disposal in therapy sessions to interact with the child might not be the way that other caregivers are interacting, and that can set therapy back.
Because you've got grandparents or aunts and uncles or cousins, so forth, weighing in on this. It makes it a little more common. So, and we often talk about doing family therapy is very important, but how big is that ring of, is it just mom and dad and the kid, or is it sibs, or and then how much? And we're not well prepared in the usual mental health professions to deal with a larger family. Interesting. Well, we've got a little bit of time. I don't know. We don't have to keep talking. We can give ourselves a rest. And then we'll start up with Stephanie. I'll just keep things running. And we are recording still, but I'm not going to stop recording. I'll just leave it on for now. And if we just want to be quiet for a while, we can do that.
Okay.
Sounds good. But thanks so much. That was so good. Hi, we're back again.
We are.
Okay, this is the last of the 3 sessions that were sponsored by Professor Haynes, Beth Haynes in the psychology department. These are senior projects by 3 outstanding. I got to hear them before. These are great. Be great to hear them again. The last one is Stephanie Meyer, who's going to be talking about using validation to address insecure attachment in the workplace.
So I just want to start off by thanking everyone for sticking around and listening to me. Let's get started. What if I told you that when you were a small child, less than 2 years old, you formed a blueprint for your future relationships, a master outline detailing how you react to and act in relationships? Well, hold on to your seats, folks, because attachment theory asserts just that. Developed by Bowlby, attachment theory maintains that a child needs a positive, dependable, and loving initial relationship with their caregiver so that they can develop a sense of self-worth and lovableness. If the relationship between the child and the caregiver is not positive, then that internal working model becomes impaired, and that can lead to negative emotional and social relationship expectations. Ainsworth and colleagues empirically explored and extended this theory. In particular, the researchers determined that a child's attachment to the caregiver varies in quality, which is the degree of security or insecurity that the relationship provided. Ainsworth and colleagues identified three main types of attachment quality: secure attachment, ambivalent insecure attachment, and avoidant insecure attachment. Children with secure attachment were likely to have parents who were highly sensitive to their needs, and this was presumed to lead the children to see their parent as reliable and dependable. Children with ambivalent insecure attachment were likely to have parents who were inconsistent, and thereby creating uncertainty within the child whether that parent would provide care. And then children with avoidant insecure attachment were likely to have parents who were less attentive to their needs, and therefore this was thought to lead the children to doubt their parents as a reliable source of care. Bowlby and Ainsworth and colleagues' theories provide the basis for the social cognitive conceptual understanding of attachments in relationships. Baldwin and colleagues maintain that the internal working models affect adult relationships, and that we have multiple internal working models based on past attachment relationships. That is, since we have a variety of significant interpersonal relationships, for example, your mother, your romantic partner, your boss, etc., people then have to have a variety of models to relate to others. Baldwin and colleagues also argue that we code new relationships with existing internal working models based on perceived similarities. So an example of this would be a person coding a new boss as trustworthy if they seemed clear or reasonable. So now that we've established what attachment is, that it's influenced by environmental and cognitive factors, and the role it plays in our lives, no matter our age, let's move on to how it impacts a major source of adult interaction, the workplace. How does insecure attachment impact the workplace? Researchers Hazan and Shaver applied attachment theory to workplace performance. The researchers relate the workplace to childhood exploration, which is the setting and basis of Ainsworth research, as both provide a source of competence and gratification. The researchers found that securely attached individuals in comparison to insecurely attached individuals achieved higher ratings of work success and satisfaction and less work-related anxiety. This study demonstrates how attachment styles impact workplace dynamics. Further, as work is the setting of major social interaction in adult lives, it's logical that a person's internal working models of relationships would have an influence on the environment. While the general body of research on the topic of insecure attachment establishes the negative effects that insecure attachment has on the workplace and in the workplace relationships and performance, very few seek to address how to alleviate these maladaptive reactionary behaviors of insecure attachment style. This brings me to my thesis. The use of validation in the workplace can mitigate maladaptive behaviors that are a result of insecure attachment and support beneficial ones. To explore this, I will review the research on insecure attachment in the workplace. I'll then discuss how validation impacts the workplace and how validation impacts insecure attachment. Finally, I'll draw my conclusions, discuss how the existing studies are limited, and identify a potential path for future research. So let's dive right in. How does ambivalent and avoidant attachment impact the workplace? Let's first tackle how ambivalent attachment affects the workplace. As proposed by Hazan and Shaver, individuals with ambivalent attachment have a need to please others, so they tend to overcommit themselves to tasks and be preoccupied with task and relationships anxieties. As found by an Israeli study, these tendencies are associated with work burnout and emotional distress. An American study of general repair specialists concurs and also found that ambivalent attachment style was associated with a lack of work vigor, which they defined as an emotional state that results in feelings of lower physical strength and emotional energy. In addition to this, they also found that it was associated with an overcommitment to workplace relationships. These findings are again echoed by research conducted in Slovenia, which found that ambivalently attached individuals have increased rates of anxiety over maintaining relationships and tended to excessively search for constant performance-based validation, resulting in increased rates of burnout. An Australian study of employees from a variety of different job backgrounds corroborated these results, finding an association between increased rates of ambivalent attachment and increased rates of absenteeism, which is defined as a pattern of unexcused work absences. These studies suggest that individuals with ambivalent attachment tend to overcommit themselves to tasks and are inclined to be preoccupied with task and interpersonal anxieties due to their need to please others. Their inclination to focus on pleasing those around them leaves them with less cognitive and physical resources to apply to their workplace tasks, decreasing their workplace performance. Now let's review how avoidant attachment affects the workplace. Hazan and Shaver asserted that individuals with avoidant attachment style tend to overwork and prefer to work alone. This is also supported by the general body of research. A 2012 and 2020 study both found that avoidant attachment was associated with feelings of overengagement in work, which is defined as the perceived inability to remove oneself from work-related obligations after the workday. Avoidant attachment was also associated with receiving little recognition from their work in return. Additionally, it was found that avoidant attachment was associated with increased rates of presenteeism, which is defined as the act of coming into work even when dealing with significant personal matters that disrupt one's productivity and functioning, such as a family emergency or an illness. Echoing this is the findings established in the 2013 Israeli study, which found that avoidant attachment was positively associated with overinvestment in the work environment, burnout, and low engagement with work relationships. Studies also found that avoidant attachment, like ambivalent attachment, was associated with reduced vigor at work. In addition, avoidant attachment was also associated with working in isolation, decreased amounts of organizational citizenship behaviors, and a lower likelihood of asking for help when needed. These studies are useful as they suggest that individuals with avoidant attachment constantly and actively work to suppress their negative emotions. Because of this, their physical and emotional resources are largely depleted, decreasing the amount of resources they have left for cognitive expenditures that benefit the workplace. As a note, the participants of these studies examining the impacts of insecure attachment on the workplace were predominantly white, and the measurements were all self-report survey measures. In addition, while the studies occurred in various countries, they did not take into account how various different cultures value different attachment styles and workplace behavior. In summary, we have established that ambivalently attached individuals tend to overcommit to workplace relationships, have increased work anxiety, and absenteeism, in addition to excessively searching for workplace validation. While avoidantly attached individuals tend to overengage in tasks, feel a lack of recognition, do not engage in workplace relationships, and have higher rates of presenteeism, in addition to not asking for help when they really need it. Both attachment styles have a higher rate of burnout, emotional distress, and lack of work vigor. So how can workplaces better support insecurely attached workers so that these negative effects are mitigated? Can validation help with this? Let's first start with the basics. What even is validation? While validation is a method of empathetically communicating that another person's feelings, thoughts, and identities are valued and important. Examples of validation are words of emotional support, recognition, and gratitude. Now let's discuss the impact of validation in the workplace. A 2007 study found that an increase in the perceived value that an organization places on its employees is associated with increased job satisfaction, organizational commitment, and mental well-being. The use of validation was also associated with less emotional exhaustion and lower turnover intention. Another study found that a leader's aptness to provide emotional support and willingness to accept and care for their subordinates was associated with positive changes in the subordinates' mental health over a period of 4 months. Conversely, the study found the opposite to be true for leaders who were unwilling to validate their subordinates, noting that increased distressed reactions were exacerbated, especially in those with insecure attachment styles. In another study, researchers found that positive and validating listener responses were associated with increased feelings of being supported, included, and nurturing a positive organization-based self-esteem. In turn, this validation was associated with increased organizational commitment and decreased turnover intentions. Non-validating responses were found to have the opposite outcome. The general consensus of validation research argues that validation can be an effective tool to increase employee job satisfaction, organizational commitment, and psychological well-being. Consequently, it's worthwhile to explore the potential impact of validation on insecure attachment. Since this is a gap in research, the body of research on validation's impact on insecure attachment is based in adult romantic relationships. Researchers David Dovitz and colleagues identified several perceived attachment similarities between the two settings, such as ambivalently attached individuals being preoccupied with approval and avoidantly attached individuals being focused on suppressing negative emotions. Let's briefly take a look at how validation impacts ambivalently attached individuals. A 2019 study found that in regards to those with ambivalent attachment, a perception of increased partner gratitude expressions was associated with increased levels of satisfaction and commitment. Another 2019 study corroborated this, finding an association between an increased perception of gratitude and a decrease in ambivalent attachment. A significant note, this association occurred at the original testing time and the following year. These studies highlight the important role that validating and recognizing a person's value in a relationship through gratitude plays in buffering the negative effects of ambivalent attachment on satisfaction and commitment. These findings were also confirmed by a 2014 study, which found an association between an increase in goal validation and a decrease in attachment anxiety over time. These studies make sense because since the partners with ambivalent attachment are preoccupied with pleasing and gaining approval from others, partners who regularly and consistently give their partners validation are thereby reaffirming their ambivalently attached partner's worth, value, and approval, resulting in an increase of confidence, commitment, and trust. Now let's take a quick look at how validation impacts avoidantly attached individuals. A 2015 study found that when avoidantly attached partners felt an increase in how much their partner validated and supported their goals, the avoidantly attached partners experience a decrease in distress and distancing from their partner, which are avoidant behaviors, and an increase in their self-efficacy. In addition, the study found that over time, when their partner's support shifted from a moderate to high level, the highly avoidant partners experienced a decrease in avoidant attachment. A 2017 study corroborated this, finding that when avoidantly attached individuals perceived their partners to have increased their emotional support, their daily affect was more positive and they experienced higher relationship quality and commitment. This affirms the idea that validation through acknowledging and recognizing an avoidantly attached person's feelings and thoughts reduce those negative emotions that are associated with avoidant attachment. As a note, the participants of the validation and partner studies were largely young adults and white. In addition, the partner research only examined heterosexual couples. Despite this, the research indicates that validation through acknowledging and recognizing insecurely attached individuals' feelings and thoughts have the potential to reduce their negative emotions. As previously discussed, the measurements of these studies were self-report. This can be problematic as respondents can provide socially desirable responses rather than truthful ones. Also, none of the studies above take into account different cultures when outlining who their participants were. This is an important consideration as different cultures may value different workplace behavior characterizing insecure attachment styles. Further, the participants of the studies were largely white. The workplace research does not take into account gender or tenure at the company and the impacts of those factors on attachment study. Additionally, none of the workplace research was longitudinal. While some of the validation and partner studies were longitudinal, they were largely centered on young adults, specifically 15 to 37. In conclusion, validation has already been established as an effective tool in the workplace. It has been shown to lead to increased feelings of being supported, included, and cultivating a positive work-based self-esteem. As discussed, individuals with ambivalent attachment seek constant performance-based validation and want to please others, while avoidant attachment individuals feel under-recognized. As validation is a method of empathetically communicating that a person's feelings, thoughts, and identities are valued, important, and appreciated, it's logical that readily and frequently giving words and actions of recognition and gratitude would help satisfy the ambivalently attached individual's need to be appreciated, and the avoidantly attached individuals' need to be recognized, in turn alleviating some of their negative emotions. This is supported in the research on using validation in romantic relationships with insecurely attached partners, which showed that an increase in validation was associated with a decrease in ambivalent and avoidant attachment. Further research should be done examining the effects of validation on insecure attachment styles, specifically longitudinally, to evaluate the effectiveness of the validation method long-term. It should also take into account gender, age, and tenure influences. I just want to give a big thank you to Professor Haynes and everyone in my capstone class for all the support and feedback. And with that, I will open it up to questions.
I have a question. So you mentioned organizational citizenship behaviors in a few places. Would you be able to go over that a little bit more?
Yeah, for sure. So organizational citizenship behaviors are basically employee actions and behaviors that aren't a part of their official job description, but they also benefit the workplace. So examples of this include like volunteering for extra work, cooperating with colleagues, sort of maintaining and forming those relationships, and also sharing ideas. Basically how they relate to the insecure attachment styles is in regards to ambivalent attachment styles, they tend to have really high organizational citizenship behaviors. So they are forming those relationships, they are taking on more of those tasks. But again, that can be sort of detrimental because they have so much anxiety resulting around that, and they basically just take on too much that they can't carry, and so that can basically just cause them a lot of anxiety and not allow them to focus on contributing to their highest potential in the workplace. In regards to avoidantly attached individuals, they don't really engage in organizational citizenship behaviors. And organizational citizenship behaviors are really essential to any organization because they encourage cooperation between workers, and that sort of helps the organization run smoothly. So it is important that they do that. But yeah.
I wonder if you could talk a little bit about, you talked about the effect of validation on those with these different attachment styles. What's the effect on the person who's giving the validation?
That is something that I have not looked into, but that is a really interesting question that should definitely be explored. Based on just the workplace research, it really seems that validation just is an effective tool for the company and for the people who are receiving the validation in general. And so I would imagine that it would not be a negative effect, but I also have not looked into that. So that's a really interesting line of query.
Well, I'm just sort of thinking it might encourage a kind of, you're talking about these extra things that make the company work better. And, I wonder if even that being not only a recipient of validation, but also making the effort to validate, if that might also have an effect on the person with the different kinds of attachment styles. And presumably the supervisors have attachment styles. And so it might be interesting, just, not just, okay, here's the boss and here's the people working, but how much is that a mutual sort of community thing? I think that might be interesting to look at it that way.
Yeah, no, that would be a really interesting line of research. I would definitely love to continue with this topic in the future, and that would be definitely a really interesting line of query.
Other questions or comments?
Stephanie, how do you see yourself possibly carrying this research forward? What would you like to do moving forward with this?
Yeah, so ideally, I really want to just get it into like an experiment, essentially. Right now, I'm just making a lot of connections between research that has already been done. And so I think it would be really cool to see this play out in some sort of experiment, just to really test the relationship between validation and the ambivalent and avoidant attachment in the workplace.
Do you see this happening? I mean, would you pursue this in graduate school or in a workplace, or what were you thinking?
Yeah, I think, well, I'm hoping to go to grad school eventually, and so I would like to explore this topic further. I think also this has really informed how I would want to act in the workplace, and it really seems that validation can really help with a lot of different aspects, and so I would like to just carry this out in my own sort of personal life as well.
Is there time for another question?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Steph. Really interesting presentation. I'm sure this will like really help if you're applying for a job or something that you know so much about this kind of thing. I guess I was just wondering, like, sort of as like a takeaway, like what were some of the ways that people validated their coworkers? Like what kind of phrases did people use? Or like, you know, like if I was gonna like validate my coworker, like what should I say to them? Are there some things that to say that are like more validating than other things? If I'm like, oh, like you're doing a good job, it's like, okay. But if I like, does it have to be like detailed, or like, I don't know if you have any advice on that.
Yeah, for sure. So not a lot of studies actually covered that, but the ones that did really emphasized the importance of, and you were right on track with this, the detail of it. So the really just general superficial ones, yeah, you know what, it's fine, it boosts something, but what really matters is really outlining why and how they're making a contribution to the team and really making them feel like they're a valued member. So for example, if there is someone that you're working with and they handed in this like excellent report, then you would basically go up to them and just be like, thank you so much for this report. This really helped me in X, Y, and Z ways. I really found your work on X, Y, Z to be very useful, and you're a great addition to this company. And it's just really just validating them with specifics. But yeah, did that answer your question?
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I guess I was also thinking of like, is there like an example of like a phrase or something that they use in the studies, but also like that makes a lot of sense, like the how and the why. Like it can't just be like generic, like copy and paste this phrase when the worker does something nice. It has to be like specific to what they actually did. Is that right?
Yes, that is exactly right. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? I think we can end our session then. I thank you all for coming and for presenting. This has been great.